Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our intakes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter became the master of time and returned as the man in black. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After losing everything, Harry Potter seizes control of time itself and journeys into the past as the mysterious man in black. Armed with future knowledge, hidden power, and no intention of repeating old mistakes, he quietly reshapes the wizarding world from the shadows. But every change he makes bends destiny, and soon, even fate can't predict the wizard Harry is about to become. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Arcturus Black was sitting in his leather-backed chair, sipping on some scotch, not any of Ogden's fire whiskey, but Muggle distilled Ladag Scotch whiskey. He did not care what any of the pure bloods thought, he would enjoy what he had learned to enjoy. He was about to take a second sip when he heard a large thud come from the sitting room. He grumbled to himself as he placed his glass on the table and he got up to investigate the cause of the sound. Walking into the next room, he noted a body lying on the floor in a dark cloak. The venerable Lord Black had his wand in his hand in an instant. What is going on in here? Who the hell are you? And just how in Merlin's name did you get into my home? The man rolled over slowly and raised his hands, showing that he did not hold a wand. Let me explain. No, there is too much, let me sum up. Arcturus kept his wand pointed on the man but said nothing. I know you're probably not going to believe this, but I am from the future. I defeated Voldemort, who was not, or is not, really dead. The wizarding world made my life hell, and I wanted to change some things, so I traveled back in time, proclaimed the man. You still didn't answer my question, observed Arcturus. Potter. Harry Potter. I'm Harry Potter, said the man. Arcturus scoffed. Ha, you're clearly not small child. You expect me to believe that you're the boy who lived. What, have you come back in time to kill off my useless grandson who was just rotting away in Azkaban? Actually, no, I haven't, replied Harry as he rolled over and into a sitting position. Sirius, I presume you mean Sirius. Well, he's actually innocent. He was set up. And the people who set him up and left him in that place, they need to pay. Arcturus eyed Harry closely. You have black blood in you, I can tell. Hopefully it evens out that Potter blood. Potters are historically too Gryffindorish and foolhardy. No, never mind, I'm sure that it won't. He looked closely at Harry's forehead. Well, you do have that infamous scar that Dumbledore claimed you had, even if it is a bit faded. Arcturus paused for a moment, keeping his wand trained on the young man who was now sitting on the floor in front of him. Somehow you managed to break through the wards here, which I would have believed was nigh impossible, considering I placed most of them myself years ago. Oh, well, you see, I was already in this house. This is 12 Grimmauld Place, is it not? Before Arcturus could answer, Harry continued, of course it is, I recognize the furniture in this room. I think that perhaps we need to have a little chat, said Arcturus. Your mere presence is intriguing enough, and your story, if it is true, is even more so. Why don't you get up slowly, and head into the kitchen area and have a seat in there? Harry nodded in agreement and made sure to move slowly as the dark wand was still pointed directly at him. Arcturus led him to the kitchen table. Harry looked around and realized that the home wasn't as dark and dreary as he remembered. Once they sat down, Arcturus called out, Creature, bring me my finest bottle of wine. Harry raised an eyebrow at the command. Arcturus smiled. This story, which I am sure you are about to tell me, will take some time. This will make it easier, for both of us. And as it may take some time, the wine should be better for such a chat than the Ladag I was about to enjoy. Harry sat down at the table facing Arcturus and looked around the room slightly. He then turned to face Arcturus. So, wait, you don't want to stop me? Arcturus rolled his eyes momentarily and then shook his head. Merlin. No, of course not. Never trusted that fool Voldemort. What the hell kind of name is Voldemort anyway? Sounds like a stupid made-up name to me, and he bloody well isn't from an old pure blood family. And I have strongly considered casting out any from the Black family who supported him. But since you defeated him as an infant about 4 years ago, I didn't think I needed to bother. Harry leaned back a little in response to what he had heard from this man. Clearly it was not what he had expected on ever hearing from the Lord Black. But what about pure blood supremacy and all that? Arcturus spat out his response. That bunch of codswallop. Just old fools who don't like change. A little change is needed now and then. The damned old fools just refuse to see that. He took a deep breath and then he continued. Now, you said Sirius didn't betray your parents. That he shouldn't be in Azkaban. I am less surprised to hear that only because it just shows what a bunch of bloody incompetent fools have worked at the ministry. He sighed and took a deep breath. So then, tell me what really happened, and then you can tell me just how you ended up here. Harry nodded in response to Arcturus' words. Oh, by the way, what year is it? I am not sure how far back in time I actually traveled. Is it 1985? You did say something about my defeating Voldemort about 4 years ago. Arcturus raised an eyebrow at the question. What year is it? Yes, it is 1985. This is April 14, 1985. It is a Sunday. Close enough, Harry said with a sigh. Although I was hoping I would have gone back a little more. Arcturus raised an eyebrow. You are an interesting one. You arrive in my house uninvited and the wards didn't kill you or even harm you in any way. You claim that you have traveled back in time many years, something that no one has achieved before. Time turners can't transport someone back more than several hours at most. And you clearly aren't holding a time turner. I would hazard a guess that what you did was more than a little dangerous and foolish, but you are admittedly a Potter. You clearly have a very important reason, at least in your mind, to do what you have done and what you're about to try and accomplish. Such determination is worthy of a Black. Perhaps the plan is a little bit crazy, which may further prove your Black family ancestry. So, this should prove to be the most interesting night I have had in quite some time. April 14, 1985. 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry raised an eyebrow at Arcturus telling him that he had arrived in 1985. He rubbed his chin slightly and tilted his head as he eyed the Lord of the Black family. Before I begin, I must say, you're not at all what I expected, said Harry. Although I wasn't sure what to expect and I was hoping I would arrive here when no one was around. Arcturus frowned at Harry's words. Then what or who were you expecting? Harry squirmed slightly in his seat. Well, to tell you the truth, I was worried I would either be yelled at by the portrait of Sirius' mother, Walburga, or end up dropping in on her. Arcturus laughed heartily. Walburga. That cow of a daughter-in-law. Oh, she's dead. She couldn't bear the thought of one son being a disgrace in her mind and the other one having died in the service of the supposed Dark Lord. She actually thought the whole family should follow that wanker. Harry just nodded in response to Arcturus' comments. So, you've met her in her portrait, I take it? Asked Arcturus. Yes, and pardon me, but it was usually a most unpleasant experience, said Harry. It was meant to be, said Arcturus. He laughed to himself and then explained his reaction to Harry. I had no idea who would possibly end up owning this place after I'm gone, with Sirius in Azkaban and his crazy cousin Bellatrix there too. That leaves my granddaughter Andromeda, who was kicked out of the family by her father, and her sister, Narcissa, who is sadly a Malfoy. Not knowing who would end up here, I figured I could torment them by placing that portrait on the wall in the hallway with a permanent sticking charm. If anyone other than a Black tried to live here, she would effectively haunt them forever. He paused and noted Harry's reaction. So, apparently I did follow through with that plan, and it seems like it was quite effective, seeing how you already seem to be quite aware of what a grating personality she had. Pure bloods really should take a lesson from Muggles and avoid all of this damnable inbreeding. No offense, sir, but I don't think I ever expected to hear such words come from anyone in the Black family other than Sirius, or perhaps Andromeda. Arcturus shook his head. Don't judge me without knowing me, but then again, most of the magical world only knows what little about me that I have let them know. They all think I'm some dodgy old fart with a crazy family full of nutters and crazed murdering psychopaths. But then again, That may not be too far from the truth. Harry simply nodded his head slightly in agreement with that statement. I'd say that you have been quite successful in fostering that image, sir. So, where were we? Oh, yes, you were going to tell me just how you ended up in my home, some 20 years or so from the future. Harry nodded. It is quite an involved story. This could take some time. Arcturus snapped for Creature again, who appeared with the bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Ah, there you are, he said to the elf. Be more respectful of my requests when we have a guest over. Creature hung his head. Of course, Master Black. Then he disappeared with a quiet pop. We do have a large bottle of wine, and neither one of us are going anywhere soon, so, you might as well begin, stated Arcturus. And I have plenty of bottles of wine if we need more to get through the whole tale you have to tell. Harry smiled and took the offered glass of wine that the Lord Black had poured for him. Very well, said Harry, I suppose I should start with the beginning. Of what happened to me growing up. I did wonder what became of you, said Arcturus. The cagey old bastard Dumbledore only said you were safe with family. There are no other Potters, and I knew Charles, your grandfather, and he had told me a little of your mother's family's background. Harry raised an eyebrow at that comment. Well, I was raised by my mother's sister and her family, which was not exactly a loving home, said Harry. I was kept ignorant of magic until I received my letter to attend Hogwarts when I turned 11. Before then I had been told that my parents died in a car crash because my father was supposedly a drunkard. I learned the truth of their sacrificing themselves for me after I learned I was a wizard, which was right around my 11th birthday. But no one told me anything about Sirius until my 3rd year in school. Everyone assumed Sirius was my parents' secret keeper. Which is why they all assumed he had betrayed my parents to Voldemort, and so they tossed him in Azkaban without a trial. Arcturus cut in to make an observation. I had already deduced that my grandson was not given a trial. And I haven't been allowed to contact him at all, not that I particularly wanted to after he had apparently disgraced the Black family name. So, Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, but that was what he led everyone to believe he was. Arcturus paused for a moment before adding with a laugh. He was always the best Slytherin of that generation of Blacks. Cunning and ambition. Hid away from his family's background in Gryffindor and then convinced everyone he was something he was not. Much more Slytherin than Bellatrix ever was. She was just crazy and mean. And there is nothing Slytherin about that. He sighed briefly, then turned back to Harry. So, who was the secret keeper if not my grandson? That would have been Peter Pettigrew, who was one of their close friends, said Harry. Never liked that one when I met him, something always seemed off. Arcturus paused as he considered what he had just been told. Just like the Ministry to royally screw that up and give an order of Merlin to a dead man who was really a traitor. Oh, he's not dead, said Harry. Part of my plan is to find him, and prove to the magical world that he was the traitor and a coward. That is a noble goal, and clearly not your sole purpose of coming back in time, said Arcturus. But what about where you grew up? How could the chief warlock of the Wizengamot just leave you with your Muggle relatives? Harry sighed before he responded. Oh, yeah, well, he always told me it was the safest place for me to be when growing up. Something about some sort of blood wards and family protection by being with people who loved me. It didn't help that they actually hated everything about me. Your own relatives hated you? Questioned Arcturus. Did these Muggles know about magic? And they hated you for that? Well, yes, they hated magic and all things they called freakish. Hell, I thought my name was Freak for the first 5 years of my life. Harry closed his eyes tightly for a moment as he remembered parts of his upbringing. This did not go unnoticed by Arcturus. Obviously, from your reaction, there were problems with your relatives. Harry took a deep breath before he responded to the comment from Arcturus. I was dropped off at their doorstep in the middle of the night after my parents were killed. The headmaster left a note in the cradle with me asking them to take me in. Apparently, he didn't even wait around to be sure they actually would take me in. My aunt and uncle had me live in a cupboard under the stairs until I received my Hogwarts letter. And as I said, I didn't even know my name until I started attending Muggle school and the teacher called on me. Before then I only knew the names, Boy, or Freak, depending on how angry they were with me at any given moment. Arcturus could not hide the look of disgust he had from his face upon hearing these comments from the young man. Enough about that for now, he said quietly, clearly sensing the discomfort the young man felt. What happened when you were at school, at Hogwarts? Harry laughed awkwardly at the question. What didn't happen? Let's see. My first year I had a teacher possessed by the spirit of Voldemort, or Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord's real name. He tried to kill me when he couldn't get a hold of the Philosopher's Stone that Dumbledore had hidden within the school. Obviously, that didn't work, and the professor ended up dying and the spirit of Tom Riddle fled. In my second year someone released a basilisk upon the school, but no one could figure out what was happening. That was all due to an artifact that had part of Tom Riddle's soul in it which possessed another student. I ended up killing the basilisk and that spirit of Tom Riddle that was trying to completely take away the life of the girl he had possessed. Nearly died from the basilisk bite at the end of all that. Arcturus' eyes widened at that statement, but he allowed Harry to continue. Then, my third year, that's when Sirius managed to escape from Azkaban. Everyone was convinced that he did that to come and kill me at school, so the minister used Dementors to guard the school, supposedly for my protection, added Harry. Complete and utter imbeciles and bloody fools, exclaimed Arcturus shaking his head. Harry smiled at the outburst and nodded in agreement. We eventually learned the truth, that Pettigrew was still alive, hiding out in his rat animagus form. That is perhaps the most logical thing you have told me yet, young man, interrupted Arcturus. And even though we caught the little rat, things ended up going pear-shaped at the end and the rat escaped and Sirius had to live on the run still being thought guilty by everyone. Harry paused and noted that Arcturus was waiting on him to continue his story. Fourth year. Well, that was another huge fiasco. The ministry arranged to bring back the dangerous idea of the Triwizard Tournament. Those stupid bastards, did they not read history? Asked a dumbfounded Arcturus. Never mind my asking that, we already have established time and again that they are utter morons at the ministry. When will they learn that inbreeding leads to? Never mind, they will never learn. Harry ran his hand through his hair and nodded in agreement. Yeah, well, it gets worse, of course, for despite their supposed safeguards to not allow any underage wizards or witches from participating in the tournament, someone had rigged the Goblet of Fire and my name came out as a fourth champion, and I was forced to compete at age 14 against 3 17-year-olds, and I couldn't back out. In the first task I had to steal a golden egg from a nesting dragon, in the second task I had to rescue a friend from the bottom of the Black Lake. The final competition was a maze, and the same individual who had rigged my entry into the tournament in the first place arranged for the trophy at the end to be a portkey, which whisked myself and another student away to another location for me to be used in a ritual that brought Tom Riddle, Voldemort, back to life in a new body. Arcturus held up his hand, indicating for Harry to stop talking for a moment. He then rubbed his temples with his fingers, and after a moment he stopped and looked at Harry while shaking his head. I swear, some of the stupidest people in the magical world must work for the ministry or whatever group allowed that all to happen. I can't argue with you about that, sir. And then, after I managed to escape and return to Hogwarts, the ministry didn't want to believe me when I said that Voldemort had returned, so they tried to belittle both myself and Dumbledore. Then they sent an incompetent witch to teach defense against the dark arts. All of this while Tom Riddle was laying low, allowing people to continue to think I was nutters about him returning. This led to a confrontation at the end of my 5th year between me and my friends and a bunch of his Death Eaters at the Department of Mysteries. That in turn led to Voldemort showing himself, but worse, Sirius was killed during the battle as he was sent through the veil by his cousin, Bellatrix. She was always a bit off, that one, commented Arcturus. So obviously she got out of Azkaban. Yes, Voldemort went and released his followers who were imprisoned there during the school year and the ministry blamed it all on Sirius, said Harry. And I suppose you're going to tell me things still got worse, said Arcturus. It wouldn't have been my life if it hadn't gotten worse. Dumbledore finally agreed to teach me some things, said Harry. No, not magic or skills to help me survive, but things about Tom Riddle. I already knew he was a half-blood. But we learned how he had survived the rebound of the killing curse. He made soul anchors. Dumbledore died at the end of my 6th year, and the ministry fell and Voldemort, well, Riddle, took over. My friends and I went on the run, trying to track down the various soul anchors, and eventually we got all of them. Everything culminated in a battle at the school. A lot of people died. In fact, I was one of the soul anchors, and he had to kill me again, but the soul anchor died, not me. And we finally won, and Riddle was defeated. Arcturus finished his wine, and refilled both of their glasses. But he didn't make any comments. After an awkward pause, Harry concluded, so, after school I became an Auror. And things continued to be difficult and I eventually decided to try and travel back in time to change certain things. Arcturus drank another glass of wine and just stared across the room for a couple of minutes. Idiots, the whole magical world is filled with idiots, he finally stated. He then reached up and rubbed the back of his head. So, this rat is hiding out somewhere and you think you can find him? Harry nodded. Yes, I know I can. Arcturus hummed slightly, then added, and these soul anchors. Harry started to explain. They're called Hork. Arcturus cut him off. Do not speak that foul name for those disgusting things. I know what they are, and it would be inconceivable for someone to make more than one, but you clearly indicate that Riddle did just that. Of course I will help you gather them before he who must not be named can make a return. What were they again, these anchors? Harry smiled slightly at being offered help. There was the diary, the one used in my 2nd year to possess a student, the ring, the diadem, the cup, and there was a locket. Oh, and Kreacher has the locket, or at least he knows where it is. Like I was about to say, your grandson, Sirius brother Regulus, he betrayed Riddle and stole the locket from where it was hiding, which is actually quite the relief. I really don't want to go back to that cave, ever. Arcturus stopped himself from saying something, knowing that when they needed this item that Kreacher knew about, then he could have the house elf bring it to them at the proper time. How many soul anchors did Riddle create? He had intended to make 6, thus splitting his soul into 7 pieces, said Harry. He didn't make Nagini, a snake, into a whore, a soul anchor, until shortly before he had his ritual to get a new body. Arcturus nodded in understanding. Harry took a deep breath and then added, and then there is the one in my forehead, or was in my forehead, and I suppose that it is still in my younger self's forehead. Arcturus raised an eyebrow, and thought about everything that Harry had just relayed to him. And how do you plan on destroying them all? You did say that the one in your scar left you when Riddle hit you with the killing curse for the 2nd time. Harry sighed. I'd really rather not do that to myself. Don't worry, young man, we will come up with a way to deal with that, later, which will not include casting the killing curse at your younger self. Arcturus was trying to sound reassuring to this man whom had just met. We don't need to solve all of your problems in one night. After another couple of minutes in silence, Arcturus spoke up again. So, if you destroy all of these soul anchors, then he is dead, truly gone and never to return. Harry nodded, then stopped himself. His soul is somewhere, but it can die. He may be able to possess someone, and he will possess Quirrell just before I start my 1st year at Hogwarts. Arcturus nodded again. So, we need to make a list of our priorities, as I see it. One of those being that we must get your younger self away from those horrid muggles. Harry smiled at the thought of this man helping him, not just with the soul anchors but also with his younger self. Arcturus continued, then we gather the soul anchors. And then, of course, we need to destroy them. After that, we get the rat and exonerate my grandson. And once we have done all of that, we will then go after the ones who allowed a black to be incarcerated unjustly. Arcturus emphasized his point by slamming his fist on the table, nearly knocking over the bottle of wine. Harry nearly jumped in response to the fist slam. Then he smiled at Lord Black, hardly believing he already had his first ally on this improbable mission. Great. So when do we begin? Arcturus laughed quietly. Not today. You will need to sleep off the hangover you're going to have in the morning. And then tomorrow you will tell me the story of how you ended up back here, in this house and in this time. Harry realized that he wasn't even sure what time it was, but he noted there were 2 empty bottles of wine on the table at this time. Kreacher, called Arcturus. You will make a room ready for Harry. He is family. His grandmother was my sister. And his godfather is my grandson. Kreacher had appeared as his name was called. He looked over at Harry and was clearly not pleased. Harry decided to make a statement to the old elf. Kreacher, I am aware that your former young master gave you a job right as he died. And I am aware that you have not completed that job. One of the things I need to do will be to complete that task. Kreacher's eyes seemed to get larger. I can't do it just yet, but I assure you, we will destroy that locket just like Regulus wanted you to do. Kreacher narrowed his eyes as he looked at Harry closely and then leaned closer and smelled him. Kreacher's magic recognizes young master, but Kreacher hasn't met young master before. Kreacher then disappeared with a quiet pop as he went to go prepare the room for Harry. Most interesting, observed Arcturus. Harry didn't wake up the next day until about mid-morning. He was surprised that he did not have a hangover at all. As he sat up in his bed, he realized that he was in Sirius' old room. He then noted that there was a change of clothes laid out on a chair on the other side of the room. He quickly changed and went down to the kitchen to see if there was something he could get for breakfast. Arcturus was already awake and was reading the Daily Prophet. He dropped the paper slightly and gave a slight chuckle. I wondered how long you would sleep in. Apparently time travel followed by a long chat with more than a little wine did you in plenty. Kreacher then showed up and set a plate of eggs and bacon in front of Harry and then promptly disappeared. As Harry started to eat the meal put before him, he spoke to Arcturus. I would just like to apologize to you, Lord Black. Arcturus put down the paper. He narrowed his eyes at the young man sitting opposite to him. First, don't call me Lord Black when it's just the two of us. Arcturus would be fine. Second, what in Merlin's name are you apologizing for? Harry's eyes widened a little about being given permission to be more familiar with the man. Well, first of all, for barging into your house the way I did. Arcturus shook his head slightly. Don't be foolish, young man. It will eventually be your home apparently. And besides, the wards here would have killed you or possibly done worse if they hadn't actually recognized you, a fact I thought I made more than clear last night. He frowned a little at that thought. Still not sure exactly how that happened. Besides, you have given me a renewed purpose in my old age. I haven't felt this excited since your grandfather and I hunted down Grindelwald during the last great magical war. Harry smiled in response. I was wondering why you didn't hex me into oblivion when I landed at your feet that way. Arcturus actually laughed slightly. As I said, the wards would have detected an actual threat, so your appearance was more of a curiosity than anything else. After a moment he added, once you finish with your meal, Kreacher will take your measurements and get you some proper clothes. Then we will rejoin to the parlor and you will tell me what happened after you defeated the half-blood poser who fooled all of those blood purists. Soon Harry was seated across from Arcturus, and he felt that the man was much less intimidating this morning. He began to recount what had happened after he finished at school. Harry explained that he had started dating his one-time girlfriend, the younger sister of his best friend. But he soon discovered that Ginny had cheated on him. Apparently she did not like the fact he didn't want to have anything to do with his fame. She had pursued a career in Quidditch and soon became a famous Quidditch player. Then it was eventually found that she had been sleeping with other players when traveling with her team. The Daily Prophet had plenty of embarrassing photos of her to make the point more than clear. Harry explained that he had not been enjoying his job as an Auror and that he had continued to have problems with working with the goblins. Breaking into a vault, stealing an item and even a dragon can cause difficulties with those who take such actions as an act of war, not to mention a slight on their reputation as being the safest bank in the world. No easy life in the post-war world for the hero of all of magical England then, commented Arcturus. No, not really, he said, his face showing the fatigue he had felt after those first couple of years working as an Auror. But things started to change, he added. I was assigned to investigate the death of a classmate, one Theodore Knott, heir to the Knott family. There were some unusual magical writings found near his body as well as an unidentified magical object. So I called in help from the Unspeakables. They sent one of the youngest members of their department, a witch, Daphne Greengrass, who also had been a classmate of mine at Hogwarts. Not that I really knew either one of them, Knott or Greengrass, as they were both in Slytherin and I was a Gryffindor. Of course you were, commented Arcturus with a smirk. So, Greengrass, Daphne, she arrived at the Knot estate. She seemed to be angry with pretty much everyone. As we spoke about what had happened, she revealed to me that she at one point had been betrothed to Draco Malfoy. Arcturus interrupted him. He'll grow up to be no good, I'm sure, with that wanker of a father strutting around. Don't know why I allowed my son to arrange that betrothal for his daughter, Narcissa. I used to like her until she married that git. Harry held back a laugh at the man's comments. Well, as I was saying, Daphne, she had been betrothed to Malfoy and then she was betrothed to Knot. Malfoy had decided he wanted her younger sister. Knot wanted to take advantage of her while they were still in school, and when she wouldn't respond the way he wanted her to, well, he cursed her to never be able to have children. Arcturus snorted at that comment. Stupid short-sighted pureblood idiot. Harry nodded in agreement. Well, after we met and reviewed what I had found, we worked together on the item. With her help, we discovered that the Knot family had been working on a means for time travel, more than just using time turners. From the writings we found in Knot's home office, it became clear that their goal was to go back in time and prevent the events of Halloween in 1981 from happening. They wanted to be the ones who would prevent my infant self from defeating the Dark Lord. However, every time someone had tried to travel through time beyond what using a time turner would allow, they all died. From the information that we were able to gather from the Knot family house elves, the body would disappear for a moment and then it reappeared having greatly aged and they were quite certainly dead. Arcturus raised an eyebrow at what was revealed to him, but nodded slightly at Harry, encouraging him to continue with his tale. Well, Daphne reviewed what family writings could be found. And she concluded that death itself would not allow anyone to travel across distances in time like they were trying to accomplish. Harry let his comment sink in for a minute. So then I asked her, what if someone was the master of death? Would that change things? Of course she initially thought I was bonkers, that I had gone round the twist. Initially? Questioned Arcturus. Harry gave a slight smile to Arcturus before he continued. My question to her remained, what if someone was the master of death? That could change everything, or that is what I told her. Harry paused briefly before explaining further. We researched this possibility together. Over time, the two of us, well, we grew close. Daphne, well, she was in tears one day when we met to review what we had learned. She was upset because she did not see any future for the two of us. She couldn't have children, so she assumed that I would not have any interest in being with her, more than a work partner. Arcturus ruminated as he silently waited for Harry to continue. I held her hands in mine, and I told her that maybe we can have a future together. If things were different, if things hadn't happened the way they had, said Harry. She looked at me, unbelieving. You can't possibly do that, she asserted. I explained to her that it was, in fact, a possibility. Harry let his statement sink in for a moment, before he explained things further to Arcturus. I had an invisibility cloak from my father. It was apparently a family heirloom, owned by the Potters for many generations. I had become the master of the Elder Wand after disarming Draco Malfoy at the end of my 6th year at Hogwarts. That is a long story of how that became the important factor in everything else that happened. And before the end of the war against Riddle and his Death Eaters, I had obtained a ring that had at one time been a family heirloom but passed down in a distant but related family. Arcturus closed his mouth and shook his head slightly. The Deathly Hallows. They're real. You have them. He paused a moment before he continued. You're the master of death, stated Arcturus without question. That's how you managed to pull this off. Who would have guessed that an old children's bedtime story would be proven true? Harry started to say something but Arcturus waved him off. Of course there were always tales of the almighty death stick that was unbeatable, but obviously it did not grant invincibility to anyone who ever held it. Arcturus laughed again. You apparently survived the killing curse as an infant, and now you've grown to be the master of death, and have the ability to travel through time. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't heard it directly from you. And then that wouldn't have been enough except for one thing. And what is that one thing? Asked Harry, slightly stunned by the response of Arcturus. The wards, the simple fact you made it through the Black family wards. And you lived, said Arcturus with a grin. I already told you, there was a reason why I let you live when you appeared. I needed to know the truth of how you managed to just fall into my home. And now it seems that I couldn't kill you even if I wanted to. Harry smiled a little at the outburst from the old wizard, who seemed so much younger now than when he first was held by him at one point the night before. Well, I don't know if that would keep me alive, but I have managed to arrive here, and survive so far. Considering my home where I lived after the war ended and I had defeated Riddle was 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry was sitting at the table in the kitchen when Arcturus walked in to speak with him. You could use more than one change of clothes, young man. Yes, about that, I was thinking the same thing, said Harry. Before you set off anywhere, you need to rethink such plans, commented Arcturus. We shouldn't risk anyone seeing you, at least not before we have a new identity for you in a way to make sure that certain individuals do not recognize who you are. After all, you do look a lot like your father did. And then there is that telltale scar. Harry rubbed his forehead slightly, even though his scar had not been hurting. Don't worry, said Arcturus, I will arrange for you to get a new wardrobe. Just let Creature know what you want and he can get you anything you need. And no, don't even think of going into Muggle London, who knows who might actually see you there. We don't want to mess up your plans before you even formulate them. Harry laughed with Arcturus, thinking to himself who knew that Sirius' grandfather had a sense of humor. Arcturus had paid for a new wardrobe, refusing any argument Harry had about who should pay for it. Creature had followed through with Harry's requests and his new clothes were all in black robes, black shirts and black pants. After 2 weeks of sitting around Grimmauld Place while Arcturus was often out doing various errands, Harry was hoping that something more would be done about the various plans that needed to be set up to accomplish his goals for traveling back in time. As the two men were about to have lunch, Harry noticed that Arcturus seemed to be happy, something which he surmised was not something that the head of the Black family had felt for quite some time. Arcturus, said Harry, you seem particularly pleased with yourself today. Of course I am, young man, said the man with a broad smile. Your arrival here will help me to accomplish several things. Ridding the magical world of that stain who called himself a lord but was just a power-hungry deranged half-blood would be good enough to brighten my mood. But I was just thinking that by the time you have accomplished all you have set out to do, I can have achieved even more personal goals. My family name will be restored, my grandson should be freed from Azkaban, and Albus, I know best for everyone, Dumbledore will get what he deserves. The last part perhaps being the sweetest for me. Harry nodded in understanding of the man's desire to see all of those things accomplished. However, Harry, before anything can begin, we need to do some groundwork, said Arcturus. Noting the slight confusion on Harry's face, he went on to explain himself. Don't be rash and do things too quickly, like my grandson, your godfather. We need to start this plan carefully, and to do that, you need an identity, you need to become a part of this magical society, in this day. Harry sighed. Well, yes, of course, but I can't do that being kept locked up in here. You're not locked up, you're just awaiting for the plan to develop, corrected Arcturus. But before we start your grand plan, you need a new identity. You can't just go around as an older version of yourself. People will ask questions. Hell, Dumbledore will ask questions, and he is the last one we want asking too many questions. Arcturus' eyes seemed to brighten as he continued. I have a great idea that I have been working on and I have been trying to lay the groundwork for this on my various outings. You can be a distant relative, one who was thought to have died but was raised far away, perhaps in Australia. We can use that as your cover story. Harry inclined his head, listening to what Arcturus was sharing with him. My brother Alfred, he was basically a squib, and he traveled to America. Sirius liked him a lot, but as he really had no magic he was not a welcomed part of the family. Arcturus paused and tilted his head. Don't start judging me, the Black family is old and has long been one of the staunchest pure-blood supremacist families, but that doesn't mean an old man can't learn a thing or two. He took a deep breath before he continued, but Alfred will work for our needs. He left England, and none of these pure-blooded fools here would have given a crap about what he did, because to him, and most of the Black family, what he did just wouldn't matter. So, if we say that he traveled from the United States to Australia, even farther away, we could do something with that. Australia. Why Australia? Asked Harry. The farther away your origin is, the harder it will be for people here to question it, said Arcturus, gaining confidence in his own story he had been creating in his mind. You were not raised in their schools, there would be no record, and we wouldn't want to try to forge those records in a foreign country. But if we claim that you were trained at home, trained by a black, even one who didn't have much magic, we can make that believable. Harry raised one eyebrow. I guess something like that could work. But we'll need an angle, a way to bring you into the Australian Magical Society, so I can then learn of your existence, and then I can go and fetch you to bring you back to your home country, England, as the wayward but now found lost son of Black. The excitement over his proposal was making the man truly happy. Then he narrowed his eyes at the young man sitting opposite him. You defeated this riddle, that psychopath, and then you were an Auror. That's what you told me, correct? Yes, replied Harry hesitantly. You want me to become an Auror in Australia? Arcturus shook his head. Don't be daft, boy, that would never work. Too many holes in your background for them to take you in and hire you to do a job like that. But if you're handy with a wand, which I presume you must be with everything you have already done, then we can enter you into their dueling circuit. If you're as good as you should be based on your past exploits, then you should rise in popularity and fame on their dueling circuit in no time. Harry smiled slightly. I think I could make that work. Arcturus called for his elf creature. Prepare for us to travel. We need to get from here to Australia, without anyone, any ministry worker, knowing what we're up to. Harry looked between the elf and the man who was going to be helping him. He can really do that. Get us all the way to Australia. I didn't know that house elves were that powerful. Arcturus shook his head. No, of course not, he's just going to pack our bags. I will have to have a few final discussions with some old acquaintances in Nocturne Alley. Things can be arranged and trails can be covered. I've already begun to work on setting up a vault for you that won't be connected to the Potters or the Blacks, at least not any connection with us here in England. Arcturus noted the look of concern on Harry's face. Deal with it, young man, said Arcturus, assuming that Harry was having second thoughts when he referenced using assistance from certain sources in Nocturne Alley. You're no longer an Auror. You can't get hung up on what is technically law-abiding or not. Hell, you traveled through time and essentially trespassed into my home. You came here with a definite plan that would muck up so many things with the DMLE and the Ministry of Magic as well. Hell, if the Department of Mysteries and the Unspeakables had any idea what you have done and what you plan to do, they would be all over you like dirt on a pig. Or something like that. Harry smiled broadly at Arcturus' comments. They had the beginning of an actual plan. One that would allow him to actually leave this house and even create a new identity. So, we, or I, head off to Australia. But what about the soul anchors? You need to stop being such a Gryffindor and be more of a Slytherin. Riddle doesn't make a comeback until you start your first year at Hogwarts in 1991, so you still have some time, explained Arcturus. You need to do this right, and you need to do this carefully. You will still have plenty of time for developing a plan for obtaining all of the soul anchors and then for dealing with that psychotic bastard. You're basically creating a miracle to fix the future of magical Britain. You rush a miracle, you get a rotten miracle. Harry nodded at Arcturus' comments. But before we actually send you off to Australia, we will need to review your dueling skills, and maybe help you with a few Black family spells and dueling strategies, said Arcturus with a slight gleam in his eye. Oh, and we'll need to do something about that scar of yours too. Wednesday, June 5, 1985. The Australian Department of Magical Games and Competition was about to start their annual dueling matches, with the first competition of the season being held at the Magical Stadium in Sydney. The Quidditch hoops had been removed for the event, which would last about 1 week, with preliminary matches being scheduled at first, leading up to the elimination rounds over the weekend and then to the championship round on the following Tuesday. As it was the first such tournament of the season, there were several new names who had signed up for the dueling tournament, most of whom were recent graduates of the Sydney Magical Institute. A young wizard, with black robes, long dark hair pulled back into a ponytail and striking green eyes, was keeping to himself on one side of the arena, waiting for his time to be called. After waiting less than an hour, the name Wesley Farmer was called, and the man looked up and made his way over to the dueling platform. His first opponent was randomly assigned, and it was a man with a Russian-sounding name. The referee for the tournament quickly inspected the wands of the two wizards. Wesley showed him his wand, which was a rowan wood with a core that referee did not recognize. Noting the confusion on the face of the referee, Wesley simply stated, "Griffin feather." The referee looked back and forth between the wand and the young man holding it. "Unusual, to say the least," stated the tournament official. "But it does seem to be in working order." He then turned to the other man, "Vladimir Ivanov, you do need to show me your wand." Ivanov held out his wand briefly, and the referee mumbled something about the dark wood. Wesley turned and faced the wizard who would be his opponent. He seemed to be in his mid-30s, and appeared to have a sturdy athletic build. The tall man with short owned hair just glared back at him. The referee then began a countdown from 5 to start the duel. 3, 2, 1, begin! Exclaimed the referee. Immediately Ivanov sent a series of blasting hexes towards Farmer, who just leaned to one side and avoided them. The next two spells he sent were a dark red and were timed and aimed so that they could not so simply be avoided. Wesley held up his wand and deflected the spells to either side of him. Vladimir paused, surprised to see a newcomer had been able to so easily avoid his spell. He tilted his head to one side as he noted his opponent flick his wrist slightly. A dark blue spell shot forth from the tip of Farmer's wand. As he was not sure what exactly the spell was, Vladimir erected a quick shield. The blue spell splintered the shield as it collided with it, then impacted on the center of Vladimir's chest. The man collapsed immediately and his wand fell out of his hand. The audience erupted into cheers upon the victory, while the officials for the tournament seemed stunned themselves as they gazed out upon the dueling platform. Wesley made his way off of the platform as soon as the referee declared him the winner. He sat down back at the chair where he had previously been awaiting his first duel in the tournament to begin. A house elf came up to him and offered him a drink, but Wesley declined. After a moment he noticed that a witch was seated near him who was just staring at him. He looked up at her and tilted his head. "Excuse me, but did I do something wrong?" "Wrong. You're an unknown. You just show up here for your first ever tournament and you defeat the third highest ranked dueler on the Australian circuit with just one spell. So, yeah, I'd say something is wrong." Wesley shrugged his shoulders. "Are you suggesting that I shouldn't try and win my duels just because I am new to this?" The woman leaned back away from him. "What? No, that's not what I meant at all. It's just, well, Ivanov is one of the top 5 duelers in the country. New blood doesn't just show up and effortlessly dispatch one of the top duelists." Wesley nodded slightly at her words. "Perhaps I should have you tell me something about my next opponent so I might know if I shouldn't dispatch them so quickly." The witch stared at him for a minute, then noted the smirk on his face and she started to laugh. Then she simply said, "Amanda Lester, at your service, Mr. Farmer was it." Wesley smiled at her. "You can call me Wesley, that would be fine." "You're obviously not from around here," stated Amanda. "You haven't been in one of these tournaments before and I don't remember someone like you at all from school, not in my year or any of the years ahead of me." Wesley smirked at her. "I was homeschooled in magic. My father was a squib, came here from England, kind of the cast out from the family. He didn't think that I would be accepted at a proper magical school based on his experiences back in England. So, he basically hired a bunch of tutors to come and teach me many of the basic magical subjects." Amanda smiled at him. "Basics. I'd say you've learned more than the basics. As it is, you seem to have plenty of skill and tricks. And I don't recall ever seeing you around these events." Wesley smiled back. "No, I'm not from around here, in reference to your previous comment. I grew up outside of Perth. That would explain why I haven't seen you around before," said Amanda. "But you're still a mystery, and not just to myself, but now the whole tournament will be watching you closely. But more practically, how did you do it? What did you do to him?" "Your pretty smile won't get me to reveal anything," quipped Wesley. "Fair enough, Wesley," said Amanda as her smile widened slightly. "But nevertheless, good luck to you in the tournament." And good luck to you, Amanda, replied Wesley. Wesley had more duels over the next few days, and each one he managed to end quickly with what appeared to be minimal effort on his own part. He used mostly simple spells, stunners, disarming spells, even stinging hexes, but they were all more powerful than his opponents would have expected. Sunday afternoon had arrived and the quarterfinal duels were announced, and Wesley would be facing off against Amanda Lester, the young woman he met on the first day and the only competitor who took the time to actually speak with him and get to know him. When it was time for their duel to start, they met up at the steps leading up to the platform. Amanda gave him a smile which she turned into a smirk. I guess we'll see just how well you can do against some real competition, she boasted, allowing some humor in her voice. Wesley inclined his head towards her, and smiled back. Should be fun, he replied as he waved for her to go up the stairs in front of him. I would hate to disappoint you in our duel, he added. They took their stances facing each other on the dueling platform and the official counted out the start of their duel. Immediately Amanda began a series of spells in a chain that started with a blasting curse, a freezing charm, a stunning spell, a bone breaker hex and then an overpowered blasting spell. Wesley barely moved as he held his wand in front of him, simply sending the spells to either side of him with the slightest twitch of his wand, not even moving his feet from his initial stance. Amanda paused momentarily, her jaw dropping slightly at the sight of her opponent not even flinching at her initial attack. She bit her lower lip momentarily and then she sent a volley of more powerful spells. Wesley took a slight breath and then waved his wand a little more, again deflecting the spells until he reflected the banishing spell she had sent back at her. Amanda barely had the time to react and dodge the spell. As she dove to one side to avoid her own spell and then she stood up only to be hit with a series of stinging hexes. They hurt more than a swarm of yellow jackets attacking her, which turned her smile into an angry glare. This was no longer good fun, but was now turning into a nearly humiliating experience. She internally shook of her thoughts and sent a series of cutting curses at Wesley. He created a shield, which glowed slightly orange as it absorbed all of her spells. Wesley then collapsed his shield and sent a stream of water at the ground in front of her, and quickly followed that with a freezing charm to turn the platform around Amanda into ice. Amanda decided to plant her feet firmly so as not to slip on the ice when she felt a powerful gust of wind hit her. In order to not be knocked back, she had to shift her balance and started to slip on the ice. She noticed the Incarcerous charm heading her way next and managed to deflect it with her wand, which again caused her feet to slide on the ice. Amanda turned to prepare for the next spell coming at her only to see that her opponent cancelled the spell just before it hit her, which caused her to lose her balance and slip on the ice as she was shocked that Wesley had stopped attacking her. As she landed on her back on the ice-covered platform, she felt the slight shock of being hit by the Expelliarmus charm as her wand flew out of her hand. She closed her eyes momentarily in frustration, only to find someone offering her hand to stand back up. Don't worry, I already cancelled the ice from the floor around you, he said with a slight grin. She took the offered hand and pulled herself up to face him as he handed her wand back to her. Is there anything you do that is predictable? She asked the young man who had just beaten her in the tournament. Only that I can be unpredictable, he replied with a smirk. The two then walked together off of the platform side by side, which was in itself a very unusual sight at any tournament. As they reached the bottom of the steps, she smiled as she said, "Good luck in the rest of this tournament, but then again, you probably aren't about to rely on luck." Wesley smiled back, "Luck can be useful, but I would rather rely on skill first." Amanda started to walk away, then stopped and turned back. "I hope to run into you again at the next tournament, maybe I will actually have luck on my side if we face each other again." Wesley smiled back at her, "Then I expect to see you in 2 weeks at the tournament in Melbourne." "Wouldn't miss it," she said before turning away again to go gather her things before heading to the stands to watch the rest of the tournament. At the next several tournaments, Wesley and Amanda faced off in either the quarter-final duels or the semi-final duels. 2 months later they were face-to-face in the finals at the Brisbane tournament, the last open tournament prior to the Australian Nationals scheduled for the next month. And so far, no one had managed to beat Wesley. There was a 30-minute window prior to the start of their finals duel, and the two actually had the opportunity to chat briefly, which only confused many of the spectators and the other duelists, as it was not common for the witches or wizards in these tournaments to be openly friendly with their competitors. I have figured something out about you, Mr. Farmer, Amanda said with a smile. Oh, and what is that? You clearly study all of your opponents, as you seem to be ready for anything any of us have ever tried to use against you in any of the tournaments, she said. That would only be expected, said Wesley. Knowing your opponent is a very important lesson to learn. But still, what you do each time is different, continued Amanda. You have never used the same strategy, the same spell chain, or even the same pattern of attack. Your versatility is clearly part of your advantage, against all of us. But what I would like to know, if you would tell me, is how did you learn this skill, this pattern of attack, or the randomness which you use? Practice, was his simple answer as he looked away, noticing there seemed to be a slight commotion near one of the entrances to the arena. Wesley dismissed the incident and turned back to his opponent. I like to practice, I like to duel. But your attack style, she began to comment but only to be cut off by Wesley. You're trying to get me to give something away. It won't work, he said with a smile. But you already have. You've given everything away, she replied. I only have deduced what I can expect from you, the son of a squib who had an atypical and unorthodox training regimen and magical education. Wesley raised his eyebrows, silently asking her to continue. I can clearly trust that you will not repeat anything you have done in any of the previous tournaments. And I can be quite certain that you will be prepared for anything that I send your way, stated Amanda. You're trying to get me to give something away, replied Wesley. It won't work. But it already has. You've given everything away, she said with a smirk. Then she stood up and walked to a bench on the other side of the arena. Wesley simply raised an eyebrow at her as she walked away. He then stood up to turn to walk and clear his mind when a woman with overly ornate thick-rimmed glasses stepped in front of him. Wesley wondered how did Rita Skeeter end up in Brisbane, Australia of all places. Excuse me, Mr. Farmer, Wesley. Can I call you Wesley? I'd like to ask you some questions if I may, stated the blonde woman who Wesley simply stared at. Excuse you. No, I'm not sure I have an excuse for you, he retorted before he could stop himself. Oh, you misunderstood me, she continued. My name is Marilyn Ravenwood, I'm a reporter, for the Australian Magical Times. Our readers would like to learn more about this mysterious newcomer to the dueling circuit. Do George and Stephen know you stole their character's name? Asked Wesley. Who are George and Stephen? She asked bewildered. Never mind, he added with a slight smile. I'll answer a few questions, but if you misprint anything I say, I just might need to let the Australian DMLE know that you are an unregistered animagus. Marilyn flushed slightly. Wait, how would you know anything about that? Inwardly Wesley could hardly believe that he had actually guessed correctly. This Marilyn cannot be too different from Rita Skeeter back in England, he was sure of that. We'll keep it our secret, he added with a smile. Now, what did you want to know? What did I want to know? She asked dramatically. Why, just what everyone on Magical Australia wants to know. Where did you come from? Who are you? Who taught you how to duel? Do you have a girlfriend? In the order you asked, replied Wesley. My parents, Wesley Farmer, tutors my family tried, and that would be a no. Marilyn frowned. Wait, what? I answered your 4 questions, just like you asked, he said simply. Marilyn tapped her chin with an ornately manicured finger, then she smiled. You're an eligible bachelor. Wesley tilted his head slightly as he considered that was the only information she took from what he had said, but then it was the most specific answer he had given her considering she already knew his name. As he started to walk away, she held up her hand. Now wait a minute, where did your parents come from? And telling me your grandparents will not be an acceptable answer, young man. Wesley sighed. My father moved here from England many years ago. He met my mother, a Muggle-born, a first-generation witch. My father's family assumed he was a squib, so they kicked him out, which is why he moved across the world. Turns out he was magical, just not as strong as many of his relatives. Since he was worried I wouldn't have much magic, he didn't want to enroll me in any magical school. So he arranged for private tutors. And no, I am not allowed to reveal the identities of my tutors. Marilyn raised an eyebrow at that revelation. So, why would your father be hiding from his family? Wesley visibly rolled his eyes. You need to listen more carefully. I stated that he was cast out from his family. I am not aware of any powerful magical family from England with the name of Farmer, stated Marilyn. I didn't say that was the family that cast him out, was the simple reply he gave. Ooh, so the mystery deepens, exclaimed the reporter. Wesley ignored her quip. That will be all, he added. I do have a duel to prepare for. And with those words he simply walked past her towards the dueling platform where his next contest was set to take place. Wesley stopped at the bottom of the steps of the dueling platform and stretched slightly before he made his way to the center where the judge was standing with Amanda. The two nodded slightly at each other. The judge then cast a sonorous charm as he announced the duel. We will have the finals of the Brisbane Regional Dueling Championship momentarily. Amanda Lester facing off against Wesley Farmer. You both understand the rules. No unforgivables. No directly lethal spells. The winner is the one who either disarms their opponent or incapacitates them or knocks them off of the platform. We will begin on my count. You may take your positions. One more nod to each other and they made their way to the opposite ends of the platform. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Declared the judge. Amanda started her attack with the same 5 spells she used in her first duel against Wesley. One again he was faced with a blasting curse, a freezing charm, a stunning spell, a bone breaker hex and then an overpowered blasting spell. However, instead of simply batting them aside with his wand, he dove to the floor of the platform and let them all sail over his head. He quickly jumped back up to his feet just before she sent a stream of water at the floor in front of him and quickly followed that up with a freezing charm, to place him on ice just like he had done to her when he defeated her the first time. Amanda allowed a smile to show when she saw Wesley slip slightly and she cast Bombard a Hex at him anticipating that she would knock him over on the ice. However, before her spell had arrived he had used his left hand to wandlessly conjure a large rubber mat underneath him, so that he was sure-footed enough to simply sidestep away from her spell without losing his balance. Amanda prepared for Wesley's expected attack of spells as she prepared to cast her most powerful shield. She was surprised that he reverted to a string of stinging hexes, something she had seen him do before. The stinging hexes were overpowered and after about a dozen of the spells her shield was starting to falter. She had suffered the effects of his stinging hexes and decided she would allow a couple to hit her while she cast an elaborate spell chain not unlike ones he had used in other tournaments. She had to concentrate on her wand movements as she was hit by the first 2 stinging hexes so as not to miscast her own spells. As she was finishing the incantation for the second spell she had prepared what appeared to be a stinging hex hit her arm and disarmed her, sending her wand spinning in the air which he then summoned after sidestepping the spells she had managed to send off before his masked Expelliarmus spell connected with her arm. There was applause from the crowd along with various shouts of excitement and even a few hisses from the audience as well. Wesley held out her wand for her and she slowly walked across the platform to retrieve it. What the bloody hell was that? She exclaimed as she approached him. Wesley smiled back at her. The Expelliarmus changed to look exactly like a stinging hex. A little invention of my own. I will find a way to beat you, someday, she said as she shook her head in wonder at the wizard in front of her. Wesley decided to just smile in response and not say anything further. The two made their way to the seats where they had left their belongings before the duel, trying to ignore the various cameras taking pictures of them, or mostly of Wesley as he had once again won another dueling event, and had not lost a single duel in the previous months leading up to the Australian Dueling Championship event in 2 weeks. You're becoming quite the celebrity, she called over to him as she picked up her things. Wesley shrugged in response. It's about to get worse, I'm sure, now that one of the more notorious reporters for the Magical Times tried to obtain an interview of sorts. So the world will soon learn more of the mysterious Wesley Farmer, Man in Black, wizard dueling champion from out of nowhere, she said with a laugh. Wesley shook his head back and forth a little. I'm not sure what she will actually write. I didn't really give her much information, but she will probably try to either track down any leads on my family and my background, or just create a tale of mystery and conjecture to sell even more papers. Amanda smiled at his comment. Well, she definitely is good at selling more papers with conjecture and fantastical storytelling. After a moment, she asked him about his plans. Where are you heading to now? The Australian national tournament isn't for another few weeks. You heading home to mom and dad? Wesley shrugged. No real home to go to. Mum and dad passed on a couple of years ago. So I mostly just hang out at whatever place I'm currently staying at. Amanda frowned slightly at his answer. I'm sorry, I didn't really mean to pry. No, it's okay, said Wesley reassuringly. It's not like I have talked about things with anyone really. Amanda simply nodded in reply. Wesley fidgeted slightly in his seat. So, would you like together dinner or something before you head home? Amanda couldn't hide the smile from appearing on her face. Sure, I'd love to. There's several places not far from here if you want. Well, we'd have to wait on the final awards ceremony here first. But you probably already knew that. Once the awards ceremony was finally over, and Marilyn Ravenwood had tried to get a few more questions answered, Wesley and Amanda made their way to a restaurant not too far from the stadium where the tournament had been held. Amanda could tell that Wesley seemed distracted throughout the meal as he wasn't much of a conversationalist. So, you grew up alone, were trained by magical tutors, who must have been quite good based on how well you have been performing by the way, so I presume you never really got out much, had time to make many friends, said Amanda, trying to find a way to get him to open up. Wesley leaned back slightly and took a deep breath before he responded. He figured using information from his actual growing up would be best, so as not to try and remember too many fabrications about his past. I did have a couple of friends, they used magic. They went to school. They were originally from England. Ron, he liked to play chess. He'd rather play chess than ever do any studying when he was in school. But Hermione, she was all about studying. Probably did enough studying for the three of us. Before Amanda could comment about these two, he added, they're back in England, as I said. I lost contact with them. They'll probably end up together even if they don't know it yet. Amanda could tell that he wasn't about to open up much about his friends. So she tried another topic. Obviously you like to duel. You're good at it. Hell, you're bloody brilliant at it. But you must have some other interests, something you like to do, unless staying up all night figuring out new and devastating spell chains is all you do with your time. Wesley smiled at her comment. Well, I do like Quidditch. I think I would have liked to play Seeker if I had the chance. Yes, I've flown a broom, and I quite enjoy flying actually. So, you're a Quidditch fan? She asked, hoping that this would lead somewhere more personal. A fan. Not so much of a fan to be able to tell you who won the World Cup or any national competitions. But I do enjoy the game. Don't ask me about my favorite players, I really haven't paid that much attention to any of the leagues, added Wesley. But enough about me, what does Miss Lester like to do with her free time, besides pester wizards who beat her in dueling tournaments? The smile on his face made it clear he did not view her questions as truly bothersome. Amanda leaned back in her chair and twirled a few strands of her hair before she answered. I like Quidditch, and I like it enough to actually follow teams and players. I enjoy the dueling circuit, and think I might like to eventually become an Auror, after I get tired of the dueling that is. Dueling isn't quite the same thing as trying to catch evil wizards and witches, stated Wesley. Oh, and you know about fighting evil wizards now, do you? Replied Amanda with a raised eyebrow. All I know is that I'd rather not have to fight evil wizards, said Wesley. They don't tend to play by the rules. Dueling is easier. There are rules, and they apply to everyone. Amanda nodded slowly as she considered his response. The conversation drifted to what types of food they liked and places they would like to go visit. Soon the meal was over and the two said their goodbyes as they left the restaurant. Wesley smiled as he said he looked forward to seeing her at the Australian National Championship dueling competition in a few weeks. They parted ways and Wesley started to make his way towards the inn he was staying at. Half a block later he felt his magic tense and quickly leaned to one side as he avoided being hit by a flash of red and a flash of green shooting towards him from a nearby alley. He crouched down and erected a shield that then absorbed 3 more spells. He sent a wide area stunner down the alley and heard several bodies collapse to the ground. Another red spell shot out of the alley towards him. Using his left hand, he batted it away without using a wand, and then casted an overpowered light spell down the alleyway. A couple of voices called out from the pain in their eyes from the bright light that erupted around them. Wesley could now see into the alley and saw that there was still several wizards and witches standing in the alley, and behind them was the visage of his first ever opponent in a formal duel a few months previous, Vladimir Ivanov. "Make him suffer," growled Ivanov. "He should not be allowed to compete against any of us." The four other magicals standing in front of him whipped the wands and shouted out various spells. Wesley targeted the two to his right, as he prepared to dodge whatever the two on his left were about to send towards him. His bludgeoning hex connected with the two he aimed at as a blue and a yellow streak of magic came towards him from the other two. Wesley was about to jump to his right when a magical shield appeared in front of him. The shield shattered under the onslaught of the spells, but the two spells were dissipated. Amanda Lester jumped into place on his left as she called out to Wesley. "Looks like you could use a little help." Wesley raised an eyebrow at her and then immediately he started to make his way towards Ivanov. "So, it's down to you and it's down to me," stated Wesley. "You've just been a lucky little bugger," shouted Ivanov. "Lucky?" questioned Wesley. He and Amanda had already dispatched the two wizards whose attacks Amanda had blocked with her shield. "It looks to me that you have already had your team of, what was it, 8 other witches and wizards taken out of the fight. I gather I must be pretty lucky. Perhaps you've fallen for the second greatest blunder of all time. The first being, never get in a land war with goblins. Only slightly less well known, is never get into a duel with a Sicilian when death is on the line." "You're not a Sicilian," exclaimed Ivanov. "No, how observant," replied Wesley. "But that's not the point. You see, you've allowed yourself to be distracted." Before he could respond again to Wesley, Ivanov found himself entangled with a silently cast Incarcerus spell. Amanda called out cheerfully to the bound wizard. "What do you think the Department of Magical Games and Competition in the Australian Ministry of Magic will make of these events tonight?" "Probably ban Ivanov and his friends," replied Wesley, as Ivanov had also been gagged by the magical binding. September 4, 1985. The Australian Magical Times lead article. Surprise dueling master competing in next week's Australian National Dueling Championship. The name of Wesley Farmer is an unfamiliar one to almost everyone here in magical Australia, unless you have been following the magical dueling circuit over the past several months. From out of nowhere, this young wizard arrived on the scene and promptly went on to win all of the major competitions. This young wizard arrived without any introduction, and without any record of formal magical schooling. But who is this skilled wizard? Where did he come from? Who trained him? We were able to meet up with this mysterious young man prior to one of his duels, and we learned only a bare minimum of facts. He is in his mid or early 20s, he was homeschooled by various private tutors, and his family is originally from England. His minimalist answers only left this reporter with more questions. Questions which we have endeavored to answer for you all. Wesley Farmer apparently took his mother's maiden name, and there is not much information that can be found on that magical family, and apparently his mother was a half-blood or a muggle-born witch. However, we were able to learn that Wesley's father is the late Alfred Black, who had emigrated to Australia over 20 years ago from America and previous to that from England. The once powerful and feared Black family from England has a new scion that they were apparently not even aware existed. Alfred Black was shunned from his family for being a squib, however he was actually a wizard, but from reports his magic was quite weak compared to many in the Black family. Long considered a dark family, several prominent members of recent generations were closely linked to the Dark Lord who led the recent wizarding war and rebellion against the British Ministry of Magic. The skill and prowess that Mr. Farmer has shown indicate that he must have a clear link to the Black family heritage. Only time will tell if he will follow in the paths of various witches and wizards in the Black family and make a name for himself. April 1985, London. Arcturus was pacing slowly in the waiting room at St. Thomas's Hospital. It was the Muggle-style suit that seemed to bother him more than just being in the presence of Muggles. The glamour charm he had used to make him unrecognizable to any magical people they might run into was also disconcerting to himself every time he caught a slight glimpse of his visage. The graying red hair with beard made him feel more like a Weasley than a Black, and it had been a couple of generations since any Black had any real contact with a Weasley. A cough from the Muggle doctor who approached him caught his attention and distracted him from his rambling thoughts. Arcturus wondered why this Muggle healer, or surgeon, seemed to always be wearing blue pajamas, but that was apparently what he wore when he worked on patients in the operating room. "Mr. Black," said the surgeon, "your grandson is doing well, and he is in recovery. You should be able to see him soon. The scar tissue from his forehead has been removed. Honestly, it is a good thing we removed it. The layer of tissue under the scar was quite necrotic. He was at risk for developing a serious infection, or just complete skin breakdown in the area. Getting the dead tissue removed will only aid in the healing process. Honestly, I think the resultant scar, which will be more vertical than the zigzag scar he had originally, will eventually fade and probably not be noticeable at all." "Thank you, Mr. Harmutz. I appreciate all that you have done," stated Arcturus. "It is bad enough he suffered from this bullies who attacked him when he was so young. It was only complicated that no one saw fit to having it properly cared for while he was growing up." The plastic surgeon smiled in response. "It's what we do. Restorative surgery or repairs of facial injuries, those are the important part of this job. Much more important than the cosmetic surgery, which is what we are too often known for more than this type of work." "Again, thank you, sir," repeated Arcturus. Within the next hour, Arcturus and Harry were making their way down the side streets from St. Thomas Hospital on their way towards Grimmauld Place. They chose not to apparate so as not to risk affecting the healing that was taking place from the recent surgery. Once they arrived back at the Black home, Arcturus summoned Creature, who had obtained various magical healing potions and salves. "Starting this evening, you will begin to apply the essence of Dittany, then start using the salve in the morning. The healing spells will be more effective tomorrow after you have had the first magical treatments." 2 weeks later, Arcturus was seated at his desk in his study when Harry entered the room. Upon hearing the light footsteps, he looked up to see the young man who was standing before him. He squinted his eyes slightly and nodded appreciatively as he spoke. "The healing has gone quite well. No evidence of a scar with simple inspection," said the Black Patriarch. He continued to nod and smile as he stared at the forehead. "I think we're ready to start your education on Black family spells, and to prepare you to enter the dueling tournaments in Australia." Harry smiled at those words. He had been hesitant to delve into the Black family library very much on his own, particularly after Sirius had gone through the veil. He rubbed his hand through his dark hair. Arcturus stood up and grinned at the young man facing him. "This should be fun. I haven't practiced the family magic for some time. So, down to the dueling chamber in the basement." After several hours of dueling and teaching Harry new spells, the two men arrived back in Arcturus' study, both of them winded from their use of magic. Arcturus flipped through some parchment on his desk. Then he looked back up to Harry. "So everything seems in order for you to travel to Australia and assume your identity of Wesley the farm boy." "Strange name." "Wesley," stated Harry. "Wesley Farmer. He was a farm boy." "From a Muggle movie, you said," commented Arcturus as he still puzzled over the name. "Won't the Muggles figure it out?" Harry laughed at the question. "Considering it is from a movie that won't be released for a couple of more years, I doubt it. People who may have read the book might wonder if there is a connection, or more than likely just think it is a strange coincidence. But then again, I doubt many witches or wizards would have read a book by a Muggle author." Arcturus shook his head. "Well, it bloody well isn't a name from a powerful magical family." "Not yet," said Harry with a smile. September 9, 1985. Sydney, Australia. Australian Ministry of Magic. Department of Records. The clerk at the desk was flustered. "This is unprecedented," he muttered. "Why is everyone asking about this young man?" "I don't know who this everyone is that you speak of," stated the man with the shiny Acromantula silk robes, "but your country's newspaper claimed this young man is a member of my family. And I expect that someone will either confirm or refute this claim for me. And I expect it to happen now." The clerk started to shake slightly when he looked back at the man in front of him. And your name, sir? Arcturus raised his voice a little more as he spoke slowly and clearly. I am Lord Arcturus Black, of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Surely this country isn't such a backwater collection of criminals and fools that you have never heard to the House of Black. The clerk's eyes went wide and he dropped the parchments he was holding onto the floor. He immediately knelt down to grab the parchment, and quickly stood up only to hit his head on the edge of his desk. Just a minute, Lord Black, we'll get this sorted out right away. Before the befuddled clerk could do anything else, another man walked out from the office behind him. What is going on out here, Nigel? Must you make such a racket? Said the man. Nigel turned around. It's Lord Black, all the way here from England, Mr. Pennington. He's here to inquire about Wesley Farmer, the duelist, the one mentioned in that article. Mr. Pennington's eyes went wide for a moment, then he stood straighter and turned to the older man standing across from the desk. Lord Black, welcome to Sydney, to the Australian Ministry of Magic. What can we do for you? Arcturus closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath before staring pointedly at Pennington. You can provide for me the information of which I seek. I was made aware of this article published in your country's magical newspaper indicating that my nephew, Alfred, had moved here years ago and apparently had a son, one Wesley Farmer. If he is who this reporter claims him to be, then he is a member of the noble and most ancient House of Black, and he could possibly be the heir of my house. So, clearly you understand the urgency of which I require confirmation of said postulated heritage. Pennington nodded. Why, of course, we should have that information and all of the associated documentation right here. He then turned to the clerk. Nigel, do you not have all of that information at hand? Nigel waved his hand around the room, pointing at various tables and stacks of parchment until he finally tapped his head on one side. Oh, yes, it should be right over here, he said as he turned slowly to his left, paused and scratched his chin for a moment. Or was it over here? He stated as he turned back to his right. Nigel, you just had the documents yesterday, stated a frustrated Pennington. That is correct, sir, said Nigel. Of course, he exclaimed, turned back to his desk and picked up a stack of folders that was placed in a basket to his left. Here is the folder, sir. Pennington snapped it out of Nigel's hand and started flipping through it. Ah, here we are, he said as he pulled out a slightly browned piece of parchment. It says here that one Wesley Roberts Farmer was born to Alfred Black Farmer and Robin Farmer, on July 31, 1960, in Brisbane. Their residence is listed but seems to have been magically obscured from this document. Arcturus frowned. My idiotic nephew changed his name. If he was here now, I'd threaten to kick him out of the Black family. Again. Pennington just stared at Lord Black, not sure how to respond. Arcturus noticed the staring and raised an eyebrow. So, this Wesley Farmer, my great-nephew, or so it would seem, is competing in the Australian National Dueling Tournament. Yes, why yes he is, answered Pennington, now sporting a large grin. He's quite the remarkable wizard. Came out of nowhere and has just absolutely dominated the dueling circuit this season. In fact, he has generated more interest in the dueling competitions than they've had in years, or decades. Where is this dueling championship being held? Asked Arcturus, a little more politely. Oh, why at the Australian Ministry of Magic Function Hall, said Pennington. Noting the questioning look on Lord Black's face, he explained further. The ministry holds all the important events there. Awards ceremonies, balls and parties. But for something like this, the tournament, they have the inside of the building magically expanded so thousands of people can come and watch. Very well, stated Arcturus. I shall look for him there. With that he spun on his heel and walked out of the office. September 14, 1985. The Australian National Dueling Championship. The preliminary rounds for the tournament had been completed and the championship brackets were to start this day. Thousands of wizards and witches were in the stands while the competitors were gathering near the dueling platform. A hush fell over the hall as people pointed and stared at the older wizard in Acromantula silk robes made his way to the front row with the Australian Minister for Magic at his side. Wesley and Amanda looked up from where they were seated and looked over at the two making their way towards the front row. Wesley rubbed his forehead slightly and muttered, "Of course you would have to show up with the Minister for Magic of all people." Amanda turned and looked at Wesley. What was that? Nothing, said Wesley quickly. Just thinking out loud that I am surprised to see the Minister for Magic arrive. Amanda narrowed her eyes slightly at Wesley but then shrugged and went back to working on her mental preparations for the upcoming duels. The commotion continued as the minister and the man he was with did not stop at their seats but proceeded past the barrier and were making their way directly towards Wesley. They're coming to see you, stated Amanda. I don't need this right now, he responded quietly. The Brian Dennison, the director of Magical Games and Competition, came forward to the minister and then pointed over at Wesley. The three men then made their way over towards Wesley. Mr. Farmer, called out Dennison as the group arrived, allow me to present to you the Australian Minister for Magic, Christopher Hemingway, and Arcturus Black, Lord of the noble and most ancient House of Black, here from England. Wesley was standing and facing the trio. Minister, he greeted with a smile and a slight bow of his head. Lord Black, he added, inkling his head in the direction of the Englishman. You've created quite a name for yourself in such a short time, Mr. Farmer, stated the minister with a broad grin. We've been following your progress through these tournaments, and the articles in the Magical Times. Quite the mystery behind you, son, quite the mystery indeed. Wesley just inclined his head slightly, acting as though he had no idea where this was heading. The minister continued, and those articles have caught the attention of Lord Black here, all the way back in London. And he ventured here to meet you. He thinks you may be a long-lost heir of the Black family. Wesley rubbed his face with his hand as he looked back and forth between Minister Hemingway and the Lord Black. Wesley shook his head. Me? A Black? Who in my family was a Black? Wesley managed to make his voice sound incredulous as he spoke. Arcturus spoke up next. Your father, Alfred Farmer, changed his name. He was born Alfred Black, but left England many years ago. Apparently he was trying to distance himself from some members of the family. He tried to distance himself so much so that he changed his last name. Wesley shook his head slightly in response and then tried to speak, but his first few attempts no words came out. He rubbed his forehead once and then looked up at Lord Black. So, what does that mean? More specifically, for me, what does that all mean for me? Arcturus did not allow any emotion to cross his face. What it means is that I would like to verify who you are, what your lineage is, and if you are a son of the House of Black, then I would like you to return to England with me and take your rightful place as an heir, as the heir to the ancient and most noble House of Black. What? Right now? I am a little busy right now, stated Wesley. Amanda was covering her mouth to hide her smile and to stop herself from laughing at Wesley's response. Dennison and Minister Hemingway both had visible reaction of surprise on their faces. Well, of course not right now, not today, stated the minister. The minister is correct, Wesley, added Arcturus. I can wait patiently and watch you compete and probably win this tournament. I will plan to meet with you again when the tournament is over, Monday evening. We can discuss any details then, and answer any remaining questions that you may have at that time as well. Arcturus nodded towards Wesley and then turned and walked away, followed by the Australian Minister for Magic and the tournament official. Wesley turned slowly and came face to face with Amanda, whose mouth was agape. You're really a Black. She held a hand in front of her mouth as she gaped at him. Wesley shrugged his shoulders slightly. Apparently I am. Whatever that means I do not know as of yet, he added. Amanda seemed more wary of him now, something that did not go unnoticed by Wesley. You're from Australia, but you know of the Black family, this Lord Black who just came and spoke with me. Amanda couldn't stop the blush from spreading to her face. She closed her eyes and she shook her head. Then she looked back at the man in front of her. You grew up away from the magical world, here in Australia, being tutored by Merlin knows who, but you never learned of your family or your heritage. Again Wesley shrugged. I suppose you're about to tell me about this Black family then. You do know about the recent magical war that they had over there? She asked. Pureblood supremacists fighting against the Muggle-born and the supposed blood traders, led by a dark wizard who they referred to as he who must not be named. Wesley rubbed a hand through his hair on one side and shook his head. No, I am not aware of this. Amanda rolled her eyes and took a deep breath. The story is that this dark wizard was somehow defeated by a little boy, barely much more than a year old. He is called the boy who lived, as they claim he survived the killing curse. Well, two of his most powerful supporters were members of the Black family. Wesley raised an eyebrow, wordlessly telling her to continue with her story. Amanda nodded and then she continued. One of the Blacks, a Bellatrix Black, was married to a man named Rodolphus Lestrange. The Lestrange family was more dark than the Blacks even if they were not necessarily as powerful as the Blacks. Wesley rubbed his chin as he considered what she had to say. You seem to know a lot about both of those families. Quote. Amanda took a deep breath before she responded to his comment. Well, my father left England before the war started, before I was born. He was considered an outcast of his family as he did not support the pure-blood bigotry that was so rampant over there. My father changed his name when he moved away from England, from Lestrange, to Lester. He was trying to distance himself from his family in distance and in name. Rodolphus Lestrange is my cousin. Not that I would ever want to meet him or his brother or acknowledge them as family. Wesley raised his eyebrows at her statement. Amanda gave him a pointed look. Your father, Alfred Black, left the Black family and England for some reason. And that reason was important to him. And maybe it was similar to why my father left England and the Lestrange family. So you are in no position to judge me. Her last words came out more harshly than she had originally intended. Wesley held up both of his hands. No, I'm not judging. I'm just amazed that we both find ourselves in similar situations. That's all. Just then a bell sounded indicating the next rounds of dueling were about to start. Good luck in your next duel, said Wesley as Amanda turned to go back to her seat. She paused and smiled at him before replying, I'm not about to wish you good luck because so far you have shown that you don't need it. Monday, September 16, 1985. Private meeting room at the Australian Ministry of Magic. Arcturus Black was seated at one end of a conference table. One of the minister's aides opened the door to the room and led in Wesley Farmer. Once Wesley was seated, the aide left the room. Congratulations on your victory in the dueling tournament, said Arcturus as he looked to make sure the room was secure. I expected nothing less from a scion of House Black. Thank you, Lord Black, replied Wesley. Enough of this formality, young man, you can call me Arcturus. I knew your father and I respected him, and it is not right how he was mistreated by the House of Black. I, for one, would have preferred if he would have stayed in England. However, there were those, too many, within the family that were vocal in their support for the recent Dark Lord, and I am sure that is at least part of what drove him to leave our land. Very well, Arcturus, and I appreciate your sentiments, said Wesley. Now, as to the purpose of this meeting and the reasons for it being held here at the Australian Ministry of Magic, continued Arcturus. You are legally a citizen of this country. I would like to extend to you an invitation for you to return to England with me, to your family's roots, and consider taking up your rightful place with the noble and most ancient House of Black. And if you accept, we can begin with the official paperwork here so as to be able to expedite your return to England. And if I travel with you to England, and I decide that I do not like it there, Wesley began to question the old man seated opposite to him. Then we will arrange for your return to the country of your birth, said Arcturus. Very well. Then I look forward to this adventure that awaits, said Wesley. Upon his words, the door opened up and the Minister for Magic and his aide entered the room. We have the required documents to enable you to emigrate to England, said the minister. And be assured that you will be welcomed back at any time you wish to return to your home here in Australia. I appreciate that very much, Minister Hemingway, said Wesley. In a few short minutes the required documentation was signed and witnessed. As soon as everything was completed, Arcturus smiled and spoke to Wesley. Now that these formalities are complete, why don't you and I go enjoy a relaxing dinner together, if that would be okay with the minister? Sounds like a good way to finish this evening, replied Wesley. 20 minutes later the two were seated at a restaurant and had ordered their meal. Arcturus had discreetly placed a privacy charm around their table. Now that we have completed the charade in front of the Minister for Magic, we can plan your return to England, said Arcturus. I was almost surprised at how quickly they entered the room to have the documentation completed, said Wesley. You were quite right that they would be listening into our conversation. Arcturus nodded slightly. We have an international port key scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. You may wish to say your goodbyes to the young witch you have befriended from your tournaments before you leave. I will ask Amanda if she would like to return to England with me, said Wesley Harry. Her surname is Lester. She told me that her father changed it when he moved here, leaving England and his family behind. Arcturus leaned back and narrowed his eyes for a few minutes. Perhaps her father is Dominus Lestrange, younger brother to Corvus. Corvus claimed that his brother died from the dragon pox some 30 years ago. He smiled broadly. That's wonderful, actually, as it would give more credence to this story that we are creating for you, that another family had a wayward son who ended up raising a family in Australia. I'm not sure that she would want all of that made public, said Harry. That, of course, would be left entirely up to her, and her father, said Arcturus. I do believe that our plan has enough to support it as it is. Once we make our return to England, I will, of course, make an official announcement in the Daily Prophet. I will speak with the Minister for Magic, Millicent Bagnold. Of course we shall need to plan a celebration of sorts to celebrate the return of the lost sheep to the Black family. Yes, Arcturus, you already explained all of this to me before I left for Australia and to compete in these tournaments, said Harry. Wesley really just won't do once I announce you as a scion of the noble and most ancient house of Black. We'll need a proper Black family name, mused Arcturus. One that would convey your strengths. People won't know you as the boy who lived, yet you have survived the killing curse multiple times and you have become a most formidable wizard. Harry tilted his head to the side slightly as he considered Arcturus' words. A part of the family was once thought cut off, but yet you return, more formidable than anyone who knew Alfred would have ever guessed, continued Arcturus as he was thinking out loud. Then his eyes lit up and a broad smile reached his face. Like the Hydra of old, and the largest constellation in the night sky, you have returned, stronger than before. Yes, Hydra, that will work as a name for you. That will work indeed, especially as Alfred's name comes from a star in the constellation Hydra. Tuesday, September 17, 1985. Wesley Harry had a meeting at lunchtime with Amanda Lester. She had heard that he was planning on returning to England with his new grandfather, or great-uncle, or whatever this relation was. Her father had given her a little background of the Black family and she was wary of the old man who came to speak with Wesley. You seem distracted, said Wesley as he put down the sandwich he was eating. Amanda snapped her head quickly to face him again. She had been staring out the window of the restaurant, reviewing in her mind everything that her father had told her about the noble and most ancient house of Black. And nothing she had heard made her happy about Wesley leaving Australia with that man, Arcturus Black. It's nothing, she said. Wesley frowned at her. I can tell when you are not being truthful. I can discern what spells you are about to cast from the end of the dueling platform. Surely I can tell that you are hiding something when I am seated just a meter away from you. She sighed and shook her head slightly. Fine. I'm not happy about your leaving. I don't trust the Black family, not with everything my father has told me. Then come with me. Join me as I travel to England. See for yourself what it is like, what Arcturus is trying to do to re-establish the Black family. He wants to establish the Black family as a leader within the present-day magical world and not continue to support the falsehood of pure blood supremacy. Wesley was smiling broadly as he explained this to Amanda. I just can't do it, she said. Wesley noted a tear forming in the corner of one of her eyes. I'm not happy about your leaving, but honestly I am not worried about you, she continued. You are a master with a wand. The unheralded dueling champion of Australia is unlikely to be bullied or intimidated by anyone in England, or anywhere for that matter. Wesley sighed and leaned back into his seat. So, there is nothing I can do that can change your mind. Amanda's smile did not hide her sadness. No, I am not about to change my mind. Hey, with your leaving for England, I actually have a shot at winning the dueling title next year. Wesley smiled awkwardly at her comment. Amanda reached out and took his hand, squeezing it slightly. No, I am not ready to leave Australia, and my father is not ready to return there. Particularly with all the attention you will be receiving as the lost son of Black. He does not want to take a chance that anyone would recognize him as a Lestrange. The meal was finished in a companionable silence. Wesley looked up at the clock on the wall, and took a deep breath. I need to head to the ministry. It is nearing the time of our port key to travel to London. Wesley stood up from the table, as did Amanda. She stepped forward and engulfed him in a tight hug. She then stepped away as she looked him in the eyes. Be safe, but I know you will. Follow your heart. If you are meant to stay in England, I am sure that you will sort that out. Perhaps someday we will meet again. Wesley leaned forward and left a key on her forehead. I will miss you terribly. Amanda ignored his words. You need to get going. You said so yourself. And I will not be the reason that you miss your trip to England. Now, turn around and go, before I hex you. Wesley didn't speak, but reached out and lifted her chin with his hand, and placed a quick key on her lips, and then he turned and left the restaurant. September 1985. Daily Prophet. Lead story. Tuesday, September 24th. Hydra Wesley Black named heir to the noble and most ancient house of Black. Who is this young man and where did he come from? Lord Arcturus Black has officially announced that the current heir to the Black family is his great-nephew, Hydra Wesley, son of the wayward Alfred Black. This young man was born in Australia and was recently crowned the Australian dueling champion after a surprising run through the various dueling tournaments over the past season in Australia. This unheralded young man was apparently trained by private tutors at home, as his father was concerned he would not have enough magic to be accepted in the Australian magical schools. Hydra's success over the past several months has made it clear that he is not lacking when it comes to magical skills. Alfred Black apparently left England trying to escape his family's growing dark reputation, and had a child with a Muggle-born witch. Clearly this was a surprising turn of events for the Black family. However, Lord Arcturus Black has made a formal announcement that the significant magical skill and power of this young man is what qualifies him for the position as heir to this noble house. Minister for Magic, Millicent Bagnold, was questioned about this new development. She released a statement indicating that she had already met the young wizard, and was quite impressed with his demeanor and the tales of his unique and powerful manner of dispatching all of his opponents on the Australian dueling circuit. The British Ministry of Magic is proud to accept Hydra Wesley Black as a citizen of magical England and look forward to his many beneficial contributions to our society, asserted Minister Bagnold. Amelia Bones, director of the DMLE, was also outspoken after she had met with the young man. Someone of his skill and knowledge would make a welcome addition to our Auror force. All he need do is apply to Auror training and we will be happy to take him into this department. Lucius Malfoy slammed his copy of the Daily Prophet on the table, and then, to further express his anger at the situation, he sent all of the breakfast dishes off of the table with a quick flick of his wand. Dobby, he screamed. Clean up this mess at once. Narcissa looked up from where she was seated at the other end of the table and raised an elegant eyebrow. Now what did you read in that excuse for a newspaper today? She asked. Your grandfather is mad and a fool. He brings in this unknown upstart from Australia, your Uncle Alfred's son apparently. His mother is a mudblood of all things. The Dark Lord should have eliminated Arcturus years ago. Draco is supposed to be the heir to the Black family. Narcissa raised her other eyebrow. The news is shocking indeed, she said calmly. Perhaps we need to get together with my grandfather, formally meet this cousin of mine, and make our position on the state of the Black family more than clear. Lucius took a deep breath. Right you are, my dear. Right you are. So you best get to making those arrangements right away. With those words he stood up and stormed off to his study, slamming the door shut behind him with a quick wave of his wand. Arcturus. Study, Grimmauld Place. Tuesday, September 24th. Now Harry, or rather Hydra, we need to both get more accustomed to your new name, said Arcturus. We need to formalize our plans. Hydra nodded. Well, we get the Soul Anchors, we get young Harry, we get Sirius freed. Also, I think it might be easier if I continued to use the name Wesley, as that is the name under which I have been establishing my dueling skills. Arcturus actually chuckled at the comments. Fine, but in official family business I will refer to you as Hydra. And yes, but we need a plan, not an outline. You already gave us the list of the items. But we need to make sure we can get young Harry and keep him safe. Well, We bring him back here, said Wesley. Arcturus shook his head this time. No, this is not the place to raise a young man, and we're not ready to bring him in. Your younger self is 5 years old now. I know we don't want to leave him there any longer than we have to, but we need to be prepared. I have goblins preparing the Black Country Manor House. I have purchased the Leeds Manor House in Kent, and it will be fully warded shortly and protected from muggles and nosy ministry staff. Wesley raised an eyebrow at the idea of such a magnificent home becoming the place they would raise his younger self. Arcturus continued, but we will have to deal with the fallout from the remaining members of the Black family. Wesley leaned back in his seat and had a puzzled look on his face. Sirius is in Azkaban, as is Bellatrix. But not Narcissa and her husband and their spoiled brat of a son, explained Arcturus. And we will also have to address Andromeda and her family. Wesley nodded. Clearly Lucius will not be happy to read that you are naming me the heir of the Black family. Arcturus smiled broadly. No, he will not, and I am sure we will be dealing with that quite soon. Besides, you said that he has the diary, the first of the soul anchors you dealt with. We will need to obtain the item, and I expect we will find a way to do just that soon enough. But we need to continue to make a name for you, Hydra Wesley Black, so you should start registering for dueling tournaments in England and across Europe. Wouldn't want anyone thinking you've gone soft just because I'm grooming you to become a lord. So, we meet with the Malfoys and work on getting a hold of Riddle's diary. We already have the locket, said Wesley, but we will need to develop our plan for destroying them. The killing curse will not work on the taint in those objects, observed Arcturus. No, but basilisk venom will work, said Wesley. We just need to get into Hogwarts Castle and deal with Slytherin's overly large snake. That's a start, said Arcturus. Now we will continue to train you in the ways of the House of Black. More magic to help you even beyond the tournaments that you will enter, as well as prepare you for taking a seat on the Wizengamot. A short time later, Kreacher came into the study, holding out a piece of parchment. Lady Malfoy sent this with her house elf, Master Black. He handed the item to Arcturus. Lord Black unrolled the parchment and laughed quietly. He looked up at Wesley from over the parchment. That was quick. Narcissa and her husband would like to meet the newest member of noble and most ancient House of Black. Perhaps we should invite them for dinner, tonight. Lucius, Narcissa, and young Draco? Asked Wesley. Arcturus scoffed. Nonsense, we won't be inviting that brat until we know he is learning some proper manners, and at a time where he won't interfere with any of our plans. Later that evening, Kreacher showed Lucius and Narcissa into the sitting room where they were greeted by Arcturus. Arcturus smiled broadly at his granddaughter. It is good to see you, Narcissa. Narcissa stepped forward and kissed her grandfather on each cheek, and you as well, grandfather. Arcturus offered a hand to Lucius. Welcome to Grimmauld Place, Lucius. The smile faded from Arcturus' face as he spoke. Lucius simply nodded his head slightly. It is a pleasure to be able to meet with you and join you for dinner. Arcturus ignored the haughty tone that the man used. Now, I would like to introduce you to your cousin, Hydra Wesley Black, heir to the Black family, my great-nephew and quite a skilled duelist. Wesley stepped forward, took Narcissa's hand in his and lightly kissed her knuckles. He then looked up towards Lucius and gave the slightest of bows towards the man. There was a few minutes of small talk about how the weather in Australia compares to that in Britain before the group moved into the dining room and sat down at the large table, with Arcturus at the head of the table, Wesley to his right, and Narcissa to his left, with Lucius seated directly across from him. Kreacher will be bringing us the first course momentarily, said Arcturus. A salad was served to the 4 people at the table. As they started to eat, Arcturus eyed Lucius carefully. You don't seem too pleased with the food that is put before you, young man. Salad at the start of the meal, such a muggle and low-born way to start a meal, sneered Lucius. Narcissa forced a mask-like expression to come across her face as she did not want her husband to see her frustration with his behavior. Arcturus shook his head. Always the one to complain and put others down in a pitiful attempt to lift yourself up. Some proper wizards still keep to certain standards and do not lower themselves to accept the customs and the desires of those who are beneath them by birth or by skill, stated Lucius, whose irritation at the man to his right having been named heir to the House of Black was becoming all too apparent. Arcturus laughed at Lucius for making the comment. You do know that you only prove yourself to be the fool that you are when you make such ridiculous statements. He waited a moment, watching Lucius' eyes closely before he continued. You don't even know who you swore to serve before and during the recent Wizarding War. And then you publicly claim to have been a victim of the Imperious Curse to stay out of Azkaban for your blatant participation in the war. Are you that weak-minded? Or are you just a fool? Lucius gaped at the man seated across from him, as he was not used to having anyone call him out, particularly so directly. Arcturus did not wait for Lucius to say anything further. Your supposed leader, did you not know that he was not of pure blood, but the product of a near squib and a muggle? You are a disgrace to the Black family and to all of the pure blood witches and wizards by how you have behaved. Lucius continued to sneer. You're just an old fool. Arcturus tilted his head slightly. Old, yes, a fool, sometimes, but you need to learn your place, you impudent cretin. Having plenty of gold to throw around to grease palms and keep you out of Azkaban does not make you wise. Arcturus' tone became more tense and his glare became more severe. You allowed yourself to be marked by that menace. You disgraced your family and your body. Should I reveal to all of the wizarding world just what was required to take that mark? Your plea of innocence due to the Imperious Curse would become clear to everyone to be the lie that we both know that it is. Lucius' eyes narrowed as he nearly growled his response. You wouldn't dare. Arcturus continued to smile at the man across from him. And who would stop me? I will, declared Lucius, and he drew his wand. He started to call out a spell. Avada. He never finished the incantation. Wesley quickly drew his wand and hit Lucius with a concentrated blasting hex to the center of his chest. The effect of the curse was similar to applying a non-synchronized cardio version to someone with heart problems. It caused his heart to stop. Narcissa screamed as she watched Lucius slump in his chair. Arcturus called Creature immediately. Fetch a Medawitch from St. Mungo's immediately. And after that, you probably ought to notify the DMLE and have them send some ores. This will be dealt with properly and quickly. Arcturus quickly adjusted the wards on the manor house to allow several individuals to be brought into the home. A few seconds later, Creature delivered a Medawitch to the dining hall. He popped away as Arcturus explained what happened. Before she could even cross the room to where Lucius was slumped in his chair, 2 ores arrived with the house elf. Creature immediately popped away. The Medawitch quickly determined that Lucius was dead and that there was nothing that she could do to revive him. Dawlish and Shacklebolt were the 2 ores who arrived on the scene at Grimmauld Place. Now, just what in Merlin's name happened here? Demanded Dawlish. Shacklebolt quietly tapped his partner on the shoulder and shook his head silently. That's not how to start this, not here, he added with a whisper to Dawlish. Wesley recounted the events leading up to his casting a blazing hex, how Lucius reacted to Arcturus' words and then drew his wand to attack the Lord Black. He started to cast a spell. I heard him saying, Avada, and I sent a blasting hex at him. A blasting hex, kid? I doubt it, scoffed Dawlish. A simple blasting hex wouldn't have killed him. Let's see your wand. Wesley slowly handed over his wand. Dawlish examined the wand, and cast, Priori Incantito, and it revealed that the last spell which had been cast was indeed the blasting spell. So, you may have not killed him intentionally, but this is manslaughter, stated Dawlish. Meanwhile, Shacklebolt had summoned the director of the DMLE. Understand that this was quickly scaling to a high-profile case as it involved 2 members of the Wizengamot. A minute later, Amelia Bones was allowed in through the wards into Grimmauld Place. Dawlish started to explain that this foreign upstart, Wesley, had killed Lucius Malfoy. Amelia Bones raised an eyebrow at the assertion, but kept her monocle in place. That's enough out of you, Dawlish, don't be too quick to judge what happened here. She then turned to Shacklebolt and to Arcturus. What by Merlin's beard has happened here? Arcturus looked at Shacklebolt and allowed him to speak. What we have determined, Director Bones, began Shacklebolt, is that during a conversation between Lord Black and Lucius Malfoy became angry with Lord Black, and drew his wand. The 3 people in the room confirmed that they all heard him starting to say the incantation for the killing curse. Young Mr. Black, Wesley, he states that he realized what was happening and to protect Lord Black he sent a blasting curse at Lord Malfoy to interrupt the spell that Malfoy was in the process of casting. The curse happened to hit Lord Malfoy in the chest, and the curse apparently caused his heart to stop. Arcturus Black's life was saved by the quick and decisive action of Hydra Wesley Black. Amelia turned back to Dawlish. Is that your conclusion as well, Auror Dawlish? The Auror shifted on his feet and looked down at the floor between himself and the director. Look at me when I am speaking to you, commanded Amelia. Dawlish snapped his head back up and rubbed the side of his face briefly before slowly replying. Well, I guess, yes, that is probably what happened. I mean, it would definitely appear that is the way things happened. Amelia then questioned the Medowitch, who confirmed her findings, that Lucius Malfoy's heart had stopped secondary to the spell that Wesley Black had cast. Amelia looked around the room. This seems to be a simple case of protecting Lord Black from a clear attempt to kill him. I do not think there are any charges that need to be pressed against anyone. Lord Malfoy was a prominent wizard and a member of the Wizengamot, as well as being one of the governors for Hogwarts. This cannot be ignored nor swept under the rug. She paused and took a deep breath. You two, Dawlish and Shacklebolt, will have a joint statement of the events tonight upon my desk first thing in the morning. Once I have reviewed this document, we will then release a statement to the press. She then turned to the Medowitch. Do you need assistance with removing the body? The Medowitch quickly indicated that she did not. Very well. Take the body back to St. Mungo's, to the morgue. Lady Malfoy can arrange the next steps tomorrow. She then turned to Arcturus. My apologies for the unfortunate events of this evening, but as soon as this is all sorted, you can go about your evening business. She then turned to speak with Narcissa. Lady Malfoy, no words can express our concern for you in light of your loss. Do you need an escort back to your home this evening? Surely this is a difficult time and you will still need to speak with your son. We can see to her safe return to her home, stated Arcturus. Narcissa had still been in a state of shock, having witnessed the events unfold so quickly. She smiled slightly at her grandfather. That would be fine, grandfather. She turned to the DMLE director. I will be fine, we are family after all. We will work through this, together. It was clear through her tone that she was still in a state of shock. Amelia then turned back to face Arcturus. Let me know if there is anything further that you need from us. On a personal note, I am glad that you are safe, Lord Black. She then turned to face Wesley, took a deep breath and then sighed slightly. Having read about you just this morning in the paper and having been briefly introduced just last week, it is a shame that this is how we next met. I would expect that there may be some public backlash, but the DMLE will be sure to support you and endeavor to make the facts clear as to what happened and who was at fault. I am sad to say that your current notoriety is only about to increase, for the better or the worse, I cannot tell. After the DMLE left once the Medowitch had removed Lucius' body from the Black residence, the three remaining members of the Black family all seemed to relax slightly. Arcturus spoke up first. Narcissa, I will make no apology to you about what happened to your husband tonight. He was a fool of a man to behave the way he did. I may have provoked him with my words, but I will not retract what I said. Lucius had chosen to follow the Dark Lord Voldemort. The truth is that arrogant poser of a Dark Lord was not of pure blood, and you and I both know that your husband was not subjected to the Imperious Curse during the recent war despite what he claimed when he was on trial. I hope, young lady, that you yourself were not rash enough to have been marked by that foolish and crazy upstart. He led too many of this family astray. Narcissa closed her eyes for a few moments, wiped a single tear away and then looked at her grandfather. I do not blame you at all for what happened here tonight. I hold no ill will against my newly found cousin either. Nonetheless, it will still be difficult to explain all of this to Draco. Of course it will, interjected Wesley. Narcissa nodded slightly to Wesley, then she spoke to her grandfather again. It was clear with your words that you had more than a simple dislike for Lucius. It is even more clear from your actions in naming Wesley as your heir that you would not have allowed Draco to become Lord Black if you had any control over that. That is a correct assumption, Narcissa, acknowledged Arcturus. Let me be clear, grandfather, I do not want to be removed from the Black family. I understand that Draco is not in line to become Lord Black, but I still want him to grow up knowing that he is a Black, that he is a part of the noble and most ancient house of Black, stated Narcissa, who looked visibly relieved once she had made her pronouncement to her grandfather. Arcturus bowed his head slightly to Narcissa. Then you will raise your son to know that his father was a liar and a fool. And just to be clear from the start, as you already indicated, no, your son will never inherit the head of this house. My words that were quoted in the Daily Prophet are true. I do expect that Hydra will be the one who will be able to lead the House of Black to its proper position of respect and power within the magical world. There was an awkward couple of minutes of silence in the room, until Narcissa stated softly, I think it would be best if I returned home at this time. Arcturus simply nodded and called Kreacher and then instructed him to return Narcissa to Malfoy Manor. Once she had left, Arcturus and Wesley sat in silence for several minutes. Well, that escalated quickly, stated Wesley. Yes, it most certainly did, replied Arcturus. We can give her a few days to recover from the shock of tonight's events. Perhaps we should visit her in a couple of days, and maybe then we can get permission to inspect the home so as to retrieve the diary. Daily Prophet. Lead Story. Thursday, September 26th. Lucius Malfoy dead. Lucius Malfoy, who claimed to have been placed under the Imperius Curse as his defense for serving he who must not be named after the end of the Great Wizarding War, has died. According to reports from the DMLE, Lord Malfoy and his wife had been invited to dinner with her grandfather, Lord Arcturus Black, to formally meet young Hydra Wesley Black, the newly named heir to the Black family. During the course of the small gathering, Lucius attacked and tried to murder Lord Black. Per testimony from those present, it was only the quick response of Hydra Black who defended his great-uncle and prevented Lucius Malfoy from completing the casting of the killing curse. A non-lethal spell was cast by the young Mr. Black, and complications of this spell led to Malfoy's heart to stop beating. A Medawitch was summoned from St. Mungo's immediately, but she was unable to revive him. Amelia Bones, director of the DMLE, was even called to the scene. It was clearly a case of self-preservation. Mr. Herday Black only acted to save the life of Arcturus Black. It is clear from the spell that he cast that his intention was not to kill Lucius Malfoy, but simply to incapacitate him and prevent the murder of Arcturus Black. Narcissa Black Malfoy. Lucius' widow could not be reached directly for comments, however a message was sent to the DMLE and shared with the Daily Prophet. I am deeply saddened by the loss of my husband, the father to our son Draco. I am also embarrassed by his behavior and actions which he took against my grandfather, and I am truly grateful for the actions of Hydra that prevented Arcturus Black from being hurt. Please allow my entire family some peace as we grieve the loss of our loved one. This is not the time to judge him for his actions, past or present. Arcturus read the article in the paper and smiled slightly, feeling relieved that the Daily Prophet actually got the story right and did not embellish it at all. Wesley joined him for breakfast and he glanced at the headline on the paper. You're smiling slightly, Arcturus. That can only mean that the article was accurate with what they wrote. Arcturus nodded. Surprisingly enough, the Daily Prophet actually gave an accurate if not abbreviated description of the events from the other night. Wesley shook his head. I've seen too many times they take liberties with the truth just to sell papers or to attack others, myself the most common one they would attack. Or is it will attack? Would attack, said Arcturus. We will not allow them to treat your younger self the way you were treated. Besides, we're also not about to allow any of what happened to you happen to Harry this time. So when are we removing him from the Dursleys? Asked Wesley. The goblins report that the manor should be ready for us to move in within 2 weeks, answered Arcturus. Then we move there, but continue to use Grimmauld Place for business meetings and when we need to be in London or at the ministry. Wesley nodded in understanding. So, in the meantime, we will continue to build back the Black family, said Arcturus. I don't know why Cygnus insisted on blasting Andromeda off of the family tapestry. He paused his train of thought momentarily before adding, he listened to that banshee of a cow, Walburga. If she wasn't an argument against inbreeding among pure bloods, I don't know who would be. Wesley tilted his head slightly and started listing names, the Gounts, the Goyles, the Crobs, just to name a few. He consciously stopped himself before adding the Lestrange family so as not to degrade Amanda Lester. At least her father was wise enough to leave England and expand the family gene pool in addition to their home location. Arcturus shook his head. No, Walburga was possibly worse than all of them. He took a deep breath. But enough about that. My next step is to further expand the Black family. We will need to invite Andromeda and her husband over. He has a name, you know, said Wesley. Ted Tonks. That's who married Andromeda. And they have a daughter, Nymphadora, but she hates her first name. Of course she does, it's not a proper Black name, said Arcturus. Her middle name is Vulpecula, added Wesley. Well, that is better, and more befitting of a Black, said Arcturus as he nodded his head slightly. But she hated that even more than Nymphadora, said Wesley. Whatever, said Arcturus with a roll of his eyes. Creature, I need you to bring an invitation to Andromeda and Ted Tonks. They are invited for dinner tomorrow night with the opportunity to meet Hydra Wesley Black. Arcturus snapped his wand and a small piece of parchment flew onto his desk. He pulled out a quill and wrote a quick note that he then handed it to the house elf. Friday, September 27, 1985. Andromeda Tonks was initially hesitant to attend the dinner with her grandfather. But her husband pointed out that it couldn't be all bad, as they had recently eliminated Lucius Malfoy, and according to the story in the Daily Prophet, it was reportedly due to this new member of the Black family protecting her grandfather. At precisely 7 p.m., Andromeda Tonks stepped through the flow and into 12 Grimald Place, a home she had assumed she would never see the inside of again after having been banished from the family. Ted stepped through just after her and gazed around the room warily, as though he half expected someone to curse him for being a Muggle born and entering the home. Arcturus entered the sitting room where the flow was located and was about to greet his granddaughter when she turned and snapped at him. What is this all about? Andromeda demanded harshly. Arcturus took a half step back, shrugged his shoulders slightly, then spoke softly. Sometimes a man may regret decisions that have affected his family. Sometimes certain things need to change. That's for sure, commented Ted, the sharp tone in his voice not missed by anyone. Arcturus turned to him and gave him a harsh look. You are not a part of the Black family, at least not at this time, and you have no place to say anything here until that changes. And what is that supposed to mean? Asked Andromeda defensively. Arcturus took a heavy breath before he answered. Our world needs to adapt, not necessarily change to be like Muggles, but we need to grow. And we will not do so following the foolish rules of pure bloods who hate anything Muggle and anyone Muggle born. Andromeda took a step back. Ted looked confused as he stared between his wife and her grandfather. Arcturus straightened himself slightly before he added, in other words, I am offering to have you, and your husband, and your daughter, return to the Black family. Andromeda's face showed her confusion at this statement. Why now? What is in this for you? Why now? Because the time is right, answered Arcturus, ignoring the harsh tone that continued from his granddaughter. And as to what is in this for me, this is a chance to make the right change, to re-establish the Black family as the preeminent family in the magical world, to prevent the fools who would bring back the likes of the Dark Lord who was anything but a pure blood and manipulated his followers into causing chaos and unrest that would possibly lead to his having power over all of them regardless of their blood status. Andromeda was still wary despite his words. You want to make the Black family prominent. What are you going to do about your grandson, my cousin, who betrayed his supposed best friend? Arcturus smiled at the question. His look disturbed Andromeda slightly. 1. He did not betray anyone. 2. That egregious error will be corrected, and soon. But this is not something for anyone to speak of any further, stated Arcturus. Andromeda gasped at her grandfather's words. What? Sirius is innocent. How do you know this? He was tossed in Azkaban because he was guilty. Arcturus frowned before he continued with his response. He was tossed in Azkaban without a trial. Those who did that to a son of Black, to the Black family heir, claim to be the leaders of the light. What are they hiding? What do they fear? Why treat one of their own, one who publicly turned his back on pure-blooded supremacy, like he was their enemy all along? Andromeda's brow was furrowed as she tried to grasp everything her grandfather had just stated. But what about? Arcturus interrupted her question, I said enough on that topic for now. So, back to the main reason why I asked you and your family to come here tonight. He paused once more and calmed his voice. Do you, Andromeda Black Tonks, desire to be brought back into the Black family? You, and your husband and your daughter. Andromeda could hardly believe what her grandfather was asking. To be part of my family. Yes, but not if it will cost us our freedom, not if it will oppress my husband. Arcturus nodded slightly. Ted Tonks would be welcomed into the Black family. Anyone who would oppose this would have to answer to me, or to the Lord Black, if and when I am no longer the head of this family. Andromeda's jaw dropped. What about Narcissa? And what exactly happened to her husband? Arcturus answered her questions without hesitation. If Narcissa is to remain a Black, then she will no longer be a Malfoy. Her weak-minded pig of a husband attacked me, in my own home. Your newly found cousin, Hydra, reacted in my defense. A simple spell caused the Malfoy fool to have a heart attack. He died. Yes, it was all that simple. Even the Metawitch and the Aurors who came to investigate could readily determine that. Andromeda raised an eyebrow, not expecting such a straightforward and simple answer. What do we need to do to become a part of the Black family? Pledge our loyalty to you in whatever cause you may support. Asked Ted, who was still having a hard time believing what his wife was being told. Arcturus turned and acknowledged his granddaughter's husband. The Black family has a long tradition of being a leader within the magical world. However, we have not been regarded as leaders in this world for some time. We need to retake that position. And we need to do it in a way different from what we have been publicly known for. We need to do it the way it was done hundreds of years ago. Through politics, through leadership, through showing our world what we need to do. To be an example, the ways of the past, the pure blood dogma, that is old. There are not enough pure blood families left. Squibs are on the rise and magical power is weakening due to inbreeding amongst those families. You can think of some families that will show that to be true without my naming names. He paused a moment as he let the enormity of his words sink in, and then he continued. But the Black family will not support the Muggle-born if they want to just remake our world in the image of the mundane world. We are different, but we can learn. We will not adopt practices just because the Muggles do a certain thing. But that does not mean we will not listen. And we also need to teach the new witches and wizards about our society and allow them to become a part of it and not prevent them from having any part of our society. The foolish, short-sighted and self-serving rules and policies within the ministry only lead to the majority of those that are Muggle-born choosing to leave our world, or leave our country. That is not good for our future as witches and wizards in England, or Scotland, or anywhere. Quote. Andromeda was still in shock by everything she was hearing. Fine, but what about Sirius? Will you get Dumbledore to help you? Arcturus scoffed at her questions. I said we will not speak of that situation further and we will not speak of it to anyone, including Dumbledore. But I will say this, Sirius will not sit in Azkaban for too much longer if I can help it. Knowing what is the truth is one thing. Convincing those in power in the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic, that is another thing entirely. Andromeda was stunned by the words of her grandfather. So, what exactly do we need to do? Arcturus smiled slightly. You need to do nothing. We all will have a meal together, and Hydra will be joining us. Then tomorrow I will make it official at Gringotts that Andromeda and Ted Tonks and their daughter Nymphadora will officially be members of the Black family. The meal with the Tonks went off and all four individuals enjoyed getting to know each other better. Saturday, September 28, 1985. Arcturus finished his meeting with the goblins and was pleased to announce to Wesley that the Leeds Manor house in Kent would be ready for them to move into next week. Wesley was happy to hear the news. Now we can work on completing the arrangements for retrieving Harry from Privet Drive. Saturday, September 28, 1985. Wesley and Arcturus were sitting opposite each other in the kitchen, staring intently at each other's face. After several minutes of silent stares, Arcturus looked away and Wesley sat back, wiped his brow and took a deep breath. Your occlumency shields are becoming much stronger, stated Arcturus. Wesley laughed slightly, and here I thought the occlumency I had learned from Daphne before traveling back in time was pretty good. Arcturus shook his head. Good, yes, But simply good shields won't be enough if you have Dumbledore or some of the unspeakables try to use legilimency on you. And practicing here in the kitchen, while Creature is preparing dinner, is a good way to improve your skills. You never know where you will be when you will need to rely on this skill, and you don't dare to risk not being prepared. Soon we will begin training you in legilimency to help prepare you for encounters where you will need such a skill. Wesley was about to say something, but Arcturus cut him off. No arguing, young man. And you will need to have your occlumency ready for protecting information, not just who you really are and how you came to be here, but your knowledge about what is about to happen to your young self, the current boy who lived. Wesley rubbed his temples slightly, trying to massage away the headache that had been increasing during his occlumency training. Then he looked back at Arcturus. When will the manor house be ready? He asked. The requested furnishings are almost completely installed, said Arcturus. Through the goblins I have managed to procure a few more house elves to help with maintaining the property as well as to help with raising young Harry. So, when do we go fetch my younger self? Asked Wesley. Let's start investigating the neighborhood, in person, tomorrow, replied Arcturus. Maybe we will be ready to make the move by next Wednesday. Sounds like a plan, said Wesley, other than one simple problem. Arcturus raised an eyebrow. And what would that be? We will be going to a Muggle neighborhood, and we will need to be attired in Muggle clothing. Most, if not all, wizards have absolutely no clue how Muggles dress. Wesley shook his head slightly. I'm not sure how painful it would be, but we do need to take you shopping. Arcturus took a deep breath. I suppose you have a valid point. Monday, September 30th, 1985. Wesley and Arcturus had taken a bus to Little Whinging, and from where they were let off, Wesley led Arcturus towards Privet Drive. As they neared the playground, which had many unpleasant memories for Wesley, they paused. Wesley pointed casually towards the next block over where Mrs. Fig lived. As they approached her house, Arcturus reviewed their plan. As I told you, let me deal with the memory charms on Mrs. Fig. If anyone ever discovers her memory was altered magically, I am the last one that the DMLE or even Dumbledore would try to interrogate. The two men walked towards the home of Mrs. Fig, the squib who had been assigned to keep an eye on young Harry Potter from a distance. Not that it prevented any of the abuse Harry had received from the Dursleys, although she did witness the Dementor attack before Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts, but the testimony of a squib was still called into question.
Wesley was internally relieved to know that event was not about to happen again. His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed Arcturus slightly flick his wand at the woman who was tending to a number of cats in her garden. The woman seemed to nearly stumble, then looked back at her cats and smiled. Arcturus turned and started to walk away. Wesley was puzzled. What did you do? Just a Black family variation of the Confundus spell, said Arcturus. I will teach it to you, eventually. Wesley could have sworn he saw a smug smile briefly appear on Arcturus' face. A few blocks later and they were approaching Privet Drive. To be sure that they would not be disturbed, Arcturus had cast a Notice Me Not charm on the two of them before they approached Mrs. Fig's house. As they passed number 1 Privet Drive, Arcturus stopped suddenly. Wesley noticed the man had frowned and then pulled out his wand and cast a series of spells. Arcturus' frown deepened. Wesley looked at Arcturus, who muttered something. That duplicitous little piece of shite. Worthless blood wards that clearly are not that useful at all, they're just irritating. I knew there were blood wards, said Wesley. Or at least I assumed that they were used. Dumbledore claimed it was the safest place for me in the summer, that my presence had to recharge the wards. Arcturus seemed even angrier after casting a more complex detection spell. The blood ward that protects someone related to your mother from being harmed by anyone without that blood is nearly useless. Probably due to being weakened by the effects of the way you were treated. And no, that ward wouldn't have protected you from anyone who wasn't magical. Thus your uncle and cousin and all of his friends would have had no consequences for their behavior towards you. But no, the strongest wards, the ones powered by your presence, are the monitoring wards, not the protection wards. The ones connected to the trinkets the headmaster has in his office, stated Wesley, now understanding the complication.
So if we were to go in there right now and remove your younger self, began Arcturus. Dumbledore would be notified almost immediately, finished Wesley. This does complicate things. You're a little over 5 years old, said Arcturus. Sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, cooking them food and trying to not get punished for being a freak, added Wesley. Then we need to accelerate the next part of the plan, proclaimed Arcturus. Sirius needs to be freed so he can claim legal custody of you. The two men apparated back to Grimald Place. Wesley was frustrated and Arcturus was seething. If it's any consolation, I destroyed all of those trinkets at the end of my 5th year, after Sirius died and I was told about the prophecy that linked me to Riddle, said Wesley. No, it's not any consolation, because we still have them in the here and now to deal with, said Arcturus. We need to get the rat so we can free Sirius. And we need to get everything else in motion. The soul anchors need to be collected, stated Wesley. And we need a way to keep them contained until we are ready to destroy them, added Arcturus. For which we need the basilisk venom, continued Wesley. You've been introduced to the closest members of the Black family already, said Arcturus. Perhaps we introduce you to the more distant relatives, as you continue your dueling competitions. Then we meet with my distant relatives, the Weasleys, and happen to discover the rat. Percy is 5 years older than Ron, he was a prefect when we started as first years, said Wesley. Which means he is only 10 and still at home with the other younger Weasleys, concluded Arcturus. So we start by bringing you to Gringotts, to confirm your heritage, and then we explore options for containing the soul anchors, which would require a trip to Knockturn Alley. Wesley raised an eyebrow at that statement. What? Do you think any merchant on Diagon Alley would have something to contain a dark artifact? It's bad enough having one of those soul anchors in this house already, but we need to obtain the diary from Malfoy Manor, and the one at Hogwarts and the others as well. We don't need any more of them near young Harry once we have him at our new home. Gringotts Bank. Private room. Arcturus and Wesley were seated across from an ornate desk as they waited for the account manager to arrive. After a few minutes, an older goblin arrived and sat down at the desk without acknowledging the wizard seated across from him. He sorted a few small stacks of parchments on the desk before he looked up at the two. Lord Black, this is an unusual meeting for you, stated the goblin. You rarely come by personally anymore. Is there a problem with the accounts? Do you have concerns about the status of your vaults? No, Sharpfang, I have no concerns about the status of my accounts or my vaults, answered Arcturus. I want to formally appoint Hydra here as my heir, and to do so we need to confirm his magical heritage. Sharpfang eyed the younger wizard carefully. He is an odd one, stated the goblin. He is not recognized by our simple wards, they could not figure out the magic that surrounds him, frowned the goblin. So you would like a lineage test performed then? No, not a lineage test, but more appropriately, a heritage test, said Arcturus. Very well, that will be done, said Sharpfang. He reached into a drawer in his desk, pulled out a small hammer, and then tapped it against a bell on the side of the desk in a particular pattern. After replacing the hammer, he looked back at Arcturus and then at Wesley. We will have the necessary means for the test brought to us shortly. And the test will only hurt for a few minutes. Sharpfang eyed the young wizard and was impressed that he was not able to detect any visible reaction to the mention of pain associated with the simple ritual. A minute later, another goblin entered the room with a stone bowl marked with runes, and an ornate dagger and a bottle filled with a light blue liquid. Wesley raised an eyebrow as he had not seen this particular setup before, despite his experiences within the DMLE. Sharpfang noticed the look on the younger wizard's face. The heritage test is a little different from the lineage test, as it will not reveal who your direct ancestors are, but simply reveal which families you are most strongly connected with. To do this, we will need 2 sources of blood. The first will be to obtain your information, much like the lineage test. Then you consume the blue potion, which will purge any masking agents that may give false information. Then we have you place a second sample of blood in the bowl. This will remove any families that are not truly your ancestors, however, it will also remove the details of who your birth parents and grandparents are, thus it is a heritage test and not a lineage test. Sharpfang again noted that telling the younger wizard he would have to supply 2 samples of blood did not cause any sort of reaction. Very well. We shall begin, stated Sharpfang. Take the knife in your non-wand hand and make a slice across the palm of your wand hand. Let the blood drip into the bowl. Then you will need to drink the blue potion. We wait 2 minutes and then you cut the non-wand hand with the knife and add it to the bowl. Wesley picked up the knife with his left hand, and made a quick motion across the palm of his hand. Sharpfang noted that her day did not flinch or grimace with the act. Then Wesley took the vial and downed the blue potion. Sharpfang was internally disappointed that the young wizard did not gag on the fluid, which was known to be quite foul-smelling. After 2 minutes, Wesley picked the dagger back up with his right hand, made the cut across his left palm and allowed the blood to drip into the bowl. Then he placed the dagger back onto the desk. After a minute, Sharpfang picked up the dagger carefully, avoiding touching the handle that still had blood on it from Wesley, and used the blade to stir the contents of the bowl. Then he took the dagger and allowed the blood from the tip to drip onto a parchment on the desk in front of him. The dagger was placed back in the bowl and Sharpfang waved a hand over the bowl and the parchment. There was a momentary flash of blue light and the bowl and dagger were clean and words started to appear on the parchment. Hydra Wesley Black. Major family ties. Black family by blood. Black family by blood adoption. Potter family by blood. Peverell family by blood. Minor family ties. Longbottom. Bones. Sharpfang looked at the list, as did the two wizards. Clearly you are a Black, and the family connection is strong enough to allow you to be named heir. You could also be the heir for the Potter family, which is surprising indeed. But most interesting is the Peverell family. We have not had anyone who could claim heirship to the Peverell family in well over a millennia. At least no one who has presented themselves to Gringotts. Wesley smiled slightly. I will not have any intention of taking the Potter family title, but I am interested in the Peverell title in addition to being named heir to the Black family. Sharpfang could not stop the grin from coming across his face. That would be interesting to see, Mr. Black, as the vault has remained dormant for many years, as I said. However, I am sure that Master Ragnarok would like to be present when you attempt to access the vault. It will not be something I will be pursuing today, said Wesley. Sharpfang gave the slightest of shrugs. You can be fitted for your heir ring while you are here. Lord Black can take you to the family vault if that is your choosing. Arcturus spoke up. Perhaps another day we will complete that particular task. He is already my named heir and he has now proven he has a right to be heir. After making their way out of Gringotts, the two men headed towards Nocturne Alley. Wesley had more than his share of time investigating various crimes during his years as an Auror prior to traveling back through time, so he had a good understanding of where they would be heading. Arcturus pointed to a shop on their right, Smithson's Magical Emporium. Why don't you see if there is anything suitable for containing dark items there, and I will check with Borgin and Burks, said Arcturus. Wesley nodded simply, and turned to enter the shop. As he stepped through the doorway, he was surprised that it was not as dark as most of the other shops along Nocturne Alley. The shelves were not as filled as he remembered Borgin and Burks having been the last time he had to enter the more well-known shop. The B-owned witch behind the counter looked up at the customer who had just entered the store. She recognized the face of the young man from the recent articles in the Daily Prophet. Mr. Black, welcome to Smithson's Magical Emporium, she called out in greeting. Wesley paused momentarily as he briefly stared at the woman, calming himself after making note of her very attractive face. I'm sorry, I am at a loss, said Wesley with a smile. You have me at a disadvantage, Miss Yaxley, Cassandra Yaxley, she stated. We've all read about you in the Daily Prophet, from your skill at dueling as shown in Australia, to your protecting Lord Black. You've made quite a stir since your arrival here from Australia. She immediately noted the change in his demeanor when she gave him her name. She closed her eyes for a moment as she tried to calm her reaction. Too many witches and wizards were not too taken by her family name. Her father, Corbin Yaxley, had been very involved with the Death Eaters, and she was sure that she would have been betrothed off to another dark family, such as Runcorn, Selwyn or Roll. But her professing to support Muggle-born witches and wizards in a public manner had led to her being ostracized from her own family. Wesley detected her reaction and silently cursed his own subtle response to her name. Yaxley, I am sure I have heard of that name before. Cassandra avoided looking at the man standing in front of her. My father, Corbin Yaxley, had been involved with the DMLE, but after you know who was defeated several years ago, he, and our family, have been looked upon with distrust. Not that I ever supported anything that my father ever did, she added. Her clear disgust for her father was not hidden as she spoke. Wesley had too many interactions with her father at the end of the Second Wizarding War which he was determined to prevent from happening again. He tried to remember if he had ever heard of Corbin Yaxley having a daughter, but he did not recall anything about his family. Perhaps he had ultimately disowned her at some point. Oh, yes, I may have heard of Corbin Yaxley. Oh, there was a Yaxley who had married into the Black family, but that was many, many years ago. Cassandra looked back at the young man in front of him. Please don't judge me based on my father. I have been outcast from the family, but he has not made it public so as not to draw further attention to himself. He has tried to distance himself from his supporting of the Dark Lord, and has so far avoided any charges. At times I think his trying to avoid repercussions for his involvement in the war is the reason he has not been more vocal about what he feels is my betrayal to the family and pure blood wizards. Wesley allowed a slight smile to cross his face. Well, if this fine young witch before me is an outcast from a family such as the Yaxleys, then I must, out of honor, befriend such a young lady. My mere presence has already caused repercussions within the noble and most ancient house of Black, so perhaps we have something in common. Cassandra smiled in response to the over-the-top statement, noting the mirth in the eyes of the young man. I hope you are not teasing me, Mr. Black. Teasing you? No, not at all. And please, call me Wesley, he said. It is kind of new to me, this being a Black. As I am only just recently learning about my family heritage, good and bad, dark and not so dark. Cassandra smiled a little more. Well, Wesley, what brings you into Smithson's Magical Emporium? Well, Miss Yaxley, or may I be bold and call you Cassandra? He did not wait for her to respond. Well, Cassandra, I am in search of something that can be used as a container to safely hold some dark magical artifact, and keep it safe from others touching it by mistake. The Black family is a very old family and some of the things within the Black family home are of, shall we say, quite a dubious nature. Cassandra's eyes widened at his explanation. She then looked around the store, and her eyes came across an item on a shelf on the far side of the store. Let's take a look at this one over here. She led the way across the room and picked up an opaque box. The sides are not made of glass, but I believe they are made of quartz. The natural crystal can be attuned to either block magic or to absorb magic. Wesley examined the box, which was about 12 inches across on each side and about 12 inches deep. You wouldn't happen to have any more of these? Or something similar? He asked. She frowned as she thought about what items they had in the store. No, I believe this is the only one. Although I could ask around, if you would like. No need to ask around. Although I do believe I will take this box. It may prove to be useful for me. They made their way back to the counter where Wesley paid for the item. He then quickly summoned Creature and quietly asked the house elf to bring the item back to the home. Wesley then turned to leave the store, and as he was opening the door to leave, Cassandra called out to him. I hope to see you again, Wesley, she said, then silently screamed at herself for being such a foolish girl and calling out to the young man. Wesley let go of the door and turned to face her. That would be wonderful, Cassandra. Perhaps dinner, tonight. What time do you close up the shop? 5. She called back. I am done work at 5. Wesley smiled at her. Then I will see you at 5. He then opened the door and left Cassandra to her thoughts. She admonished herself as she blushed at what had just happened. You're acting like a fangirl for a Quidditch star back at school, she said to herself as she held her head in her hands. After a moment she stood up straighter and rubbed her forehead, before replying to herself. So what? He said he would take you out to dinner. We're fine. He's fine. This will all be fine. Wesley made his way to Borgin and Burke's and arrived as Arcturus was leaving the store. Any luck in there? Wesley asked. Arcturus allowed a slight smile. A couple of crystal containers, which Creature will bring back to Grimmauld Place. And you? Wesley smiled in response. Creature already picked up the crystal box I purchased. And I have managed to arrange a dinner date this evening. Arcturus raised an eyebrow. With Smithson. He's a bit old for you, isn't he? A young witch by the name of Cassandra Yaxley was working the counter, said Wesley. My uncle Arcturus' wife was a Yaxley. Cassandra Yaxley. Daughter of Corbin. I think he was planning on disowning her or having her entered into a betrothal contract with Runcorn or Selwyn, but then the war ended and he was disgraced. In my time, her father had become the head of the DMLE after Riddle took charge of the ministry, stated Wesley. Arcturus snorted slightly. Good. I never liked Yaxley. If you date his daughter, that would be a nice way to spite him for his support of Riddle. The two men then reached the apparition point and returned to Grimald Place. Upon arriving at Grimald Place, Creature was waiting on them in the sitting room. Master, Mistress Andromeda is upset and wants to speak with you right away, said the elderly elf. Arcturus ignored the statement at first. Where did you place the items we gave for you to bring back here? Creature's ears drooped as he assumed that he was in trouble. Creature put the items in Master's study. Thank you, Creature, said Arcturus, and the house elf's ears stood out straighter once again. However, I will bring them down into the special room in the cellar. And once Hydra and I have the room set up, we will have you place the locket into one of the containers. Master Hydra says he can finish the job that Creature was given by Master Regulus, said Creature as his eyes widened. Wesley spoke to the house elf next. Yes, I can, but I do not yet have everything to complete the job. But Lord Black and I will be working on gathering everything that we will need to accomplish that soon enough. Creature is bad elf for not completing the job, Ned the elf. Wesley leaned forward to look the elf directly in his eyes. No, Creature is not a bad elf for that. Creature did not know how to destroy the object. In fact, neither did Master Regulus. I do know how to destroy it, and it won't be easy, and it will require some special and hard to obtain ingredients. But we will complete the task and it will be destroyed. Creature smiled slightly, which was still a little disturbing for Wesley to look at. Now, Creature, what was it that you had said about Andromeda? Asked Arcturus. Creature's ear drooped slightly again. Mistress Andromeda wanted to talk to you about bad Master Sirius. Arcturus' look became cross as he stared at the house elf. Master Sirius is not a bad master. Master Sirius was treated unfairly, and we will need to correct the injustice that has been done to him. Creature's ears drooped even more. Do not punish yourself, stated Wesley quickly as he noticed the change in demeanor of the house elf. You did not know the truth about Sirius. In fact, most people do not know the truth. But we'll correct that soon. Arcturus added, you may go and tell Andromeda that she can come and meet us upstairs in the sitting room, and I will endeavor to answer her questions. 10 minutes later, Andromeda was facing Lord Black and Wesley. You told us last week that you would be working on getting Sirius freed. When are you going to actually do something about it? He has already been in that horrid place for over 4 years. How long can he possibly last? Arcturus rubbed his chin and took a deep breath. I told you the other day, it will take some time to get things prepared. Andromeda rolled her eyes at Arcturus. Before he could say anything further, Wesley cut in. I need to obtain important evidence, and I will make that my priority, said Wesley. Andromeda huffed in frustration. It has been less than a week since we spoke to you about this, added Arcturus. It can't just happen overnight. Andromeda Tonks returned to her home, still frustrated. Wesley rubbed his forehead briefly after she left. I will need to be heading back to Nocturne Alley soon. I do have a dinner date shortly. Damn, that's a strange thought, willingly going back to Nocturne Alley. Enjoy yourself tonight, said Arcturus. Merlin knows you haven't had much opportunity to do that at all. Wesley arrived at Diagon Alley and made his way to Smithson's Magic Emporium on Nocturne Alley. It was nearly 5 p.m. and the shop was scheduled to close when he stepped into the store. Cassandra heard the door open as she was finishing tidying up in the back room. She came out to the main lobby of the store and she smiled brightly. I wasn't sure you really were serious about dinner tonight. Wesley smiled at her. And stand up, a beautiful lady. That would be unheard of. Or at least it should be unheard of. Her eyes seemed to glow in response to his comment. So what was your plan for this evening? Wesley tilted his head to one side and shifted on his feet. Honestly, I didn't really have a plan. But I was thinking maybe heading out to Muggle London and seeing what we can find. Cassandra almost bounced on her feet at his suggestion. Sounds like an adventure. Then an adventure it shall be, said Wesley. He quickly considered what the options would be nearby, hoping that the restaurants within walking distance of Diagon Alley would be the same ones he had explored during his time as an or when he felt like getting Muggle food. He then recalled a Chinese restaurant that he and Daphne would frequent together before he made his jump through time. We can head through the leaky cauldron and then see what we can find. A few minutes later, Wesley had found the Chinese restaurant, and it looked pretty much the same. Have you ever had Chinese? Cassandra shook her head. Not exactly something that would have ever been tried by my family when I was growing up. Nothing from any Muggle store or restaurant, and definitely not anything from foreigners. They arrived at the restaurant and were quickly seated. Wesley explained a little of the different options before they ordered their meals. The two chatted a little bit about their growing up. Cassandra spoke about the constant pure blood drivel that her father would spout at home. He was annoyed when he learned that I had not been sorted into Slytherin, but at least he was grateful that I hadn't been sorted into either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. Wesley internally understood the point she was trying to make, but he knew he had to play the part of someone unaware of the Hogwarts and the internal house rivalries. Excuse me, Slytherin. Gryffindor. Cassandra blushed slightly at his comment. The houses at Hogwarts, our school for magic. All students when they start at Hogwarts are sorted into different houses. The houses are named after the 4 founders, 2 wizards and 2 witches. Gryffindor is supposed to be the house of the brave, or as my father would say, the foolhardy and loud. Hufflepuff is supposed to be the house of the loyal, or as my father would say, the timid and weak-minded. Ravenclaw, the house I was sorted into, is supposed to the house for the studious, but my father considered it the house for those who didn't have enough cunning and ambition to be in Slytherin. Wesley nodded in understanding. And Slytherin? Cassandra almost shivered in response. Slytherin, the house that supposedly honors founder Salazar Slytherin, who was rumored to have had a pet basilisk, is supposed to be the house for those with cunning and ambition. It has developed a reputation as the house for dark wizards. It's not like Slytherin house has a monopoly on that though. So, your being sorted into Ravenclaw was what made him not happy with you? Wesley asked. Oh, no, I think he was willing to forgive me for that, to some extent, said Cassandra. But when he learned that I had made other friends, in other houses, and some of those friends were not pure bloods, he was absolutely furious. I graduated from Hogwarts in 79. I had friends from many different houses. She took a deep breath and her eyes teared up slightly. I was in a study group when I was in 5th year, preparing for my NEWTs. The tests we have to take at the end of the year. Well, the head girl, she was the organizer for this study group. Lily, well, you're not from here, so you probably wouldn't know. She and her husband were killed by you-know-who several years ago. Their son, he somehow, and no one knows exactly how this happened, well, he survived the killing curse and he defeated the Dark Lord. No one knows anything about him now. My father learned that I was friends with Lily Evans, our Potter, and that was unacceptable to him. No pure blood wizard would ever want to have anything to do with a blood traitor like you, is what he said to me. He spread rumors about me so that no pure blood family would want their son to marry me. Most half-blood families would never trust me, simply because of my family background. Wesley closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He used his occlumency to bury his anger and his desire to ask Cassandra about his mother, but he knew that would be an awkward thing to do. Opening his eyes, he looked at her and simply offered his thoughts. I would say that I can't imagine someone being treated that way by family, but I have learned from Arcturus, from Lord Black, that my own family had similar issues, which was why my father left England all those years ago. Cassandra wiped her eyes and smiled. Thanks, Wesley. Thanks for listening. And thanks also for understanding. You're probably thinking you don't want to do this again with this pathetic witch who was essentially disowned from her family. My father was essentially disowned from the noble and most ancient house of Black, and now I am the heir. Not that I would wish for you to have to become the heir to the Yaxley line, no offense, but I do think I have an understanding of what you might be feeling, said Wesley. Cassandra reached out and squeezed his hand, smiling. Wesley just let her hold his hand. After a few minutes she looked down at their entwined hands and suddenly pulled hers back. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have done that. I didn't pull away. he said simply in reply. The waitress came by with their check and soon they were leaving the restaurant. As they were walking back towards the entrance to Diagon Alley, Wesley paused. I don't even know where you live, so I don't really know where we are heading. If I were to walk you home, that is. Cassandra laughed lightly at his comment. I rent an apartment in Diagon Alley. Probably a little safer than trying to rent one as a single witch in Nocturne Alley, even if you know who was defeated 4 years ago. Soon they had arrived at the door that led to her apartment above one of the shops in Diagon Alley. Cassandra quickly said goodnight to Wesley, gave him a quick key on his cheek and then turned and entered her home, leaving a slightly stunned Wesley standing alone outside of the door. He smiled to himself as he turned and walked towards the apparition point and made his way back home to Grimald Place. Wednesday, October 9, 1985. Over the next week after their first dinner date, Cassandra and Wesley often had lunch and occasionally dinner together. On Wednesday it was a particularly nice fall day and they just simply had an ice cream at Fortescue's and then Wesley had walked her back to work. He was making his way back to Gringotts, when he nearly bumped into a slightly plump and red-headed witch. Excuse me, young man, I am so sorry, I am just trying to finish my shopping for the week, said the witch. Wesley looked at her and instantly recognized the woman he had just nearly collided with. That's okay, Miss Weasley. Molly Weasley, she said. Oh, my, replied Molly, you're that Australian dueling wizard. There have been several stories about you in the paper lately. My sons think you're the greatest wizard they have ever heard of. Your sons? Questioned Wesley. Molly tilted her head back and forth. Well, mostly my twins, they're about to start at Hogwarts in a couple of years. I already have 2 sons there, at Hogwarts that is. My oldest, Bill, is a 4th year, and Charlie is in his 2nd year. Percy will be a firstie next year. Wesley hadn't really thought about what year the Weasley boys would be in school, but he now knew that Percy, and therefore Scabbers, would be at the Burrow. My, that's unusual for a magical family now, to have so many children, replied Wesley. Well, we do have a younger son and a daughter, she added. Wesley smiled. Sounds like quite the family you have there. My sons will be so impressed to hear that I actually spoke with Wesley Black. She exclaimed. Wesley smiled in response. Molly put her hand to her mouth and then seemed even more excited. Oh, why don't you join us for dinner? They would all love to meet with you. Well, if you insist, said Wesley. Although I would need to check on things with Arcturus, Lord Black that is. Oh, of course, of course. Be sure to invite him. I do believe he is related to my Arthur, said Molly. Arthur works at the ministry. I believe that Lord Black and I have business at the ministry later today, so perhaps we can touch base with your husband to finalize plans then. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, exclaimed Molly. The boys will be so excited. Wesley watched her make her way towards one of the shops and thought to himself, now that was certainly convenient. Ministry of Magic. Arcturus accompanied Wesley as he went to register for the British and European dueling competitions. The Office for Games and Competition was headed up by Barty Crouch Sr., however the clerk they were dealing with was Miles Rosier. Arcturus sighed when he recognized the young man, knowing that it was probably only going to be a problem for Wesley. We have reviewed your application for the dueling competitions, said Rosier. And as you have no experience in dueling in England or in Europe, then you will have to attend several qualifying programs where you will be evaluated and your skills will be tested. We can't risk someone getting hurt because their skills are not up to scratch. Arcturus closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. Wesley took a deep breath before he responded. You do have the certification of my being the current dueling champion for Australia. I know it was with the documents that were submitted already. Rosier took a superior tone. Australia is not a part of the European Dueling Championships. Whatever you may have done there has no bearing on what happens here. You are claiming that the champion of another country's dueling competition is not qualified to compete in the European contests. This is absurd, said Wesley. It is simply the rules, said Rosier flatly. Rules. The dueling guidelines make it clear that champions from other jurisdictions are welcome to compete, interjected Arcturus. Rules for international dueling competition also include specific instructions if there is reason to believe that a potential competitor cannot adequately control their magic and would pose a threat to the health and safety of the other competitors. We cannot put the health and safety of the duelists in jeopardy to accommodate the ego of one foreign champion, added Rosier. My record in Australia clearly indicates that none of my opponents were ever at risk for being hurt or worse, said Westley. Your involvement with the death of Lord Malfoy would suggest otherwise, said Rosier, his tone growing even colder as he no longer even attempted to hide his sneer. Westley rubbed his forehead and then took another deep breath. So, this qualifying program, when is it and where is it? Rosier did not even hide his sneer. The dates will be announced, probably in January. The location will be included in the notification. Arcturus did not hold back his reaction and snorted and laughed at the comment. Who's choosing? Barty's, or one of poor Lucius' old friends? Fine, we will await your notification of the qualifying program, said Westley. Rosier sneered, then you can simply await our owl. Westley and Arcturus turned and walked out of the office. Arcturus muttered under his breath, it's just a set-up by those idiotic pureblood sycophants who are still bent out of shape that their precious Dark Lord was defeated and their unofficial leader was dealt with permanently, by you nonetheless. He didn't even make any attempt to hide his contempt for you. Westley nodded as he replied, that was quite obvious, as you are quite correct. Arcturus stopped in the hallway and turned to face Westley. You do know that this is probably a trap. I always think everything could be a trap, which is why I am still alive, replied Westley. Well, actually, I learned long ago that everything could be a trap, but this is one of the more obvious ones that I have ever seen. Enough about that for now. We need to find Arthur Weasley, said Arcturus as he changed the subject. We need to find the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, said Westley. That is one office I have never been to, admitted Arcturus with a slight laugh. After they came across an information desk, they asked the witch seated there for directions. She tapped her wand on a stack of paper and mumbled something about the office they were looking for. The top piece of paper turned green and folded itself into a paper airplane shape. Just follow that plane and it will take you directly to where you need to go. After following the paper for 15 minutes and taking an impossible number of turns that should have caused them to have crossed through hallways that they had already traversed, they eventually came to a narrow hallway with a small door part way down. The two men walked up to the door and Arcturus knocked lightly. Come on in, called a voice from the other side. Arcturus opened the door and entered the small but cluttered office, with Westley right behind him. Arthur Weasley, I presume, said Arcturus. Arthur looked up from some Muggle device that he had taken apart, and his jaw dropped. Arcturus. I mean Lord Black. Arthur. I may call you Arthur. Please, Arcturus will do fine, said Arcturus. Arthur wiped his hands on the leather apron he is wearing and he reached out to shake his hand. This is a surprise, Arcturus. Clearly I was not expecting to see you here. Or even to see you at all. Is there something wrong? Did you have no encounter with a Muggle artifact? Arcturus took a deep breath. No, nothing to do with Muggle artifacts, my good man. However, I know your mother was my cousin, and yes, the Lord Black at the time she ran off and married your father essentially kicked her out of the family. However, I am Lord Black, and I have been learning more about what the Black family should stand for, and in case you are unaware, I am working on making it clear just what the noble and most ancient House of Black does stand for. Why, just last week, Andromeda Black Tonks, and her husband Ted, and their daughter Nymphadora were welcomed back into the Black family. Arthur mumbled something incoherent as his eyes looked all around the room. He then turned to look at Arcturus. I had heard something about that, yes. But I am a Weasley, and we have long been considered blood traitors. But your mother, Cedrella, daughter of Arcturus Black, my uncle, did marry Septimus Weasley. You do have Black family blood in you. That cannot be denied, whether or not your mother's visage appears anymore on the famous, or infamous, Black family tapestry. Arcturus let his words sink in. Well, that is something, said Arthur. His mouth was still agape as his hands slapped on his legs. Then he added, but, we will not be taking any vows or promising to support anything just because the Lord Black says so. We can't be bought. We may be poor, The Weasley family that is, but we are proud of who we are and what we do stand for. Arthur started to stand a little straighter as he gathered the courage to speak up to Arcturus. Arcturus actually laughed slightly. I admire your compassion and your commitment to your ideals. I am asking nothing of you. What I am offering is that you will not be considered not a part of the Black family. While you will be considered a part of our family, you, and your children, are not Blacks and will not be in line for the title of Lord Black. Hydra here is my heir, and that is not about to change. Arthur nodded in understanding. Well, then, Lord Black, or Arcturus, what can I do for you? Surely you didn't make your way here simply to tell me that my family is not an enemy of your family. Arcturus furrowed his brow. Would you have wanted me to tell you this over owl post? Don't be absurd, you clearly deserve to be welcomed back in person. Arthur continued to nod, but now he looked between the two men in front of him. So you came here all the way just to tell me this? Arcturus suppressed a sigh. Wesley spoke up next. I ran into your wife, Molly, earlier today in Diagon Alley. She invited us over to the Burrow for dinner. We thought it would be best to meet with you first, so as not to catch you off guard. Arthur's face turned to a smile. Oh, well, then, that would be wonderful. Really, it would be. Then we will see you at your home later today, said Arcturus. Several hours later, Wesley and Arcturus arrived at the Burrow just after 6 p.m. Molly and Arthur met them at the door and welcomed them into the house. Introductions were made to the 5 children who were at home. Percy, the eldest Weasley son who had not already left for Hogwarts, jumped up to speak with them. Hello, I'm Percy, but you already knew that as my parents just introduced you to everyone, he began with his excitement overflowing. I will be starting at Hogwarts next year. I already have a list of everything I will need to start at Hogwarts next summer. I've been doing extra chores for other families, saving money so I can buy a new potion cauldron, with the appropriate thickness of the bottom, of course. I have learned that not all cauldrons are made to the proper specifications, and that creates a safety hazard. Percy reached out and grasped Wesley by the wrist. Come on, let me show you everything I have, it's all up in my room. Molly was starting to protest, but Wesley spoke up. No, it's fine, he's just really excited. It can't hurt to see what he has. The small group followed Percy up to his bedroom and he started showing them the various items he already had prepared for his first year at Hogwarts, which was still nearly a year away. Arcturus followed them along to the room. Arcturus and Wesley both took note of the cage that had several broken wires, which would actually make it quite easy for a rat to escape if it wanted to do so. As the group was leaving the room, Wesley silently cast a spell that knocked over a lantern on one side of the room. The boys all went to go deal with the lantern that had broken, and Wesley sent a port key into the cage. As it hit the rat, it was activated and the rat promptly disappeared. Arcturus looked at the cage and then back at Wesley, who gave a slight smile before they finished helping clean up the broken lantern. The group then made their way back downstairs as Molly had called them all for dinner. Over the course of the dinner, the boys all asked Wesley about his experiences dueling in Australia and what it was like to grow up there. He spoke a little about growing up in a very sheltered home, being taught at home and not having the opportunity to make many friends, as opposed to the Weasleys. Towards the end of the meal, one of the twins asked Lord Black if he was a dark wizard. Arthur's jaw dropped and Molly started to chastise him for his question. Arcturus, however, responded with a slight laugh, and then he leaned towards the boy and quietly asked, "Why would you think that I might be a dark wizard?" The twin who had asked the question gulped at being confronted, but the other twin spoke up next. Mom and Dad said that you and all of your family were sorted into Slytherin, and we heard that all dark wizards come from Slytherin. Molly again went to say something, then young Ron called out, "All Slytherins are slimy snakes." Wesley shook his head as he realized Ron had been taught that phrase at quite an early age, and he wondered which of the older brothers had drilled that into them, or perhaps it was Molly herself who repeated that line to the family. Arcturus raised an eyebrow and spoke again in hushed tones. Let me tell you boys a secret. Not all who get sorted into Slytherin are dark, and they sure are not slimy. However, it is true that many in my family have been considered dark. In fact, some of my own household even followed you know who. There was a collective gasp from the boys. You are a dark wizard, called out Ron. No, I am not a dark wizard, but I would not go so far as to be called light, admitted Arcturus. Once again Molly tried to interrupt, but Arthur silenced her with a gesture. Arcturus then continued with his conspiratorial impromptu lecture. What I do know is that the Dark Lord, who many people called he who must not be named, was a very bad wizard. And his followers did some very bad things. Sadly, some of those were members of my own family. I do not and never did condone the actions of those people, the Death Eaters. There are wizards and witches who are not happy that I have named Hydra here my heir. Why? They are mad because he is what is known as a half-blood. His mother was a Muggle-born witch. But you apparently have already heard how powerful he is and how well he did while dueling in Australia. If the Pure Bloods were correct in their assertions that Pure Bloods are better and stronger wizards, then how can they explain Wesley? And for that matter, how can they explain the boy who lived, who is also a half-blood and defeated he who must not be named when he was only a little over 1 year old? The simple answer is that they can't. And they just don't like that. But what can I do? I can't change everyone's minds. But I can change my family. I can be an example. I can welcome back into the noble and most ancient house of Black those who have been ostracized, those who were cast out. Because family is more important. The boys were all staring at the elder wizard with awe on their faces. Molly herself was trying to hide any emotion from showing on her face and quickly wiped a slight tear from one eye. Soon, the meal was over, the stories were done being told, and Arcturus and Wesley bid goodnight and made their way back to 12 Grimald Place. Once they arrived there, they immediately went down to the cellar where Creature was watching over a magical cage that would cause the rat to sleep if it got too close to the edges. The cage also had charms to prevent the rat from changing back into his human form. Thank you, Creature, for watching over the rodent. That was a very important job you have done for us tonight, said Arcturus, and the elf's ears stood up straighter than ever. First thing the next morning, Arcturus sent an urgent message to Amelia Bones, the director of the DMLE. He had explained that he had something very important to bring to her, however he needed to get through security without it being a problem, so she arranged to meet him at the security entrance. The two then made their way up to her office and he placed the box on top of her desk. Just what is the meaning of all of this? She questioned, her patience already wearing thin. Arcturus spoke plainly, trying to keep as much emotion out of his voice so as not to make the entire situation any more difficult. I do believe that my grandson never received a trial. He let his words hang in the air for a minute, and before Amelia responded he added, and this animagus was the Potter's secret keeper, not my grandson, Sirius. Amelia studied the man carefully. It was a busy and confusing time. Everyone received trials. Arcturus took a deep breath before he repeated his statement. No, my grandson, Sirius Black, did not receive a trial. Barty Crouch Jr. received a trial. Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers received trials. But Sirius Black did not. If you are so sure that he received a trial, then by all means, show me the trial transcripts. I am happy to wait. Amelia sighed. Very well. I will have my staff look for the records, but to humor you, assuming that you are correct, and Sirius Black did not receive a trial, then what is the point of bringing me this rat? Arcturus allowed the slightest of smiles to grace his face. I suggest that you question him with Veritas Serum and make sure that you do not let him escape. That is, after you have him in a properly secure cell and force his transformation back into human form. Amelia continued to play along with the man in front of her. And just who is this rat animagus? I am not aware of any registered animagi who are rats. Peter Pettigrew, who according to your predecessor in this department was supposedly killed by my grandson, proclaimed Arcturus. Pettigrew was purported to have been killed without any evidence, mind you. It was witnessed that Sirius Black had blown up a street in a Muggle neighborhood, stated Amelia. And his finger was found at the scene. Arcturus actively suppressed a larger smile. Your report, if I recall, came from a junior minister in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, who only witnessed Sirius laughing at the scene. The explosion had already occurred. So, once again, I state that this supposed killing of Peter Pettigrew had no witnesses. Amelia was clearly frustrated with this discussion. And your point about all of this is what exactly? Arcturus made sure to speak clearly and without emotion as much as possible. My point is that no one officially questioned my grandson. No one gave my grandson a trial. I believe in his emotional state at having lost his best friend and his friend's wife. He was reacting emotionally to having been bested by his one-time friend, Pettigrew, who had managed to escape, in a manner that made it look like Sirius had killed him and those muggles. So, if we find no evidence of a trial having been held for your grandson, then you expect the following, said Amelia, and then she enumerated the points. 1. We place this rat in a secure cell. 2. We transform him back to his original human form. 3. We interrogate him with Veritas serum. 4. We make sure that he cannot transform back into a rat. 5. We hold an actual trial for Sirius Black, and use this testimony to show that Sirius Black was not the Potter's secret keeper, and that he did not betray them, but this here rat is the one who did the betraying. Simply put, you are correct, Madam Bones, said Arcturus. This will quickly become a circus, of course, you do know that, commented Amelia. Arcturus allowed a smile to form this time as he spoke. You are a sensible woman. Avoid the circus as much as possible. Conduct everything, the interrogation, the confirmation of the illegal animagus without any fanfare. Then you can simply blindside the Wizengamot with the need to correct history for a trial needs to be held. Sirius was at one time the heir to the Black family. Once the trial is held, then release the information about Pettigrew. By the way, asked Amelia, just where has this rat been hiding for the past 4 years? Sadly, and perhaps more concerning, said Arcturus, as some young person's pet. Do I even want to know how you learned all of this information? Or how you obtained the rat? Arcturus smiled slightly. No, you probably really don't want to know those details. I suppose that all of those things can be arranged, said Amelia. There will be those who will not like it when this all comes out. Arcturus grinned slightly, and most of those people responsible for what happened are not in those same positions that they were at the end of the war when all of this happened. Tuesday, October 15, 1985. Wizengamot meeting. Millicent Bagnold called the Wizengamot meeting to order. Apparently the chief warlock is running late, so we will have to continue without him, unless there are any objections, declared the minister. Just after she made this statement, Robert Macmillan walked in slowly. The elderly wizard coughed slightly. I'm here, he called out. Thank you, Chief Warlock, for joining us today, stated Minister Bagnold. Macmillan approached the dais where he then picked up his gavel and rapped it several times. This meeting of the Wizengamot is now in session. Now, where were we with our last session? The undersecretary spoke up. The vote on changing the regulations for cauldron bottom thickness was tabled. So it was, stated Macmillan. Do we need to discuss that any further? The cauldron bottoms aren't getting any thinner, are they? A few members laughed at his comment. Minister Bagnold spoke up. Amelia Bones, director of the DMLE, has a special request. Macmillan turned and faced the director of the DMLE, who was standing to one side. A special request, Madam Bones. She stepped up the podium and then took a slow look around the chamber, grateful that she had noted that the headmaster for Hogwarts was not present. It has come to the attention of the DMLE that there was a major oversight at the end of the Wizarding War. It has been brought to my attention that a wizard of pure blood ancestry was thrown into Azkaban without having a trial. There was an uproar and murmuring throughout the Wizengamot. The chief warlock banged his gavel several times to get the attention of everyone in the room. We need to address this, and it would be best if we did so as soon as possible. We are prepared to hold the trial for this individual immediately, declared Madam Bones. Just who was this individual? Questioned Macmillan. Sirius Orion Black, who was imprisoned for supposedly betraying James and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord, he who must not be named, and for killing 12 muggles and a wizard. The murmuring returned even louder this time. The chief warlock again used his gavel many times. We must have order in this room. He yelled at everyone. Are we prepared to have such a trial? Asked Macmillan. Yes, we are, said Amelia Bones. The accused will be brought into this room shortly. He is not a danger to any of us. He has spent the last nearly 4 years as a prisoner at Azkaban. Surely you can't expect him to be a viable witness at this time, stated the chief warlock. We have other witnesses to the events of that night, said the director of the DMLE. And we can begin this trial immediately, barring objections. Hopefully none of the members of the Wizengamot would want to extend the injustice of a pure-blood wizard to not having received a trial. The murmuring was quieter and there was no one who voiced an objection. Very well, said Macmillan as he banged his gavel again. We shall commence with the trial of Sirius Orion Black, for the murder of 12 muggles and a wizard, in addition to charges of betraying James and Lily Potter to he who must not be named. Call your first witness. We call Cornelius Fudge, Junior Minister of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. A minute later Cornelius Fudge was brought into the chambers. Please take the witness stand, Cornelius, said Amelia as she pointed to the chair in the middle of the floor. Very well, he said as he held his bowler hat in his hands and twisted it slowly as he was quite nervous. Junior Minister Fudge, began Amelia Bones, the Wizengamot never held a trial for Sirius Black 4 years ago, an injustice which we are remedying now. You were a key witness on the night that he was arrested. Can you tell us what you witnessed? Certainly, said Cornelius, suddenly feeling less worried. Sirius Black was laughing after having just blown up the road, leading to the deaths of 12 muggles as well as the war hero Peter Pettigrew. Sadly all they were able to recover from Mr. Pettigrew was one of his fingers. Then Mr. Black shouted that he had betrayed the Potters as though it was something to laugh at. Fudge bowed his head slightly before looking up and continuing, having your supposed best friends murdered is never something to laugh at. Amelia Bones smiled slightly as she questioned Fudge more directly. Are you sure that is exactly how it happened? Why yes, I am most certain of that, he said, although he started to spin his bowler hat a little faster in his hands. Would you allow the senior Orr to remove your memory of that evening so that we may all witness it on the projecting pensieve? Cornelius was flustered as he was questioned. But I heard him state that he betrayed the Potters. There was the explosion in the street, and there was no sign of Peter Pettigrew. I shared all of that information with Barty Crouch at the DMLE and with Dumbledore. They didn't ask for anything more from me. They didn't need to view the memory. It's not my fault. Where is Lucius when I need him? Said Cornelius. Fine, take the memory, you can all see exactly what I saw. Amelia nodded her head towards one of the Orrs present who stepped forward and retrieved the memory from Fudge. Amelia then brought forward the projecting pensieve. The memory was placed into the device and then a hologram-like image appeared above the device. The memory showed Sirius Black laughing at the sight of the explosion. Oh, well done Pettigrew, you sneaky rat. It's almost as if I had betrayed James and Lily myself by suggesting to use you as the secret keeper instead of me. That must have made the Dark Lord happy. Because of that it's my fault they died. Cornelius stared at the memory in front of him, his jaw agape. There was a hush around the chambers. Mr. Fudge, said Amelia, was that an accurate depiction of your memory from that night? Is that what you actually heard? Why it must be. It must be. But Crouch and Dumbledore didn't want any more information other than my saying that I heard Sirius Black say he killed the Potters. That is what I thought I heard. Am I in trouble? Amelia nodded, her face impassive, and dismissed Cornelius. Thank you very much for your testimony. And no, you are not on trial, Cornelius, so you are not in trouble. As she said that, she nodded to the Orrs who then escorted Cornelius from the chambers. For the next witness I would like to call Sirius Black, declared the director of the DMLE. And he is here, under guard by multiple Orrs, so you all have nothing to fear from him. There were shouts and gasps from around the chamber, and Macmillan was frantically banging his gavel. Then he used a sonorous charm and shouted, "Silence!" The commotion died down and Amelia Bones spoke again. Bring in Sirius Black, and he is adequately guarded so everyone can relax and quiet down. The chamber doors opened and 4 Orrs in the red robes brought in Sirius Black. He was barely recognizable to those who knew him as his hair was unkempt, and he had a scraggly beard. His face was gaunt from years of poor nutrition, and his eyes had dark circles under them. The Orrs pushed him into the witness stand and he was immediately grabbed by magical chains that encircled his arms and legs. Sirius' eyes were blinking in the bright lights of the chamber and he opened and closed them repeatedly trying to focus on the crowd that was staring at him. Sirius Black, began Amelia Bones as she read from the parchment she had unrolled. You have been charged with the murder of 12 muggles and 1 wizard in the course of potentially breaking the statute of secrecy on the night of October 31, 1981, after you had betrayed your supposed friends James and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord, he who must not be named. How do you plead to these charges? Sirius took a deep breath and spoke as loudly as he could, and his voice was hoarse and broken by deep breaths every few words. Not guilty, on all counts, particularly when the little rat didn't die that night. He is the one who betrayed James and Lily. He is the one who you need to find. Amelia turned to the Aurors. Clearly the man is ill from his experiences at Azkaban for nearly 4 years. Please administer a pepper-up potion to the accused. One of the Aurors removed a vial from within his robes and walked over to Sirius and poured it down his throat, nearly half of it spilling across his face. Amelia waited a minute before she spoke to him again. Could you please explain what you meant about the one we need to find? Sirius licked his lips a couple of times and then shook his head slightly and took several deep breaths. Yes, well, Peter Pettigrew. He was the actual secret keeper for James and Lily. I figured I was the obvious choice and I figured the Death Eaters would be looking for me. We didn't know that Peter had betrayed us all to the Death Eaters. He had joined them. So when I learned of the attack against my friends, that the Dark Wanker had killed them, I wanted to find Peter and make him pay for what he did. Is that why you blew up the street and killed all of those muggles? Asked Amelia. What? No. That was Pettigrew. Wormtail. He was the one who blew up the street to enable his escape. He cut off one of his own fingers, blew up the street, and then turned into his animagus form, a rat, and disappeared into the sewers after he blew the hole in the street, answered Sirius. Amelia nodded and then continued to question him. But witnesses, or a witness, reported that you were seen laughing at the scene. How do you explain this? Sirius looked up at the ceiling and shook his head. He pulled at the chains on his arms and then he closed his eyes for a moment. After taking a deep breath he answered the director. I laughed in response to my emotions. I laughed at myself for being foolish enough to not see that Wormtail, that Peter Pettigrew had betrayed us. I laughed at myself for being foolish enough to let my best friends die in a war where we knew that we could not make any mistakes or it would cost us our lives or the lives of our friends. I laughed at my own stupidity. A voice from the middle of the chambers called out. This is very convenient, that you would claim to have been set up by someone who was dead. How can we possibly believe you about anything that you have said? Clearly your mind has been addled by the years that you have spent in Azkaban. That sounded like a comment that Lucy would make, but that didn't sound like Malfoy, said Sirius. Amelia Bones spoke up. That was Lord Parkinson who made the comments. Lucius Malfoy is dead. Apparently the news did not reach Azkaban last month. How can we take this man's word? Asked another member of the Wizengamot. He stood up and identified himself. This is Lord Selwyn, Mr. Black, and I still find myself wondering why we should believe you. Murmuring broke out again amongst the members of the Wizengamot. The chief warlock again banged his gavel. This time, however, he banged it so hard the wooden gavel shattered. At the sound and sight of the gavel breaking, the chambers became quiet again. That does seem like a valid question, stated the chief warlock. Amelia Bones addressed the members of the Wizengamot once again. And I have a very valid answer to your question. She cleared her throat briefly before continuing. We have in custody Peter Pettigrew, who is, most definitely, not dead. We can have him brought to these chambers. He has already been questioned with Veritas serum. He has been placed in magic inhibiting cuffs so that he cannot perform his animagus transformation into a rat. Do we need to interrogate the man or can we accept the testimony already made to 2 witnesses during the investigation? As I stated, this interrogation is documented to having been done under Veritas serum. Lord Knott stood up and spoke out in response, worried that too much information might be forthcoming if he was questioned in front of the entire Wizengamot when he could be subjected to questions from light-sided wizards. I propose that you read to us the statements if they have been verified by multiple parties and if the information is sufficient then we can proceed without bringing the individual into these chambers. There were several voices who called out in agreement Lord Knott's proposition. Very well, said Amelia, We will begin by reading the transcripts. An Auror stepped forward and handed her a rolled parchment. My name is Peter Pettigrew. I was friends with James Potter and Sirius Black while we attended Hogwarts. Yes, I am an animagus. My animal form is that of a rat. Yes, I joined the Death Eaters. I even have the dark mark on my left arm. I was jealous of James and Sirius. They were always better at magic than me. I thought that by joining the Death Eaters that I would be joining the winning side of the war. I was the one who told the Dark Lord the secret to where they were staying. I was James and Lily's secret keeper. Yes, I cut my finger off to make it look like I had died when I escaped. No, I was not trying to frame Sirius, I was trying to kill him and cover my tracks with the deaths of those stupid muggles. I think that is quite enough, called out Lord Knot. Clearly from this person's testimony Sirius Black is only guilty of being a fool. I move we vote on the guilt of this Pettigrew and then vote on the innocence of Sirius Black. Very quickly the motion passed and the chains around Sirius' arms and legs were released. Sirius was exhausted and just sat there in the chair, crying tears of joy in his disbelief that he was finally going to be free from the hell that is Azkaban. Lord Arcturus Black stood up from his seat and all of the talking in the chamber immediately ceased. Finally justice has come to the House of Black. I call for the ministry to pay damages. Remuneration for the care Sirius will require to help him recover from his ordeal. Damages for his being falsely imprisoned without a trial. I dare say no lord in these chambers would tolerate any member of their family being sent to Azkaban without a trial. Even the former director of the DMLE, Barty Crouch Sr., arranged for a trial for his very own son. Why did he see fit to treat my grandson differently? I would expect that the DMLE will be investigating the unfair and prejudiced treatment that Sirius Black received at the hands of their predecessors at the DMLE. I would expect that there would be an investigation as to how it could ever be considered appropriate to throw any person into Azkaban on the clearly faulty testimony of a junior minister of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes and then not to even arrange for a trial for such a person. Arcturus sat down and in only a few minutes the Wizengamot had overwhelmingly voted to pass all of the judgments which he had called for, and Sirius just stared at his grandfather, amazed that the man had stood up for him. Arcturus stood up once more. I make a further motion, he began and all eyes were upon him once again. The betrayer of James and Lily Potter, the one who was once hailed as a hero but has now been shown to be something akin to his very animagus form, Peter Pettigrew is a risk. He arranged for the killing of a lord of this esteemed body, and his wife. He was working to eliminate an entire line of an ancient family. Such acts cannot go unpunished. He is a flight risk, as he is an animagus, he could potentially turn into his rat form and we all know how good rats can be at escaping capture. Therefore, I propose that there is only one punishment suitable for such a man, nay, such a creature. Various members throughout the chamber started murmuring, "The veil," and "Throw him through the veil." The chief warlock then used a sonorous charm to address the chamber. "We must have order here," he called out. The talking subsided and then Lady Augusta Longbottom stood up. "I propose that this Pettigrew be thrown through the veil." Many others called out in support of the motion. After several moments of people calling out, the Wizengamot was presented with the opportunity to vote on the motion. The vote was unanimous that Peter Pettigrew would be thrown through the veil of death in the Department of Mysteries. Once the vote was finalized, the Madam Bones took a deep breath. Shen then turned to the chief warlock. "That is all we have for you today." Macmillan then turned to the members of the Wizengamot. This was a most eventful if not entirely unexpected morning. Assuming there is no other business that has a pressing need to be addressed at this time, I think we all could do with an ending to this meeting and adjourn. There was no dissenting voices and quickly the meeting had ended. Lord Black made his way down to the witness stand where his grandson was still seated. "Grandfather," said Sirius, who was clearly exhausted, "you spoke up in my behalf. I thought you kicked me out of the family." "Your mother wanted you removed from the family, the stupid cow," replied Arcturus. "Things have changed, many things." Before Sirius could ask for further explanation, his grandfather continued. "Lucius Malfoy was killed when he tried to kill me. In my own house, at that. And that in itself is a little bit of a long story. Narcissa wants to be back in the Black family, officially. Your cousin Andromeda and her husband Ted, and their daughter Nymphadora are already part of the Black family once again. But before you can see any of them, you will need to spend some time at St. Mungo's receiving proper care to restore you to your previous state of good health. I will meet up with you there, but for now, I have an important meeting at Gringotts. Sirius was visibly shocked by the words from his grandfather. That is just amazing. I mean, well, everything. I don't know what to say. Then say nothing and don't make yourself look like a fool, said Arcturus. Or say thank you for your family being brought back together. But in the future, you really need to be much more careful about who you trust. And with those words Arcturus left the Wizengamot chambers. Arcturus and Wesley arrived at Gringotts to meet with the goblins in charge of the Potter Vault. Coldblade was his name, and he did not appear to be pleased to be meeting with anyone at this point. You are both blacks, why do you think you have any right to view the Potter family vault? He demanded. Arcturus spoke first. Perhaps you are unaware of the recent testing that young Hydra recently had performed here in your bank. It indicated he is a potential heir to the Potter family. Coldblade had clearly not been informed of this development. You are here to claim lordship over the Potter family. Not at all, said Wesley. I have a small request. There was no official reading of a last will and testament for James and Lily Potter 4 years ago after they were killed. I was hoping that perhaps a copy was left in their vault and that copy may make it clear who should be the heir to the family. Coldblade narrowed his eyes at the two men. If it isn't the young Harry Potter, then I would have no idea who it could be. Has there been any activity involving the Potter family vault? Questioned Arcturus. Hydra here does have a right to know. Coldblade looked at the ledgers in front of him. There has been a steady withdrawal of 500 galleons removed monthly, converted into English pounds and then transmitted to a Muggle bank account, in the name of a Vernon and Petunia Dursley. And just who authorized these regularly scheduled withdrawals? Asked Wesley. Albus Dumbledore, replied the goblin. And the will of James and Lily Potter made it explicitly clear that someone who was of no blood relation to either of them would be the guardian watching over Harry Potter and the entirety of the Potter finances. Asked Arcturus. The goblin started to shift uncomfortably. The British Ministry of Magic sent a declaration of such information, from the desk of the Chief Warlock, in November of 1981. Is that not sufficient? Not when the Chief Warlock would have had no jurisdiction to send such notification, countered Arcturus. Such a decree from the Chief Warlock could only have been made if the Wizengamot had actually voted on such a matter. And I can assure you, no such motion was ever brought before the Wizengamot. Coldblade narrowed his eyes at Lord Black. Are you accusing Gringotts of lying? Not at all, said Arcturus. I am concerned that the information sent to Gringotts would have been unauthorized and inconsistent with the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter. Stupid humans, grumbled Coldblade. He then turned to Wesley. As you are the declared heir Black, and there is a chance that you may be heir Potter, we can allow you access to the vault, however you cannot remove anything from the vault. And if I were to find James and Lily Potter's will? Asked Wesley. Then if it meets the rule of wills with regard to Gringotts, then it can be enforced. And a copy of said will would be filed with the Ministry of Magic, stated Coldblade. That is all that we ask, at this point in time, said Wesley. Several minutes later Coldblade was opening the Potter family vault. Wesley had been there previously in the future, after he had paid reparations to the goblins. He was sure that much of the contents had been confiscated as payment for stealing the item from the Lestrange vault and stealing a dragon from the bank itself. He knew there was a will from his parents in the vault. As he walked into the vault, he used his occlumency to hide his reaction to seeing significantly more gold and magical heirlooms than he had discovered in the future. He shook his head as he wasn't sure if it was only the goblins who had taken items from the vault, as he had just had confirmation that Dumbledore had been sending gold to the Dursleys, so he naturally wondered if the headmaster had taken liberties to remove other items, such as the cloak of invisibility. He stopped his musings and made his way towards a desk which had some documents stacked on top. The second one from the top was clearly marked, Last Will and Testament of James and Lily Potter, and its seal was intact. Wesley picked it up and asked Coldblade what was required to officially read and activate the will. To activate the will would require at least one person from the Ministry of Magic and one representative of Gringotts to be present, and then a formal notification of the findings can be submitted to the Ministry of Magic, said Coldblade. Wesley looked towards Arcturus. Would the timing of doing this be problematic with Sirius having just been freed this morning? Arcturus smiled in response. No, not likely, as the news of the events will be out to the public and the Ministry will be dealing with the incredible story of the injustice done to a son of House Black. People will be looking for us to get our comments for the newspapers and the Wizarding Wireless. As I am Lord Black and you are my designated heir, Sirius being a free wizard and not being the heir will certainly lead to many questions. Coldblade did not stop a grin from forming on his own face. So it is true then. Sirius Black's vault had been attempted to be confiscated by the Ministry for Magic, but Gringotts had consistently refused as there was no evidence ever presented that he had been convicted of any crime. Arcturus smiled at the goblin. A fact of which I am both aware and grateful. Although, as the Potter accounts manager, I am slightly surprised to hear that you were aware of this fact. Coldblade's smile did not fade. Certain issues become well known amongst the major accounts managers. The will can be read here, in this room. If there is important information contained within, then the details will be shared with management of Gringotts and then submitted to the Ministry of Magic. Very well, we shall review the will here, said Arcturus. Wesley opens the envelope and he began to read the will, with Arcturus looking over his shoulder. The possible persons to be guardians of Harry James Potter were, in order, Sirius Black, Frank and Alice Longbottom, Amelia Bones. Specifically, the will mentioned that Harry was not to be left with his aunt and uncle, Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Arcturus spoke to Coldblade. I expect that this information about guardianship for young Harry can and will be forwarded to the appropriate persons at the Ministry, and no one else. It will be done, assured Coldblade. And please be sure to put a stop to any withdrawals that do not have direct approval from Harry James Potter or his appropriate magical guardian. And as Sirius Black is now a free man and no longer imprisoned in Azkaban, it would be presumed that Sirius Black would be that individual, said Wesley. Coldblade nodded and then led them out of the vault. After the meeting at Gringotts had ended, Wesley had many emotions that were running through his mind. He was excited that he was making changes in the timeline, he was anxious about how this would all fall out, worried about possibly having to deal with Dumbledore, whom he was actively avoiding, and hopeful that he could now start to arrange for his younger self to have the childhood that he was denied. And then start to work on making the chance for young Harry to have a future with Daphne. It was at this time that he found himself walking into the shop where Cassandra worked, and the two of them took time to have lunch together. As they started eating, Cassandra could tell that he was upset about something and she feared the worst for herself. I've known you long enough to be able to tell something is bothering you. It's me, isn't it? You don't want to spend any more time with the relative of a former Death Eater. Wesley looked at her, his eyes a little wide. What? No, that's not it at all. He took a deep breath and then he continued, I need to be honest. But let me explain some things. Before I came here, I was involved with someone. And no, don't jump to conclusions, just hear me out. She had been injured, we had a brief romantic relationship. It is impossible for us to be together at all. But I needed to at least tell you that there was someone, and a recent event just brought her memory back to me again. You miss her, this other woman, said Cassandra. Wesley closed his eyes for a moment and then looked at Cassandra. Yeah, I do. She was someone special. It's impossible for me to be with her ever again in this life. It's as if time itself would have to be crossed for us to meet again, he added. Cassandra internally cursed for bringing up painful memories about his former girlfriend whom she had now assumed had died. She reached out and took his hand. It's always difficult when you lose someone close to you. Yes, I've learned that too many times already, he added. After taking a deep breath, he continued his thoughts. There are things I am actively working on, all to honor her memory. That's all I can really say about things for now. Soon their lunch was finished. As Wesley walked her back to the shop, he made one more announcement to her. My uncle Arcturus and I will be moving shortly. So, we're going to be busy for a few days. Also, the home will be under the Fidelius, so when we are settled in a few days, I will come visit and let you know where we are, and even bring you there to see the new Black family home. Sounds exciting, Cassandra said with a smile. I'll look forward to seeing you when you're ready to show me the new home. As they stepped inside the store, Wesley smiled at her and gave her a key on her cheek. Then he apparated away from within the store, much to Cassandra's shock. She held a hand up to her cheek where he had key at her as she wondered how he was able to apparate from just anywhere within Nocturne Alley. Arcturus was waiting on Wesley to arrive, knowing that they had met with Cassandra. We do not have much time, said the Lord Black. Dumbledore will surely be learning about what has transpired, so we need to head to Privet Drive right away. Once we have Harry, we can return here briefly and then make our way to the new Black Manor house. Wesley nodded in agreement. The two then apparated to the yard of Mrs. Fig, who was too busy with her cats to notice the arrival of two wizards in her backyard. Arcturus and Wesley were once again dressed in appropriate Muggle clothing so as not to be noticed by any of the neighbors as they made their way to 4 Privet Drive. Wesley and Arcturus were sure they would find Petunia Dursley and probably Dudley as well as Harry, who was most likely locked inside the cupboard under the stairs. As they walked up to the house, Wesley noted that Vernon's car was home. Didn't think that the whale would be here today, commented Wesley. Arcturus smiled slightly. Apparently there was a power failure of some sort at a certain drill company, so they sent all of the employees home early. They will probably have the problem sorted by tomorrow morning. Wesley stopped and looked at Arcturus. Aren't you the little troublemaker? Arcturus smiled back. I'm a Black. What else could I do in this situation? Wesley shook his head and laughed for a moment before they made their way to the door. Wesley pressed a button near the main door and Arcturus was slightly surprised to hear a chime within the house. Wesley noted the look on his face and quietly added, "It's called electricity, a type of Muggle technology. It sure as hell isn't magic." Before Arcturus could respond, the door opened and Vernon Dursley stood there almost glaring at the two men. "Whatever you're selling, we're not buying anything." Wesley stepped forward and moved past Vernon, who was too shocked to stop the first man from entering his home. "Thank you, Vernon Dursley, for inviting us into your home," said Wesley. "I think that we need to have a little chat with you and your wife about your young nephew." Arcturus followed Wesley into the house and the two made themselves comfortable in the lounge chairs that Vernon reserved for himself and his wife. "What is the meaning of this? Are you some of those freaks?" he screamed at the two men. Arcturus snapped his hand towards Vernon and Vernon's mouth was closed instantly. "Now, Vernon, you really should be more polite to your guests," said Wesley, clearly irritated by the outburst from the large man. He then called out to Petunia, who was looking at them from the kitchen. "You might as well come and join us, as this involves you too." Petunia walked quickly into the room and put her hands to her mouth as she saw what had happened to her husband, who was trying to scream and yell but his mouth would not move. The purple color to his face was typical for him when he became angry. "Oh, go on and scream," said Wesley. "Do you want the local police to come by and see how you have treated your nephew, Lily's son, with locking him into a cupboard, abusing him, starving him, not even calling him by his name? I'm sure the neighbors would love to gossip about the involvement of the police and the terrible living situation you created for your nephew, your very own relative. Who are you and what do you want? Were you friends with Lily at that school?" asked Petunia, her fear now clearly heard in her words. "We are relatives of young Harry, from his father's family, and to put it nicely, we are not pleased with how you have been treating young Harry," said Wesley. "We never wanted him. Those freaks from the school just left him on our doorstep in the middle of the night. Left him in basket with a note. Thank goodness Vernon found the basket before any of the neighbors noticed him laying there, crying in the middle of the night. What would the neighbors have said if they knew what happened?" Wesley shook his head at Petunia's response. "Still more concerned about your status in the community than about your nephew. You are truly pathetic. Well, don't worry, you won't have to be burdened with young Harry any longer. We are here to bring him to his godfather, who should have been granted custody in the first place." "Who are you?" demanded Petunia. "No one of consequence," said Wesley. "But I must know," she continued to demand. "Then get used to disappointment," said Wesley. "Why would it matter to you now, anyway? It's not like you actually care for young Harry." The evil dark wizards, the ones who killed Lily and her husband, are you with them? Wesley was disgusted by her statement. Lily's husband has a name. James Potter. Even after they have been dead for nearly 4 years, you can't even speak his name. Lily and James were great people. Not sure how she could have been related to you. But that is not the issue at this time. We will have Harry come with us. Oh, and when we leave, we will remove all magical protections that Dumbledore placed on this home. Not sure that they really worked, as they did not stop you or your husband or the whale you call your son from abusing the child. Wesley then turned to Vernon as Arcturus removed the silencing spell. Do you have anything useful or important to say? Vernon gasped a few times before speaking. He was about to yell at Wesley and noticed the look that Arcturus was giving him. No. Just take the freak and leave, he said with a snarl. Arcturus glared at the man. I could lock your mouth closed, permanently, he said with a smile. Vernon's eyes went wide as he mumbled incoherently in response. Was there anything that you were given when Harry was dropped off? Asked Wesley, looking back at Petunia. Just his blanket and the basket, and the note, she said in reply. We would like those items, said Wesley. Petunia smiled slightly and ran towards the cellar where some things were stored. She pulled the old basket and blanket out of a box and ran back to the room. Here it is, she said as she dropped the basket in front of Wesley. Wesley noted the items were covered with dust. They had not even been packed away properly for safekeeping. He then looked at her as he calmly spoke to her. Now, I presume young Harry is locked in the cupboard. You will unlock the cupboard and bring him here. Petunia didn't speak as she quickly went to the hall, unlocked the cupboard. Harry, you need to come with me, there are some people here to see you. Harry had a panicked look on his face as Petunia almost pushed him into the room. Harry, we are relatives of yours. Related to your father. We would like you to come and live with us. You will have your own room. You will get to learn all about your family. And you won't have to do the chores here anymore. You won't have to cook here anymore. You won't have to do the gardening anymore. Vernon and Petunia were both aghast as this person sitting there calmly talking to Harry seemed to know everything about what they had made him do when he wasn't locked in the cupboard. They even knew that Harry was kept locked in the cupboard. I won't have to come back? Asked Harry, wide-eyed with surprise. No, you won't be coming back here, said Wesley. What chores would I have to do for you? Asked Harry, who was now a little wary. You won't have to do chores, other than pick up your things, keep your room clean, and things like that, said Wesley. But I don't have any things and I don't have a room, just a cupboard, said Harry. Harry, when did you last receive a birthday present? Asked Arcturus. I haven't had any birthdays, said Harry, clearly sad at this revelation. Then we need to make up for several missed birthdays once we bring you home, said Arcturus with a broad smile. Harry turned to his aunt. Can I go with these nice men? Petunia looked at her nephew, and her opinion was made clear to everyone. You better go with them, because you won't be staying here. Harry turned back to the two wizards. But who are you? As I said, we are related to your father. You haven't heard about his family because your aunt and uncle didn't like them. They said that your parents were freaks. Why? Because they could use magic. You, Harry, will be able to use magic, said Wesley. Magic. Is that why I feel better in the morning after Uncle Vernon hurts my arm, or my head? Is that why I can unlock the door to my cabinet when I need to go to the bathroom? Yes, Harry, that is called accidental magic. But you will eventually learn to use your magic to do things for good and for fun. You will learn to create things with magic. You will learn to protect yourself from being attacked by others by using magic, added Wesley. I want to learn to use magic, said an excited Harry. Wesley then made a small rubber ball appear in his hand and he bounced it at Harry. Harry squealed with delight, but he could not catch the ball. He ran after it and then threw the ball up in the air, but this time he caught the ball as he giggled with delight. Can I make a magic ball too? He asked. Someday you will learn how to do that, said Arcturus. Harry looked at the red ball in his hand. But I want a yellow ball as well, and as he said that a yellow ball appeared in his other hand. No magic in this house, yelled Vernon. Arcturus cast the silencing charm at Vernon once again. I warned you once, he said. Harry quietly said, "Wow." In response to seeing what Arcturus did to his uncle. "Magic is awesome." He then added excitedly. "Yes, it is," said Wesley. "Now, if you take my hand, we will leave and go to your new home." "Sure," said a very excited Harry. Wesley reached out and took Harry's hand. Hand in hand, the two of them apparated away from Privet Drive. Arcturus looked at the Dursleys. "I should just leave you like that, but I'll be a little bit nice." He waved his hand again once more. Vernon tried to speak, but still he could not do so. Arcturus laughed at the large man. "I didn't say I would remove the spell now. However, it will wear off in about 4 hours." Arcturus then disappeared from Privet Drive, holding the basket that Petunia had brought out of the cellar. Young Harry was in awe as Wesley was showing him around the gardens and the property. He looked at everything and listened as he was told about his true heritage. "You are a wizard, Harry. That means you can use magic. As we told you before we took you away from the Dursleys, magic does exist. Your parents were very talented when it came to using magic. Your mother used magic based on her love for you, and that protected you the night that a very bad wizard came to kill you. He killed your parents, but he was unable to kill you. That is why you have your scar," explained Wesley. Harry stopped following Wesley and he was clearly upset about what he had been told, and Wesley wondered if he should have explained it all any differently. "Mr. Hydra," began Harry, "why did no one tell me about this? Why did I have to live with the Dursleys and why did they lock me in the cupboard?" Wesley knelt down in front of Harry. "I don't know all of the answers to your questions, and honestly, I want those questions answered for you. What I do know is that someone claimed you would be safe while living with your aunt and uncle. Personally, I think that makes no sense. Being locked in a cupboard and being made to do all of their chores, well, that didn't look very safe to me. Also, your aunt and uncle are not magical people. People with magic, who live in the world of magic, they call people like your aunt and uncle muggles. That means they cannot use magic. At one point I think your aunt was jealous of your mother having magic, and then going off to the special school for witches and wizards. She started to dislike your mother for that, for leaving her behind. Your Uncle Vernon, well, he seems to be a very mean and angry person, and I am not sure he likes anyone." Harry wiped his eyes briefly and then looked at Wesley. "So, I can go to the magic school." "When you are 11 you can go to the magic school," said Wesley. "But before then, we will teach you about your family. We will teach you about magic, and the many amazing things that magic can do." Harry smiled at first and then his smile became a frown. "But the bad man, the one who hurt me and took away my mom and dad, is he going to come back to hurt me?" Wesley took a deep breath. "He will try to come back. Some people think he is dead, but he is hiding, in a magical way. But Lord Black, the man who came with me, he and I will be working to make sure he cannot come back and hurt you. And I get to live here. And I get to live with you. Yes, Harry, this will be your home. You will get your own room. We will even have you meet other children your age who will go to the magic school with you," said Wesley. "But there are some who might try to make you go live with your aunt and uncle again, and Lord Black and I, well, we are not about to let that happen." Harry stared silently at Wesley for a minute and then he asked another question. "Why? Why did you come and get me?" Wesley used his occlumency to hold back his own tears. "Well, Harry, that is a very good and important question. I had a difficult childhood and I learned how difficult a time you were having with things, so I wanted to help. We are related, through the Black family. You're like a special cousin. I couldn't let someone related to me grow up in such a miserable place." Harry reached out and gently hugged Wesley. Wesley slowly put his arms around Harry. After a couple of minutes, they separated. Wesley smiled at Harry and pointed to the large manor house. "There are a lot of rooms in that house. Let's go look around and find the room you want to be your own." Albus Dumbledore had been at a meeting for the ICW, which he could not avoid as he was the supreme mugwump and had to run all important meetings, no matter how trivial he actually thought they all were. He did have the school to run, although the deputy headmistress could take care of most day-to-day problems. As he made his way back to his office, he was considering what he would need to do to have the British Ministry of Magic appoint him as the chief warlock. That way he could keep even better tabs on just what was happening around magical Britain. The gargoyle at the bottom of the stairs to his office moved aside without his saying a word, and he proceeded to walk up the stairs into his office. As he opened the door, he noticed that there were several newspapers left on his desk. Well, at least I can catch up on what little has happened while I have been at the ICW meetings, he said out loud to no one. He glanced around the office, and had the sensation that something was off, but he wasn't sure what it was. He then made a note of the fact that Fox was not sitting on his perch as usual, but he quickly turned his attention back to the newspapers. Wonder where that old bird, or is it young bird now, has gone and flown off to now, he again spoke out loud, having a simple conversation with himself. As he was picking up the first paper, he stopped and turned to look at the row of little gadgets that he had set up for monitoring of young Harry Potter. Merlin's shaggy beard, what happened? He screamed out loud even though he was still alone. The shelf that had at least 6 different gadgets that each monitored something different about Harry or 4 Privet Drive had all stopped working. All except one. The one that told him Harry was definitely alive was still making little puffs of smoke. The others were either broken or just sat motionless as though they had lost their magic. Then his eye was drawn to a scruffy figure on the front page of the Daily Prophet, waving his hand at the photographer. Above the photo, Albus finally read the headline. Sirius Black is free after being falsely imprisoned without a trial for nearly 4 years. Without thinking, he immediately apparated to Little Whinging and quickly strode down the street towards 4 Privet Drive. He suddenly realized that he could be seen by everyone wearing flowing purple robes, and then waved his hand in front of him, then over his head, and then back in front of him again. Now he was walking towards 4 Privet Drive in his purple suit, still drawing attention from any neighbors. However, he was so focused on his destination he did not notice. He walked up to the front door and knocked on it quite loudly. After having no response to knocking several times, he did a wandless spell to open the door and stepped inside. He called out to Petunia Dursley, but there was no answer. He started to make his way through the house, and noticed that the door to the cupboard under the stairs was open. He thought that was an odd door to be left open and went to investigate. He was shocked when he realized that there was a makeshift mattress and a few broken toys in the small space, evidence that implied that Harry had been forced to sleep in there, at least from time to time. He continued to explore the house after casting a charm to see if there was anyone in the house, but the house was clearly empty. In the living room, he noted several family pictures on the walls. And it immediately struck him that all of the photographs were of Petunia and her husband and their son, but there was not even one photo of young Harry. He rubbed his beard slightly as he scanned all of the photos once more before he went to make his way upstairs. He looked into the kitchen and noticed there was a stool next to the stove. The small table in the kitchen only had 3 chairs seated around it as well. Albus then made his way upstairs and found what he presumed to be the bedroom for Petunia and her husband. Then he made his way down the hall and found 2 rooms. One was presumably the bedroom for Petunia's son, and it was littered with toys everywhere. There was no evidence that Harry would have stayed in that room. He went to the next room and opened the door, expecting to find a bedroom for Harry, but he only found a pile of broken toys, with no evidence of a bed or any sign that anyone actually lived in that room. Albus heard a siren from a police car driving up the street, and the police car pulled into the driveway at 4 Privet Drive. The headmaster for Hogwarts performed a quick scan and found that all of the wards, including the blood wards which he had cast, had been removed. He realized he did not have time to investigate this any further as the police were banging on the door, so he quickly apparated away. Albus Dumbledore made his way to the Department of Records at the Ministry of Magic, hoping to find out what had happened at Privet Drive, or more importantly, what had happened to Harry Potter. He didn't want to wait around to find out why the police had arrived or why there was nobody at the home. Now he just needed to find Harry Potter and make sure that he was safe. The fact that all but one of the magical monitors he had set up had failed in addition to the wards he had placed around the home was deeply concerning to the man. The clerk sitting at the desk for the Department of Records was surprised to see the headmaster from Hogwarts show up at his department. "What can I do for you, headmaster?" asked the startled young man. Jonathan Thomas, Hufflepuff, correct? Asked Dumbledore in an overly friendly tone. Mr. Thomas's eyes went wide with surprise that the headmaster had recognized him, as he had kept a fairly low profile while he was at school. Yes, sir, that's me, he said, acknowledging Dumbledore. How are you, Mr. Thomas? Asked the headmaster. However, before the young man could respond, he continued, I do need a little help from this department. Apparently, while I was away on business with the ICW, Sirius Black not only received a trial but was exonerated and freed. Does the ministry have records of where he is staying? For some reason, I cannot recall the address of the Black family home. And while you're at it, I need the information on just who was taking care of and raising Harry Potter. Jonathan rubbed his temple with his right hand for a moment. Oh, that would be a no, and we can't help you there. But Mr. Thomas, this is of the utmost importance that I have this information, protested the headmaster as he considered adding a little magical push to get the young clerk to do what he needed and reveal the requested information. Mr. Thomas felt the slight probe into his mind, and he quickly shook his head and glared at the old man in front of him. Who do you think you are? The Minister for Magic or the Chief Warlock? Just because you are the headmaster at Hogwarts, that does not give you the right to pry into the life of a young boy who is not old enough to even receive his Hogwarts letter, stated Jonathan rather forcefully. Albus made his eyes twinkle a little more than usual. But I must insist, I do need this information. Mr. Thomas continued to frown at the headmaster. Do I need to call the Aurors? This information is not something I am allowed to release just because someone insists that they need it. Albus sighed. Very well, my boy, I suppose I will just have to pay a visit to Madame Bagnold, the Minister for Magic. Jonathan did not reply, but stood his ground. Albus turned and started to make his way towards the minister's office. When he was alone in a hallway, he summoned Fawkes. The bird flashed onto his shoulder and gave a slight trill. Ah, my old friend, I believe that I am in need of your help. Could you go and find the location of Sirius Black? And while you're at it, could you also track down Harry Potter? Fawkes disappeared in a flash, and Dumbledore continued his march through the ministry to find the minister. Just as he was about to enter the reception room for the minister's office, Fawkes appeared back on his shoulder. The phoenix gave a short but sad trill sound and then disappeared once again with a flash. This is most disturbing that you can't find either one of them, my friend, Albus said out loud, although no one was there to hear him. He took a deep breath and then opened the door to the minister's office. Albus walked up the reception desk where a young witch was sorting various parchments. Ah, Miss Eldridge, I was hoping to be able to speak with Minister Bagnold. Oh, headmaster, well, she said. I mean, she is not available right now, said Miss Eldridge. But it is very important that I speak with her, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling even more than usual. The door to the office behind Miss Eldridge opened slowly to reveal the Minister of Magic standing there. What is it that you want so badly that you are disturbing multiple departments today, Albus? Oh, there you are, Millicent, greeted Dumbledore. I have only just become aware of the plight of Sirius Black. I was hoping to be able to speak with him, however I am unable to reach him. Is he, by chance, still at St. Mungo's recovering? I would dearly like to offer my condolences for his ordeal and wish him well, and it would be best to do this in person. What a wonderful sentiment, Albus, replied the minister. However, his family, for some reason, is not particularly trusting of the ministry right now, so they took him home and have hired private healers. Understandable. Yes, quite understandable considering the circumstances, said Albus. So, if you could be so kind as to share with me the current location of the Black family residence, then I shall not need to bother you any further. Now, Albus, you should be smart enough to understand that I cannot help you with that matter, said Millicent with a wry smile. But I need to speak with him, about many things, said Albus, starting to get worried. The best I can do is invite you to the next Wizengamot meeting, and perhaps you can speak with Lord Black at that time, said the minister. She then closed the door to her office as she made her way back inside. Albus smiled pleasantly so as not to give any impression of his frustration to the young witch in front of him. As he began to make his way out of the ministry, he muttered out loud, I suppose I will just have to arrange to become the next chief warlock so I can access any of this information more readily without interference from ministry officials. Soon he reached the atrium and flowed back to his office. Tuesday, October 22, 1985. Ministry of Magic. The Wizengamot meeting was about to begin and many of the various lords had already assembled. Several eyes widened at the sight of Arcturus Black, who had not made regular appearances at the Wizengamot for many years, although he had made his presence clearly known last week at the event of the trial of Sirius Black. His being present 2 weeks in a row was almost newsworthy in itself. The young man at his side was presumed to be his heir, Hydra Wesley Black, who they had all read about recently in the Daily Prophet. As the chief warlock, Robert Macmillan called the meeting to order. The murmuring quickly came to a halt. After rapping his gavel 3 times, he called out, "Any new business to be brought before this assembly today?" Arcturus Black stood up and waited to be addressed by the chief warlock. "Lord Black, you have the floor," said Macmillan, already aware of what the Black Lord was prepared to say. "Chief Warlock Macmillan, Minster Bagnold," began Arcturus, "I would like to formally introduce to you Hydra Wesley Black, son of my nephew, Alfred Black, and currently designated heir to the Black family. He will be here with me or present as my designee if I am not available. My grandson, Sirius, is still recovering from his years of incarceration at Azkaban, and is not yet suitably recovered to be designated my heir." "Welcome, Heir Black," stated the chief warlock, and there was a round of applause from most of the members of the Wizengamot. After the official introduction of Wesley, the meeting continued with the discussion of the usual mundane issues such as cauldron bottoms and the funding of the DMLE. Several hours later, as the meeting ended, Arcturus and Wesley were making their way out of the chambers for the Wizengamot. As they were heading towards the exit, Albus Dumbledore made his way toward the duo to speak with them. As they were about to step into one of the public flow connections, the headmaster called out to them. "Lord Black, Arcturus, I need to speak with you about a pressing matter," said the headmaster, his tone clearly indicating he felt this was an urgent matter. "I am quite busy, headmaster," replied Arcturus without any attempt to make his response sound friendly. "But I must insist that I speak with you," said Albus. Arcturus narrowed his eyes slightly at the man who was known as the leader of the light. "Insist all you want, however, we are late," said Arcturus. And with those words he and Wesley turned and threw some flow powder into the flow. As it flashed with green flames, they spoke their destination quietly enough that the headmaster was not able to hear where they were headed. The 2 men stepped out of the flow where they had arrived at the leaky cauldron. Arcturus and Wesley stepped to the side and waited for someone else to step through the flow. Once the wizards made their way across the room, the 2 flowed back to the Ministry of Magic. As they stepped out of the flow, Arcturus quickly looked around to be sure that the headmaster was no longer there. "The old man may be trying to chase us down somewhere," stated Arcturus as they made their way back to the security desk. As they approached the desk, the Auror on duty looked at them quizzically. "Weren't you just here, Lord Black?" "Yes, we were," answered Arcturus, "but it turns out that the Office of Games and Competition just changed their schedule for qualifying competition." The Auror quickly scanned a parchment in front of him. "Oh, yes, it was just added today," said the man. "It looks like it will be held in the Auror Training Hall in about 10 minutes. Arcturus nodded as he thanked the man. Then Wesley followed Arcturus through the checkpoint as they proceeded to the training hall. As they made their way towards the location for the qualifying duels, Arcturus shook his head slightly. "Barty Crouch may be an ass, but he wouldn't have had any reason to change this schedule. He probably doesn't even know about it. We will have to deal with him sooner or later," said Wesley. "Has his wife died yet?" Arcturus stopped momentarily. "Yes, she became quite ill not long after their son was sentenced to Azkaban at the age of 19. Which would mean that Barty Jr. is already freed and living at the Crouch home under the Imperious Curse," said Wesley. The 2 men arrived at the Auror Training Hall and stepped inside. There were several other people there to register for the qualifying matches, as well as several wizards who appeared to be waiting to duel those who were planning to qualify. Wesley made his way to the table to complete his registration. He was handed a form to complete, which was essentially the same form he completed when he first went to the Office of Games and Competition. "Ah, Yes, Mr. Black, you did manage to make it today, said Miles Rosier, the same individual who was at the office when they first inquired about the dueling tournament. Have a seat. The order for duels has been predetermined, and you will go last. Wesley stopped himself from rolling his eyes. He and Arcturus then went to take a seat to the side. A dueling platform was already in place in the middle of the room. Wesley noted that there were several wizards seated on the far side of the hall, and he presumed that they were the competition that they needed to duel in order to qualify. Wesley relaxed as he watched the first few wizards who were attempting to qualify, and they were very quickly dispatched by the ones who were there to test and assess the skill and readiness of the duelists. A witch made her way to the dueling platform, and Wesley raised an eyebrow. He hadn't noticed that there was a witch who was also participating in the qualifying matches today, and he did not hear her name called out as she made her way to the platform. He also noted that she carried herself with confidence as she approached the platform and made her way to her end. The official then once again reviewed the rules and then signaled for the start of the duel. 2 spells later, and the witch had dispatched her opponent. Wesley smiled as he recognized the style of dueling, or more specifically, the spells. He watched as she had her second qualifying duel, and once again she dispatched her opponent quickly, although this time she used 4 spells to subdue him, finishing with a binding hex. The judge for the qualifying tournament came up to the platform and informed her that she had qualified and would be allowed to register for the next dueling competition scheduled to begin in January. Wesley Black was then called by the judge to climb onto the dueling platform. The witch who was walking down the steps gave Wesley a smile, and he gave a quick wink to her, smiling himself as he recognized Amanda Lester. The judge then reviewed the rules one more time for the qualifying duels, and the chosen opponent for Wesley stepped onto the platform. Wesley Black, competing to qualify for the dueling championship circuit, will be going up against regional champion, Wilson Travers. Wesley raised an eyebrow momentarily, recognizing the name as from a family of Death Eaters, and briefly surprised that the man was not in Azkaban himself. He held his wand in his left hand as he awaited the start of the duel. The dueling judge then counted down to start, and Travers cast 3 spells quickly, which Wesley easily dodged. Travers grunted in disgust and cast a series of 5 spells, which Wesley dodged the first 2 and then erected a shield which easily absorbed the next 3 spells. Travers now spit on the platform and moved to cast an overpowered bludgeoning hex, but Wesley had barely snapped his left wrist and shot a red stunner which hit Travers squarely in the chest, and the man collapsed onto the platform. The judge called out and declared Wesley Black as the winner. The next opponent for Wesley was called, a name that he recognized. Thorfinn Roll, who also, surprisingly to Wesley, was not in Azkaban. Smug upstart, snapped Roll just before the judge started the duel. Roll sent 2 spells quickly, which Wesley avoided by standing still, as Roll was hoping to get him to jump into one or the other in his attempt to dodge the incoming spells. Wesley sent a simple stunner back with the wand in his left hand. Roll simply batted the spell to the side. "That's all you've got," he shouted at Wesley. Wesley smiled and readied himself for the next onslaught of spells. A spell chain of 6 spells came from Roll, who was also casting with his left hand. Wesley simply batted all 6 of the spells aside with hardly any motion from the wand in his left hand. "You think you're so good? Well, I have news for you," shouted Roll as he tossed his wand into his right hand. "I am not left-handed." Then a series of 8 overpowered spells came towards Wesley, who batted the first 3 aside, dodged the next 2 and then used a shield to stop the final 3. Wesley laughed in response. "Why are you laughing?" demanded Roll. "Because I am not left-handed either," said Wesley as he tossed his wand from his left hand into his right hand and immediately sent a series of stunners and blasting hexes at Roll. Thorfinn blocked them with a shield spell, but his shield was then shattered and he had to dove to one side to avoid the last of the spells sent at him. As Roll was jumping back to his feet, Wesley transformed the floor of the platform underneath Roll into ice. The tall man slipped on the ice and fell on his side just as a binding hex caught him, followed by a disarming spell. The judge called out and declared Wesley Black the winner. Hydra walked forward after canceling the spells on Roll, but the judge stopped him from approaching his opponent. "I would not recommend speaking with Roll at this time. That was the quickest he has ever been defeated in a duel in over 8 years." Roll jumped up and glared at Wesley. Who are you? Who are you really? Demanded the tall wizard. No one of consequence, stated Wesley. The judge then announced that Wesley Black had qualified for the upcoming tournament starting in January. Wesley thanked the man and then made his way to where Arcturus stood, talking with Amanda Lester. She smiled at Wesley as he approached. Can I still call you Wesley, or is it Mr. Black now? Wesley gave her a hug. You can call me whatever you want, he said with a smile. Arcturus frowned. Wesley is not a proper name for a black. Wesley smiled at Arcturus and then turned back to Amanda. I do recall that you said that you were going to stay in Australia. Amanda shrugged her shoulders and then replied to her friend, my father wanted to return to England. All of the remaining family members are either dead or in Azkaban. He was hoping to reclaim some family heirlooms and he also wanted to see Europe again. So, here we are. Here you are, indeed, said Wesley. It is nice to meet you again, Amanda, Arcturus said, interrupting their reunion. However, we do need to get back to the manor. People are waiting. Wesley ran a hand through his hair and nodded at Arcturus. Yeah, we do, but maybe we can do lunch or something. Amanda looked at Wesley and then at Arcturus. You two definitely are up to something, and you, Wesley, are hiding something from me. Wesley shifted on his feet. No, not hiding something, no. Feeling awkward, perhaps, but not hiding anything. Amanda smirked at him. Let me guess. You came back to England, figured I wasn't going to be coming here, you ran into a beautiful witch, and you have been kind of seeing her. Wesley fought back a blush with his occlumency. Arcturus laughed at the two of them. Wesley turned and looked at Arcturus, wondering what he was laughing at. Arcturus smiled at the young man. She read the column in the Daily Prophet about you being spotted out with Cassandra. Amanda laughed a little and then she looked at Wesley. Look, it's okay, really. We were friends, we weren't dating, even if I think you might have wanted to go there, but we didn't, and now you're seeing this Cassandra. Wesley rubbed his hand across his face. Well, yeah, it is kind of like that. Your uncle did say that you need to get going, said Amanda. So, you better do that, and maybe we can get together for lunch, say, tomorrow. We can meet up at the Gringotts Bank on Diagon Alley. Wesley smiled a little. Sure, tomorrow. Lunch. Amanda added, and bring Cassandra. I'd love to meet the woman who has you so befuddled. She smirked at him and then she turned and walked away. As he watched her leave, Wesley said out loud, that could have gone better. Arcturus shook his head and muttered, no, it probably couldn't have gone any better. Arcturus and Wesley returned to the Black estate. Wesley went to check on Harry, who was running around one of the gardens with one of the house elves, while Arcturus went to check on Sirius. The private duty medical nurse was seated in the room with Sirius, who was clearly irritated. What had you so upset, young man? Asked Arcturus as he walked into the room. I'm laying here in this amazingly comfortable bed, and I have this amazingly pretty nurse caring for me, and every time I try to make a pass at her, she hexes me. And I don't have a wand or any way to retaliate, complained the recently released wizard. If Azkaban didn't already do you permanent harm, I have given Nurse Chappelle permission to use any spell or curse as necessary to keep you in line if you misbehave, said Arcturus. Any curse, he added for emphasis. Sirius swallowed hard under his grandfather's gaze. You can stop playing the martyr, Mr. Black, said the nurse. I know that you should have recovered the majority of your strength and your magical core is nearly completely restored with the various potions you have been given. And not a single one of those potions tasted nice, Sirius continued to complain. You need to stop acting like the martyr, said Arcturus. And you need to get out of bed and actually meet your godson. He's here. Already. Sirius' eyes opened wide with excitement. Yes, but you need to be gentle with him. Where he was, well, it was not a good place, stated Arcturus. I met Petunia, and the whale of a husband of hers, said Sirius, whose disposition had quickly sobered up. They were not nice people, not at all. Which is why we have him here, to raise him in a safe and loving home, where he can learn about magic and grow to the wizard that his parents had hoped that he would become, said Arcturus. And Dumbledore is okay with all of this? Asked Sirius. Probably not, answered his grandfather. And I don't care. The old fool thought he knew best. But he left that poor child in an absolutely despicable situation and was doing nothing to protect him or to make sure he was truly safe and being properly cared for. But Albus Dumbledore, he was, Sirius began but was cut off by Arcturus. He was and still is a foolish old wizard whose greatest accomplishment was defeating his former best friend to end the magical war on the continent, corrected Arcturus. Hell, he let you rot in Azkaban for years without a trial. We will raise Harry. We will keep Harry safe. And we will protect him from any and all who would wish to do him harm. You and I are going to do that? Asked a slightly bewildered Sirius. No, Hydra and I will be doing that. You get to relax and have fun, stated Arcturus. And this Hydra, well, he seems nice enough, said Sirius, but I am pretty damn sure Uncle Alfred did not go to America, or Australia, and I am fairly certain he did not have a son. Look who is so smart, said Arcturus. Aren't you the one who left your godson in the hands of a half-giant who was banned from using magic to try and track down the one who betrayed your best friend? And did you ever think about anything or anyone more than yourself at that time? You, who were friendless, brainless, helpless, hopeless. Do you want me to send you back to where you were? Unemployed in Azkaban. Hey, I'm still unemployed, protested Sirius. True, but you now can relax and live off the benefits of being a member of the Black family, said Arcturus with a smile. Hydra and I have several plans, the most important of which involves making sure that Harry has a happy life, that he gets to enjoy being a wizard and can learn about his family, the Potters and the Blacks. But the headmaster won't be involved in any of this? Asked Sirius. Did the Dementors S.K. half of your brains out? Of course that old fool won't be involved. He left you to rot and die in Azkaban. He let Harry be abused by muggles. He let Death Eaters walk free. He is not to be trusted by anyone, said Arcturus. Arcturus turned to leave the room, but stopped at the door. You can get your lazy ass out of bed. No more meals here in your room. Nurse Chappelle will stay working here for a few more days to make sure there isn't any further nasty tasting potions we can force you to take, and to make sure you have fully recovered. And behave, as you will be meeting your godson. An hour later Sirius made his way down to the main floor and wandered into the study that Arcturus was using as his personal office. Wesley was seated across from him, and the two stopped speaking as Sirius walked into the room. Wesley stood up and walked over to greet Sirius. He gave Sirius a big hug, much to the surprise of the man. Fine, we're cousins, but that's a little much, isn't it? Quipped Sirius. Just glad to see that you have recovered from your little ordeal at Azkaban, said Wesley. Sirius rubbed the back of his neck as he eyed the other young man carefully. Thanks, I think, he said. Still having a hard time wrapping my mind around the idea that my favorite uncle had a son my age and I knew nothing about him. There has to be more to this story. Wesley smiled slightly. Someday, when you're old enough, I might just tell you more of my story. Sirius shrugged his shoulders. I suppose that's fair enough. I don't know you, and you clearly don't know me. Then he turned to face his grandfather. So, you have plans for raising my godson. And it seems that you have isolated us all away from everyone, but so far, from what I have seen, this is quite the improvement over Grimmauld Place. Harry will need friends, said Arcturus. Oh, something we can actually agree on, said Sirius with a mocking tone. As I said, my goal is to ensure the future of the Black family, said Arcturus, ignoring the quip from his grandson. To that extent, Narcissa and her son, Draco, are going to be joining the family. Andromeda and her husband Ted, and their daughter Nymphadora have been brought back into the family. I do recall you already said something about that. But Nymphadora is already attending Hogwarts. She is like 6 years older than him, said Sirius. We will be reaching out to other families to introduce Harry to their children, stated Arcturus. And no, it won't be Death Eater spawn, added Wesley. Well, other than Draco, but as he no longer has his father to influence him, perhaps you could be more of a father figure to the young boy. You have a little more than 5 years to prepare him and the others before they go off to Hogwarts. Sirius leaned back as he considered the comments about Draco. Wait, you're actually expecting me, a marauder, to actually be the responsible adult. Look how far your foolishness and immaturity got you so far, snapped Arcturus. About 4 years in Azkaban, not exactly the tropical vacation you used to always dream about. Sirius looked at his feet to avoid the look his grandfather was giving him with that statement. A house elf popped into the room, and Sirius sneered at the sight of Kreacher. Master Arcturus, Dobby will be arriving shortly with your visitor, stated the house elf. Thank you, Kreacher, for alerting us to the time, said Arcturus to the old house elf, who then popped away. Sirius' jaw dropped. Wait just a minute here. Was that Kreacher the crazed old black family elf who adored my mother? Yes, that was Kreacher, said Wesley. Treating him kindly and giving him a special reward have done wonders the house elf's disposition. Now behave yourself or I will have Kreacher remove you from this study. There was another pop, this one slightly louder, and a tall man, slightly wavy dark hair, and a neatly trimmed beard arrived in the office, accompanied by a house elf that seemed to be bouncing in place. Master Arcturus, Dobby has brought you your guest, sir, announced the house elf. Very good, Dobby, we will summon you when it is time for Lord Greengrass to return home, said Arcturus. With a much quieter pop, the house elf disappeared. Lord Greengrass, said Arcturus as he approached Cyrus Greengrass, offering a handshake. Thank you for agreeing with our house elf, as excited as he can be, to come and meet with us today. Cyrus nodded politely. Truly an unusual way to travel. Although I must wonder why such means of travel is necessary. Arcturus smiled at the man standing in front of him. A couple of rather simple reasons, answered Arcturus. First, this is a newly acquired black estate, and second, it is already placed under a Fidelius charm. Secrecy, not too surprising coming from the lord of the noble and most ancient house of Black, commented Cyrus. I like a man who is perceptive and wise, said Arcturus. But enough of these pleasantries, let us get to the point of this meeting. My grandson, Sirius Black, as you are well aware, was recently released after being falsely imprisoned in Azkaban. Well, he is the godfather and guardian to a certain young man, by the name of Harry Potter. Cyrus raised an eyebrow. The boy who lived. Yes, that Harry Potter, stated Arcturus, allowing a slight smile to form on his face. And to be clear, no, Albus Dumbledore does not know that he is being raised in the magical world. Young Harry needs to meet young witches and wizards, without people making a fuss. Cyrus tilted his head slightly, an expression of surprise evident on his face in light of that revelation. Arcturus noted the man's reaction. Now, before we continue this little discussion, I will need to know exactly where you stand in light of the recent wizarding war. Are you a Death Eater? Did you support them? Cyrus straightened in response to the question. He cleared his throat and looked around at the three other men in the room, Arcturus, Wesley and Sirius. I'm a businessman first, and I will not be intimidated by pure-blood bigots. If you're upset that he who must not be named lost that war, that debacle, then no, my daughter won't have anything to do with your plans. Those are not the sort of witches or wizards that someone such as Harry Potter should be meeting. Arcturus allowed a broad smile to appear on his face. That is the best answer I could have hoped for. And no, I never supported that half-blood pretender. Cyrus raised an eyebrow in response to that statement. Half-blood. Wesley spoke up to answer the query. Yes, the man who claimed to be a pureblood lord, and railed against the Muggleborn, was himself a half-blood, born to a near squib of a witch and a Muggle father, enticed into being with her by being dosed with a love potion. Kind of ironic that those pureblood bigots were following a half-blood disgrace. Cyrus gaped slightly in response to the pronouncement from Wesley Black. Arcturus spoke up again. What we need now is for those who are of pure-blood background to stand up and make it clear that we need Muggle-born witches and wizards to make our society strong. The witches and wizards of Britain, they need to know that there are some of their traditions that need to be changed, but also that some may need to stay. Cyrus turned to Wesley. Is your grandfather feeling all right? Does he need to be seen at St. Mungo's? I never heard a Black speak like this. Wesley laughed slightly. First, Arcturus is my great-uncle. Second, he is quite well. Cyrus shook his head. So, you're actually proposing a revolution of sorts. Indoctrinate our children, the future generation, into the necessity of keeping some traditions and the importance of embracing change. Well put. said Arcturus with the slightest of smiles. Cyrus shook his head slightly. And instead of a war like the Death Eaters, you want to start by training our children, even before they get to Hogwarts, that there is a new way to look at our magical society. I always thought you were a wise young man, said Arcturus. So, you want our children, my daughters, and your grandson, or nephew or however you are related to Harry Potter, to just grow up together. That's what this is all about? Asked Cyrus. Well, if you want to put it most simply, yes, just let them grow up together, said Arcturus. My wife is not going to believe me when I tell her about this conversation, said Cyrus. Sirius spoke up. I barely knew you in school, and I'm pretty sure that James and I did not harass you with our pranks, but I knew your wife, Rebecca, and she was friendly with Lily. Harry is my godson, and he will need to grow up with friends with a magical background, not isolated from the magical world as he has been for the past 4 years. If your daughters are anything like your wife, they would make wonderful friends for Harry. Cyrus looked around at the 3 men in the room once again. And the plan is to do this secretly. We are avoiding the scrutiny of Dumbledore as well as certain other individuals in this society, said Arcturus. I think that Rebecca and I can support such a plan, said Cyrus. The next day, Wesley was meeting up with Cassandra for lunch, and they made their way towards the Leaky Cauldron. As they were about to enter, Amanda Lester arrived and greeted Wesley and Cassandra. Cassandra had a puzzled look on her face as she clearly had no idea who this unknown person was who had just arrived. Relax, said Amanda. I knew Wesley back in Australia. I'm Amanda Lester, and we met through the dueling circuit back in Australia. Well, I read about what this young man has been doing. He is giving the Black family a new face, a new reputation, rebuilding the name of the family. I just thought I could try and do the same for my family. Wesley sighed as he looked between the 2 women. I was just about to explain to Cassandra that you would be joining us for lunch today. He turned to Cassandra. Amanda was at the qualifying meeting for the dueling competition yesterday. I hadn't expected to see her here in England. Cassandra nodded as she was trying to understand the situation. Let's just get a table, and order some lunch, and we can talk some more, added Wesley. A few minutes later they were seated at a table in the corner and Wesley had erected some privacy charms around them once they had placed their orders with Tom. Cassandra reached out and grasped Wesley's hand on top of the table and turned to Amanda. So, tell me more about your family and what you were saying about Wesley. Amanda smiled slightly and leaned back slightly in her seat. My father's cousins are all currently in Azkaban. And I was thinking, even more so than my father, that, maybe it's time for my family's name to be retrieved from the list of dark families. Cassandra had a puzzled look on her face. But Lester. I never heard of a wizarding family named Lester, especially not one with members who had been thrown into Azkaban. Amanda nodded at her comments. Of course not. My father changed his name when he moved to Australia. We are, sad to say, related to the Lestrange family. She paused for a moment before adding, yes, that family. There was an awkward silence over the table, which Amanda broke. Besides, maybe I can enter this dueling circuit over here. Give Wesley some actual competition. Hell, I can give myself some competition. The ones we faced off against yesterday weren't much more skilled than those we, or more specifically he, was beating back in Australia. Cassandra turned to Wesley. I thought you said your former love interest was someone whom you could never see again. Wesley flushed momentarily. Amanda raised an eyebrow. Now this has to be interesting, 'cause I was not aware that I was ever actually Wesley's love interest. Wesley palmed his face for a moment. Yes, and no. Yes, I did say that my former love is someone whom I cannot see again. And no, it was not Amanda whom I was referring to. We were friends. Good friends. Hell, she was my only friend on the dueling circuit. And my strongest competition. Amanda rolled her eyes. Not that strong, as I never did beat you in a duel. Cassandra then started to laugh. And the other 2 looked at her, clearly wondering what it was that she thought was so amusing. We really need to be careful, she said. If someone saw us sitting here, and knew all of our backgrounds, Black, Lestrange, and Yaxley, they would think we were about to start the next conspiracy and wizarding war. January 1986. Wesley had given his thoughts to Arcturus as well as to Sirius about how to go about arranging the play dates. As Harry had been isolated from other children by the Dursleys, other than Dudley, Wesley felt that introducing him to more children should take some time. For the first few weeks, it was just Harry and Daphne who would be brought together, and initially it was just for some time to play in the gardens at the Black Estate. Arcturus and Sirius had been starting to speak with several other families. Families who were neutral or even light-sided, but ones who would be cautious around the headmaster. One of the more prominent witches was Augusta Longbottom. She was not happy with the headmaster, holding him responsible for what happened to her son and daughter-in-law who had been very active in working with Dumbledore during the last war. At first she was hesitant to allow her grandson to get together with the boy who lived, but Arcturus eventually convinced her that it would be good for both of the boys. Sirius, while not as close to Frank as he was to James, was still good friends with him and might be able to share some stories of Neville's father with the boy when he was at the Black Estate playing with Harry. By the beginning of January there were 2 days each week that Harry and Daphne would be together, plus there was another day that had them joined by Neville as well as Tracy Davis. Soon they eventually added another day that was a larger group which included Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Draco Malfoy Black and Blaise Zambini. Arcturus and Wesley were sitting in Arcturus' office in the new Black family manor. It has been wonderful to see the young ones getting along so well, and seeing young Harry actually developing friendships, and learning about magic and his heritage, said Wesley as he stared across the room. Arcturus nodded slightly. You have already done much to give your younger self a much better upbringing, but you know that you still have so much to do, or rather, we have so much more to do. The remaining soul anchors need to be obtained, said Wesley as he looked back at Arcturus. We have the crystal containers for holding them, but we still need the basilisk venom. You have already obtained the locket, and you will need to obtain the tiara and the ring, said Arcturus, but, yes, we need to deal with the basilisk. It would be best to do so when we know that Dumbledore will be away, said Wesley. There is an upcoming ICW meeting at the end of January, and of course the Supreme Mugwump will need to be there for the entirety of the meeting, said Arcturus. We just need a way to get inside Hogwarts. That part will be relatively easy, stated Wesley with a slight laugh. The secret passage from the Shrieking Shack will only get us onto the school grounds and underneath the Whomping Willow, but the one from inside Honeydukes will get us into the main part of the school. I am not sure if the one through the portrait in the Hogshead Inn will work currently. Besides, I would rather not risk Aberforth knowing we had entered the school while his brother is away. When does Dumbledore leave for the ICW meeting? Probably on January 22nd, said Arcturus, as the meeting starts that day. Next Wednesday. Then we enter the school on Thursday, said Wesley. If we go at night only the prefects will be patrolling the halls, in addition to Filch. Speaking of Filch, if we make it to his office, there is a particular artifact that I would like to obtain that should be in his possession there. Arcturus raised an eyebrow. That squib has a magical artifact. Well, he came into possession of a map that was made by my father, with the help of Sirius and their friends, explained Wesley. Quite the remarkable charms project. It could have earned them a charms mastery if they weren't expelled for making it if anyone discovered what they had done. Arcturus raised a curious eyebrow. It's a magical map of the school. It can show you where anyone is within Hogwarts, said Wesley. Quite useful for that particular group of friends with all of the pranks they would pull off. And luckily for us, learning the passwords to activate the map and turn it off is not an easy thing. Still never found out how the Weasley twins figured them out. So, if we enter through the passage from Honeydukes, we will arrive on the 3rd floor behind a statue of a witch. Although there is a rock slide we need to climb to get into the castle that way. What was this about a Whomping Willow and a Shrieking Shack? Asked Arcturus, who had a scowl on his face at the thought of climbing a rock slide. Oh, yeah, the Shrieking Shack is on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. The students all claim it is haunted, due to howling noises they could hear about once a month, said Wesley. Although the building isn't haunted, it is where Remus Lupin, one of James and Sirius' friends, would go when Remus had his transformation into a werewolf every full moon. And the Whomping Willow was planted on the grounds near the entrance to the secret passageway. The willow needs to be tickled at a particular spot to stop it from attacking anyone who comes near the tree. Do we want to have Sirius help us with any of these tasks? Asked Arcturus. That would lead to Sirius asking too many questions about how I know so many things about Hogwarts when I supposedly have never been there, said Wesley. I should have thought about that, observed Arcturus. But if we enter the passageway through the Shrieking Shack, and deal with the willow, then we just have to cross the grounds and enter the castle that way. Wesley thought about that option. Well, Filch's office is right next to the entryway, and he is usually patrolling other parts of the school at that time. So that may just work. The two men made their way to Hogsmeade on the evening of January 23rd. Dusk had settled and they cast disillusionment charms on themselves before making their way to the Shrieking Shack. Once inside, Wesley showed Arcturus the stairs to the cellar and the tunnel that would lead them to the Hogwarts grounds. When they arrived at the opening near the tree, Wesley made a quick dive and a roll to the trunk where he found the knot, and pushed it, causing the tree to become immobilized for a period of time. As Arcturus climbed out and observed what Wesley had done, he shook his head. You could have just cast a stunner or some other spell at the trunk and accomplished the same thing, without all of the acrobatics, said Arcturus. Wesley stepped back and looked between Arcturus and the tree. That would work. You could have at least tried it, said Arcturus. Wesley shook his head slightly. Instead, I got to do an impersonation of Captain Kirk. Arcturus furrowed his brow. Who is Captain Kirk? Wesley laughed. Just a character on a Muggle TV show and movie series. He did lots of diving and rolling and stuff, more likely just for dramatic effect. Whatever, muttered Arcturus as he shook his head. They continued across the grounds after recasting the disillusionment charms as well as silencing charms on themselves. Once they arrived at the main doors, the two hesitated. Wesley listened against the door, and heard footsteps. He waved Arcturus to the side as the door suddenly opened. What is it, Mrs. Norris? Something wrong with the tree again. Argus Filch walked out and looked out across the grounds. He immediately looked for footprints in the snow on the grounds, but as the students had recently had a snowball fight out in front of the school, the snow had all been packed down. That tree hasn't had problems in several years, commented the caretaker. Let's go take a closer look. As he marched off towards the Whomping Willow that appeared motionless in the moonlight, two men entered the castle before the main door closed behind the caretaker. Now I know why you cast those additional spells to prevent the cat from smelling us, said Arcturus. Wesley smiled, but realized that Arcturus couldn't see it as they were both still invisible due to the spells. His office is just over this way to the right, said Wesley quietly. They made their way to the office, and Wesley stepped inside with Arcturus keeping watch from the entryway to be sure no one else might find them. Inside the office, Wesley looked around and found dozens of boxes filled with confiscated items. Wesley shook his head again, wondering just how it was that Fred and George ever found the map. Idiot, Wesley said to himself. Then he snapped his wand into his hand as he called out, Accio Marauder's map. One of the boxes started to be pulled towards him and then the lid popped off the box and an all too familiar scroll came flying towards him. Wesley grabbed the map, placed the lid back on the box and put the boxes back in their original order. Wesley stepped out into the entryway next to Arcturus and unfolded the map as he stated, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Arcturus raised an eyebrow as a map of the school appeared with two dots in the entryway, one named Arcturus Black and the other named Hydra Black. At least the map didn't identify you as Harry Potter, observed Arcturus. Wesley nodded. That might be awkward if anyone used the map and I was around. He looked at the map and smiled. No one is between us and the girls' bathroom on the second floor, said Wesley. We should get going, he added. The two made their way to the second floor easily as they did not encounter any of the prefects or faculty. Wesley was hoping that Ning Myrtle would not be present when they arrived, but to his frustration, she popped out of one of the toilets just after they walked into the girls' bathroom. What are you doing here? She shrieked. This is the girls' bathroom. Arcturus shook his head and tried not to laugh at the situation. Wesley sighed and then spoke up. Myrtle, we are here to deal with the snake that killed you years ago. A snake? A snake killed me. All I saw was a large yellow eye and then I was stuck here in this bathroom, stated Myrtle. That Riddle boy was mean, but everyone thought he was so nice. I heard him coming into the bathroom many times, and he never knew I would hide in here. He wanted to kill all the Muggle-born witches and wizards. Yes, I know about Tom Riddle, said Wesley. And this is why we are here, to make sure he can't hurt anyone ever again. So, if you take care of the snake that killed me, and avenge my death, can I leave here finally? Asked the ghost. Arcturus spoke up. If you have been haunting this bathroom because of how you died here, then there is no reason why you can't pass on. If you so choose, that is. That's wonderful, I think, replied Myrtle. But if you two die instead of killing this snake, you're welcome to share this bathroom with me. Thank you for the offer, Myrtle, said Wesley. Then he turned to face the row of sinks, and he hissed. The sinks opened wide to reveal the passageway to the tunnel that would lead to the chamber. Wesley looked at the opening and he definitely didn't want to slide back down the tube which was covered with spiderwebs and debris. Ginny must have had a way to make stairs to go up and down this tube-like passage, said Wesley as he stared at the opening. Don't expect me to go on a giant slide at my age, commented Arcturus. Wesley hissed again, saying the word, stairs, hoping that would be enough of a command in Parseltongue to make an easier way to go up and down the passageway. This was followed by a scraping sound as a stairway did form out of the stones in the small tunnel. I wish I had thought of this when I came here the first time, said Wesley as he then proceeded to walk down the stairs. Arcturus followed him down the stairs and then through the tunnel that led to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. They passed the large snake skin that had been shed by the basilisk in the past, and Arcturus just raised an eyebrow, realizing how amazing it was that Harry had managed to slay the beast that was so large when he was only 12. They arrived in front of the seal to the chamber, and Arcturus stared and took it all in. Kind of impressive that Slytherin created all of this, said the Lord Black. Although, since no one has really seen this, it makes one wonder why he made it so elaborate. Some say it was because of his ego, considering what is necessary to say to summon the basilisk once we get inside, said Wesley. Then he hissed. Open. In Parseltongue, and the intricate pattern of snakes on the seal to the door slid away and the door slowly opened. The two men then walked into the chamber and Wesley hissed again, calling for light in Parseltongue, and the magical lanterns lit up and illuminated the large hall. The two walked along and came face to face with the large statue of Salazar Slytherin. So, the basilisk will come out of there? Asked Arcturus. Yes, when I summon it by speaking to the statue, said Wesley. Let's get the roosters ready. Arcturus pulled a box out of his robes and expanded it. Then he opened the box and pulled out several roosters who flapped their wings and flew around where they were standing for a moment, and then a sudden flash occurred, radiating from the ceiling, and the roosters all fell to the ground dead. What the hell was that? Exclaimed Wesley. Arcturus had his wand out and cast a few spells and frowned. Someone, either Riddle or Slytherin himself, cast a protection ward around this room that would kill any roosters that were brought out into the open. Wesley frowned. If Riddle created such a protection, why did he have Ginny kill all of Hagrid's roosters that year? Arcturus shrugged, and then suggested an explanation. The wards were probably already set up in here by Riddle when he was a student. But once he had the Weasley girl release the basilisk around the school, he probably wanted to make sure that his little pet wouldn't come to harm when he, or she, was out and about. Makes sense, acknowledged Wesley. So now what? Arcturus shook his head. You killed the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor once already. I did that in the future, argued Wesley. My future, your past, said Arcturus. It's a magical sword, and it came to you before, so it knows you. Time may be relative in this case. But the sword came to me in the Sorting Hat, said Wesley. And just how did the hat obtain the sword? Asked Arcturus. I never thought about it before, said Wesley. Well, think about it now, said Arcturus. Just hold out your hand and think about the sword of Gryffindor. Wesley shook his head. Whatever, he mumbled, and then he extended his arm, opened his hand and waited a moment. Nothing, he said, stating the obvious. Did you think about the sword? Did you ask for Gryffindor's help? Wesley still had his arm extended, his hand almost waving in the air. What? You mean say something like, Godric Gryffindor's sword come to me now? Is that supposed to work? As he finished that statement, he felt a large weight enter his hand, and being startled by what happened, he dropped the sword that had appeared onto the floor with a loud crash. Bloody hell, muttered Wesley. Arcturus laughed at him. You're such a Gryffindor, but you better not drop that sword again. Wesley bent over to pick up the sword, and Arcturus warned him to be careful with the blade. Wesley stood up slowly, holding the blade away from himself. It hasn't come in contact with basilisk blood yet. Personally, I wouldn't want to risk it, observed Arcturus. So now what? I'll call forth the basilisk, and you get ready to blind it before it can kill us with its stare, said Wesley. Arcturus nodded and moved behind one of the columns in the room. When the monstrous snake comes forth, close your eyes as I will cast a blinding light, forcing it to close its eyes. Then I will cast a spell to bind its eyes shut. That sounds like a great plan, although I expect that it may not have its eyes fully opened when it comes out, as the previous person to summon it would have been Riddle, the supposed heir of Slytherin, said Wesley. Then he turned to the statue of Salazar Slytherin, and spoke the words that Tom Riddle had said, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The mouth of the statue opened wide, wider than what looked like it would be possible, and the two men heard the sound of something sliding across stone. The large basilisk started to slide out through the opening. As the head of the great snake came into view, Wesley noted that it had a covering over its eyes, like an extra lid. A loud hissing filled the hall. Arcturus prepared to fire spells at the beast, but Wesley waved him off. I am your new master, spoke Wesley, the words coming out in Parseltongue, but it still sounded like hissing to Arcturus. You are not the one who visited me all those years ago, hissed the basilisk. But I am here, and I am happy to see you, said Wesley. Has new master brought new food? The spiders in the forest are not that tasty, hissed back the basilisk. There was a slight thud as the entire snake had landed onto the floor of the chamber. We do have something for you, stated Wesley, speaking in English. With that comment, Arcturus cast a spell to bind the creature's eyes shut. The basilisk hissed with anger. It then lunged towards where it had sensed the one who was speaking to it, its massive jaws clasping tightly on an empty space. Then it realized that something had landed on its head. The basilisk started to rear back, however Wesley thrust the sword of Gryffindor through the skull of the large snake, as he had apparated on top of the snake. The basilisk thrashed in response to the assault, which caused Wesley to fall to one side, away from where Arcturus was standing. Wesley was still holding the sword which came out of the snake's head, and then the basilisk spasmed again, rolling on top of Wesley. Wesley used his magic to push the giant snake's head off of him, and then he crawled backwards away from the now dead beast. Arcturus came running around from the other side and stopped and stared at Wesley, and his eyes went wide. Now what? Asked Wesley, who then felt a stabbing pain in his left arm. He looked down and saw that somehow when the basilisk rolled over, it managed to embed one of the fangs into his arm. Merlin's balls, why does this always have to happen to me? Ned Wesley. Arcturus took a deep breath before speaking. If only Dumbledore's phoenix could just show up and cry into your wound again. Wesley laughed slightly. Not sure we want the headmaster knowing anything about what is going on here. Wesley took another deep breath and then looked at his arm. It doesn't hurt as much as it did when I was 12. He then reached with his right arm and removed the fang, leaving a small hole on his arm. Wesley and Arcturus both watched as the hole on his arm healed slowly over the next few minutes. Now what is happening? Wondered Wesley aloud. Phoenixes are magical birds. Their tears are magical. Maybe you still have fox tears in your system, surmised Arcturus. So I could survive this anytime now. Wondered Wesley. Not that I want a repeat of this ever again. Either that, or you truly became the master of death and you just can't die, said Arcturus. As you said, you used the Deathly Hallows to enable you to survive traveling back in time. I'll go with the idea that the phoenix tears are still active. The pain from the fang was nothing like what it was before, said Wesley as he stood up but kept looking at the wound on his arm. It is going to leave a mark, however. The two men looked at the now dead basilisk. It looks bigger in real life than it did in your memories that you shared, said Arcturus. Do me a factor, boy, and remind me not to get you angry with me. The two men shared a laugh, and Arcturus then started to look around. So, did you ever explore this chamber? There has to be more to its secrets than just a large deadly snake. Well, no, actually, said Wesley. I never came back. And Ron and Hermione came down to get a fang to destroy at least one more soul anchor. No time like the present, said Arcturus. The two wizards then started to investigate the chamber, and soon found a secret door to what must have been Salazar Slytherin's secret office. Using Parseltongue to state, "Open," ended up being the simple password. Inside the office they found that there were several tomes, many written in older languages. They had been looked at by Tom Riddle in the past, and hastily put back onto the shelf as he was not able to decipher the information in the books. There was a pile of several books which had been left on the desk, and upon looking through them Wesley and Arcturus discovered they had some information on old and powerful spells, but nothing about creating the soul anchors. The basilisk said something about eating spiders, commented Wesley. There must be another entrance to the chamber if the basilisk was able to venture outside and eat them. Arcturus nodded, and the two then began to explore the chambers some more. Using various phrases in Parseltongue, Wesley eventually opened up a passageway to the room where the basilisk had come from. There were a large tunnel that left this room and eventually led to an exit. Arcturus and Wesley found themselves standing in an opening to the Forbidden Forest. When they walked out and looked around, they could tell that they were near a den of Acromantula. Arcturus turned around and gaped. We just came out of a large tunnel, but now it has disappeared. No, it's still right there, said Wesley. Maybe it's only visible to those who can speak Parseltongue. Convenient, said Arcturus. It would keep the spiders and other creatures out. Well, now we have a way to bring in the goblins to render this beast, said Wesley as he made his way back into the tunnel, with Arcturus following close behind. Arcturus had thought they were walking back into a thick area of the forest when he suddenly realized that they were back inside the tunnel. He shook his head at the eeriness of the change, and he was frustrated at not being able to detect any change in his surroundings until they were clearly well within the tunnel. When they arrived back at the body of the basilisk, Wesley had Arcturus remove the crystal containers from the magical pouch, and then he grasped a couple of the fangs. Some of the venom dripped from the roof of the mouth of the basilisk and Wesley collected the venom. Wesley then dipped the blade of the sword of Gryffindor into the venom, just in case he needed to have the power of the venom in the sword once again. The men then made their way back to the exit into the Forbidden Forest, and then they apparated back to the Black Estate. The day after Wesley and Arcturus had ventured toward the Chamber of Secrets, Sirius and Wesley had gone on a trip to Diagon Alley. I gave Harry a toy broom when he was a baby, said Sirius. I want to get him one again, he seemed to be such a natural at it. He does seem like he might be a natural, said Wesley, avoiding a smirk in front of Sirius. And while we're at it, we can head over to Zonko's, added Sirius. That is not happening, Sirius, said Wesley. Harry needs to grow up to be a wizard, not a marauder, not a troublemaker. Where is the fun in that? Asked Sirius. There can be plenty of fun in that, when you actually let a child be a child, said Wesley. As the two were making their way to the Quidditch supply store, a voice called out to Wesley. Cassandra came up and greeted Wesley with a hug and a key. And Sirius smiled and laughed at the wizard. You're so lost already, Wesley, you have no freedom left. Wesley sent a wandless stinging hex at Sirius, who yelped, more out of surprise than pain. Then Wesley turned to Cassandra. We can meet up for lunch in a few minutes. Sirius here wants to get a present for Harry, then we can meet up, just the two of us. Sirius pouted. What? I don't get to be a third wheel. You're lucky we let you out of your kennel, stated Wesley. Cassandra laughed at the two. I'm sure I'll see you around, if Wesley invites me over to your home sometime. She gave Wesley a quick key on his cheek and the two made their way off to the Quidditch store. You are so wrapped around her finger, said Sirius. You shouldn't be so caught up by anyone. Sirius, said Wesley, his tone more somber, you need to seriously change your attitudes about women and dating. A one-night stand may be a serious idea of a relationship, but that is not a serious relationship, and yes, all the puns are intended. You do need to grow up. Your emotional maturity was stunted before you were sent to that horrible island prison. Your best friend managed to grow up before you graduated from Hogwarts, why can't you? Sirius stopped himself before he gave a quick and snarky reply. Maybe I just never found the right person to grow up with. You never will if you continue to be a marauder at heart and don't take life seriously, said Wesley. You laughed when you realized you had been framed by the rat. You didn't take the responsible action of protecting young Harry. Don't keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Sirius stood there with a look of shock on his face. Then he frowned, and closed his eyes tight. A moment later he shook his head and his broad smile had returned. Wesley raised an eyebrow. We all have our secrets, and I'm not about to talk about mine right now, here in Diagon Alley. Maybe later, said Sirius softly. Wesley raised an eyebrow. Fine, we'll go get Harry his toy broom. We'll bring it back to the estate, let him and the others have some fun, and then you can tell me about it over some of your grandfather's scotch. No, not the Ogden's Fire whiskey, but a proper scotch. 30 minutes later Sirius was back at the Black Estate, and Wesley was sitting down to lunch with Cassandra. After they started on their meal, Cassandra put down her sandwich and just shook her head. Wesley gulped and leaned back, a feeling of shock coming across him as he watched Cassandra's gesture. What's wrong? He asked. This isn't working, she said simply. What's not working? Your name, said Cassandra. My name. What's wrong with my name? Cassandra took a deep breath. Look, I told you, I read up about you. You were all over the local papers. From out of nowhere this wizard who was so great at dueling takes Australia by storm, and it turns out he is the lost heir to the Black family. Wesley was a different name, but that's okay. Then your grandfather, or grand-uncle, or whoever Arcturus is to you, well, he shows up and says, you're a Black, and you need to change your name. I mean, who does that to people? You're an adult but you have the wrong name. You don't like my name. Wesley was bewildered. Everyone knows the Blacks have used star names or constellation names, but Hydra. For real. Cassandra shook her head. You do know the story of the Hydra. Cut of its head and two grow back. You can't kill the Hydra. Not easily, said Wesley. Cut off your head and there will be two of you. Scoffed Cassandra. No, but I am not that easy to kill, said Wesley. Let's just leave it at that. Fine, the theory is cool, but it doesn't work, said Cassandra. So now what? Asked a puzzled Wesley. What you need is a nickname, stated Cassandra. A nickname. Yes, a nickname, asserted Cassandra. This is all about a nickname. You made me think you were about to break up with me, said Wesley, taking a deep breath. Can't break up with a Hydra, he'll just come back twice as difficult, I mean twice the problem, said Cassandra with a laugh. So, a nickname, said Wesley. What kind of nickname? I suppose Lord Black will continue to call you Hydra, no matter what, said Cassandra. Might as well stick with the name everyone knew you as when you first came here. Wesley. Wesley is much better than Hydra. Sounds like you have been thinking about this for a while, said Hydra. Of course I have, said Cassandra, turning her nose up slightly and then adding a smile. It only makes sense. Hydra is too stuffy. Oh, it may be fine for Wizengamot meetings and formal family affairs, but not among friends. As you wish, replied Wesley. April 1986. Sirius enjoyed just watching the youngsters play around the garden at the Black Estate. The days that the large group gathered, including Harry, Daphne, Draco, Susan, Hannah, Neville, Tracy and Blaze, would often find them taking turns on Harry's toy broom. Cassandra would visit often, as she enjoyed watching Wesley relax around the children. Suddenly they heard some shouting going on between several of the youngsters. Sirius was the first to arrive to investigate what the argument was about, and he found Daphne pouting with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Cassandra and Wesley came running up behind him as Sirius was asking the children to explain what was happening. It's not fair, said Daphne, stamping one foot on the ground. What's not fair? Asked a bewildered Sirius. The broom won't go high enough. She shouted. High enough for what? Asked Cassandra. You can't play Quidditch on a broom that doesn't go higher than the top of your head, she complained. You're a girl, you can't play Quidditch, said Draco. Girls can play Quidditch if they want to, argued Susan. I just want the broom to go higher, said Harry. I think it goes high enough, said Hannah. Neville shook his head in response to Hannah. I agree with Harry, I want to go higher. Wesley smiled at the interaction, especially seeing how Neville was not the shy boy he remembered. Sirius had frequently told Neville stories about his parents, and also encouraged him not to worry about any accidental magic. But I want to play Quidditch, said Daphne. We'll figure out a variation of Quidditch using these smaller brooms, offered Cassandra. But we will have to use hoops close to the ground. Your parents would all be quite upset with Sirius and Wesley if any of you fell off and got hurt. We can all get brooms? Asked Draco. Sirius laughed at the group. If you all want to learn Quidditch, and are willing to play on these brooms that keep you close to the ground, then why not? I'll get you all brooms. Wesley shook his head, seeing the man who was his godfather having fun and doing so without pranking anyone. It was good for Sirius and good for the group. When do we get the brooms? Asked Blaise, who was now getting excited with the others. Not today, said Sirius. Maybe we can have them for next week. Wesley and Lord Black have some trips coming up this week, so we will have to wait for Wesley to return. Cassandra turned to her boyfriend. So, Big W, what trips do you have coming up? I know you have the dueling competition soon. Sirius turned and looked at the couple, and before Wesley could answer he barked out a laugh. Big W. She called you Big W. What a nice little pet name. Wesley turned and glared at Sirius. You're just jealous you don't have a girlfriend. Sirius gulped slightly at that statement. Cassandra slapped Wesley on the arm. Nice going there, Mr. Sensitivity, you obviously wounded him. She then turned to Sirius. I knew of you back in school, even if you were a few years ahead of me. Everyone knew the Marauders, or at least who they were. It has been many years, said Sirius softly. Cassandra then put her hand to her mouth as she gasped. You were pursuing Marlene McKinnon when you were in school, until her family. Her voice trailed off. Wesley looked between Cassandra and Sirius. Sirius turned to Wesley and steeled his features before speaking. Harry's parents were such a great couple, once they got together. I had hoped to have a relationship like that if I could, and Marlene, I was starting to grow up and well, her family was attacked by the Death Eaters. That was not long before Voldemort attacked Harry and killed his parents. And then, well, you all know the rest. I'm sorry, I had no idea, said Wesley, offering his condolences. When do we get to play Quidditch? Demanded Draco as he walked up to the three adults as he was getting tired of waiting for something else to happen. Cassandra leaned towards the owned boy. You, young man, will need to learn manners and learn to be patient. We will work on setting this up, but it is not happening today. Tracy had followed him over to the adults and frowned at Cassandra's words. If we cannot play Quidditch, can we at least get some ice cream? Sirius shook his head. From Quidditch to ice cream? Really? Wesley laughed. They're 5, give them a break. To a 5-year-old there is some sort of connection there that makes sense. Saturday, April 12, 1986. Geneva, Switzerland. Dueling competition. Wesley and Arcturus were speaking together in between matches. So far, Wesley had not been really challenged during this competition. He was now awaiting his final duel of the day, and already knew that he would be in the elimination rounds starting the next day. It just seems to get easier for you, commented Arcturus. Maybe it's easier to focus as I'm already back in England, and we have a plan for the Soul Anchors. I don't need to worry about creating a name for myself like I did in Australia to create the reason why you would discover me, said Wesley. Arcturus frowned. Be careful what you say around here. You never know who might have ears. Wesley thought back to his 4th year at Hogwarts and the problem with a certain reporter for the Daily Prophet. Mr. Black, called out a voice that Wesley recognized immediately. Wesley turned around to see his former, or is it future, charms professor walking towards him. Mr. Black, I am excited to see you here competing, said Flitwick. The half-dwarf was seemingly bouncing on his toes. I had heard about your success in Australia and I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival on the European dueling circuit. I must say, so far you have not disappointed my expectations. Why thank you, Wesley replied, slowly, as he had not yet formally met the diminutive professor. Phileas narrowed his eyes. You know, you may be a black, but you do bear a certain resemblance to another former student of mine, James Potter. Arcturus inserted himself into the conversation. James had black blood in him. Perhaps that is the similarity that you are noticing, Professor Flitwick. The diminutive man looked up at Arcturus. Perhaps it is, Lord Black. Phileas was not startled by the appearance of Lord Black. But, as I was saying to your heir, I am looking forward to continuing to watch him duel. As the former dueling champion walked away, two young women showed up to see Wesley. Wesley raised an eyebrow at the two. I was not expecting to see either one of you here today, said Wesley. Cassandra smiled shyly, but Amanda spoke up for the two of them. I have dueled with you before, and I have watched you duel many times. If your girlfriend has not seen just what you can do with a wand, she should not be denied such an opportunity. Before Wesley could respond, one of the officials for the tournament came by and sent the spectators away, leaving Wesley by himself to prepare for the upcoming matches. Arcturus accompanied the young witches to the observation stands, and noted that Phileas Flitwick had been given a seat behind the judges' table to watch all of the scheduled duels. Several hours later, and Wesley had completed the preliminary rounds and was scheduled for the quarterfinal match. Flitwick had noticed that he had used a different style with all of his duels, not allowing anyone to get a grasp on any sort of routine that he would possibly be using. Even Amanda noted that Wesley did not copy any of this dueling tactics from the duels she witnessed in Australia. The elimination rounds of the tournament would begin tomorrow morning, and people were congratulating those that had made it to the quarterfinals. Arcturus walked up behind Flitwick and called out to him. Professor, you have observed my heir this day in all of his duels. I must ask, what is your impression? Spoke the Lord Black. Phileas had a look of frustration on his face which quickly changed to a large grin. I think that his skill is amazing. However, I have one complaint about everything I have seen from him so far. Arcturus raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, Amanda questioned the half-goblin. How can you complain about his skill or his success? Asked the Australian witch. Phileas smiled at her and seemed to bounce on his toes. Oh, I am not trying to be overly critical, but I must say, this is a dueling tournament. Wesley, here, is not dueling. He is fighting. There is essentially a different strategy. His training clearly has not been to prepare him for tournaments, but for fighting, for defending himself. Arguably, the difference is subtle and of no consequence as long as he stays within the rules of the competition, which Mr. Black has easily been doing. To me, the bottom line is in observing his skills and how he responds to any of the challenges presented in this competition. Phileas then turned back to Wesley. I cannot guess at who trained you, young man, but whomever did, they should know they did a fine job indeed. At that time, one of the officials came by and requested that Flitwick join them as they discussed the progress of the tournament. Phileas said his goodbyes to the group, and then went to converse with the officials. The competition continued the next day, and while the competitors were all quite skilled, most of those who had been in attendance for the entire tournament were not surprised by the outcome, as Hydra Wesley Black had won his first European dueling competition. Upon their return to England, Arcturus took Wesley aside. Your plans for developing a name for yourself in magical society have gone quite well. Now don't you think we, or you, need to focus on the reasons why you came back in the first place? Arcturus sat down heavily in a chair in the study across from Arcturus, who took his seat by his desk. I have been successful so far, said Wesley. Clearly it has been with your help and guidance. We have removed young Harry from the situation I grew up in. Bloody hell. That sounds strange to talk about my younger self in the third person like that. We rescued Sirius. We have obtained the basilisk venom and harvested the beast. He took a deep breath before continuing. We need to destroy the locket, now that we have the means to do so. Then we need to obtain the ring, and then find a way to obtain Hufflepuff's cup. Oh, and we need to get the diary. Simple steps, when they are available, would be the most prudent, commented Arcturus. Start with destroying the locket. Then we get the diary. That should be easier than dealing with Riddle's family shack and the hidden ring. Wesley nodded in response. I would assume that you're right, of course. Part of me wonders if Riddle will be able to notice if we are destroying his soul anchors. From what you have said, Riddle is still far away from here, hiding out in his wraith-like form, somewhere in Bulgaria, said Arcturus. While he might be able to detect a change in his soul anchors if he were already to have obtained his new body, I am not sure that he can tell anything about a change in these anchors now. Was there any indication he was aware of your destroying the locket, or the diadem, or even Dumbledore's stupid attempt at destroying the ring? If there was, you either skipped over it or he did not overreact to those events, which is not the way that Riddle would have reacted to any of this if he could somehow feel a change when his soul fragments were destroyed. I suppose you do have a point, agreed Wesley. So then, we take the easy steps first, said Arcturus, but the statement came out almost as a question to Wesley. Easy steps, agreed Wesley. We have the locket, and we have the venom. And it will be a huge burden removed off of creature who still feels bad for having lost Regulus. Then we head down to the basement, prepare the room and prepare ourselves, said Arcturus. 30 minutes later the two men were staring at a crystal box on the center of the table in front of them. Arcturus spoke up as he stared at the crystal box holding the locket. So, now what? You're the young hero who has done this before. Wesley coughed slightly at the comment. Well, we will need to open the locket. Or more specifically, I will need to open the locket, speaking in Parseltongue. Then the soul fragment will try to influence us not to destroy it, but hopefully my occlumency is stronger and it won't be an issue. Then I stab it with the poisoned fang. Arcturus turned to face Wesley. Now that sounds dangerous. We harvested the fangs. Didn't you have a dagger that you used to cut out the fangs? Wouldn't that be safer to use than a fang that could leak venom onto you? Wesley reached inside his shirt, pulled out a dagger wrapped in a magical sheath and hanging from a chain around his neck. Oh, you mean this dagger? Arcturus glared at the young man. Wesley shook his head. Yes, this would be better than a fang. Arcturus nearly growled at the young man. You are not amusing. And don't be foolish. This is serious. After a brief pause he added, and no making jokes about my grandson's name. Wesley held the dagger in his hand and placed the locket on the counter. He closed his eyes momentarily as he made sure his occlumency shields were ready. He then made a hissing sound as he said, Open, in Parseltongue. The locket opened up and a shadow seemed to begin to emit from the locket. Before the shadow could make any comments or project any further images, Wesley jabbed the dagger into the locket. There was a scream and a black cloud flew out of the locket. He turned and faced Arcturus, who had a slight frown on his face. That's all there was to it. No fancy light show or taunting. Wesley smiled slightly. I've heard the soul anchors try to talk their way out of being destroyed before. I knew what we were doing would work, so I decided to ignore the protests and just get it over with. Good thinking, boy. It seemed to work fine, said Arcturus, who had taken a deep breath. Now, we need to visit my granddaughter and fetch that diary. The next day Arcturus and Wesley arrived at Malfoy Manor. Narcissa greeted them at the door, as they had sent a message to her that they wanted to come and visit. I know that today is not one of those scheduled play dates, so why are you two here? She asked, her tone a little short with her grandfather and his heir. We need to deal with some things that your late husband had acquired, said Arcturus flatly. I am sure you are aware he had acquired some rather dark objects. Before Narcissa could respond, Draco came running into the entryway to see who had arrived. Upon seeing Wesley he began to pout. Oh, it's only you, he said, the displeasure in his voice not hidden from any of them. Wesley gritted his teeth slightly and was about to say something to the young boy, but Draco started to yell at him. You're the mean person who killed my father. I don't know why Harry has to put up with you. I hate you. Wesley knelt down on one knee in front of the angry child. He sent a wandless calming spell at Draco before he began to speak. You may not understand it now, young man, but someday you may better understand what happened. Your father attacked your mother's grandfather, your great-grandfather. As a member of the Black family, it was my responsibility to help him, to protect your great-grandfather. In fact, as his announced heir, It was my obligation to help Arcturus. What your father did was wrong. He may have done many other things that were wrong, but that is not what mattered at that time. I could not allow Lord Black to be hurt. You still remember your father as the man who led your family, who cared for you and your mother. I can understand that you are upset and angry over the loss of your father. But I did what I had to do in response to his foolish actions. Someday, maybe you will understand that I did what seemed the best thing to do at that time. Draco frowned for a moment. Then he looked at Wesley and added, maybe. Maybe my father did something wrong. I don't understand why my father tried to hurt Lord Black. But I don't have to like you, no matter why you did what you did. Wesley smiled slightly at the young man. No, you don't have to like me. But don't take your anger at me out against your mother, or your great-grandfather, or any of your new friends. Draco continued to have a frown on his face. Okay. But I still hate you. Wesley sighed. I can understand you're being angry with me. Then he stood up and turned to Narcissa. He is allowed to be angry with me. Narcissa took a deep breath and smiled at her son before turning to face Wesley. My apologies for his outburst. Wesley shook his head. No one needs to apologize for the young man expressing his feelings. I'm sure you still have issues with me anyway. So, you have nothing that you need to apologize for. Thank you, Air Black, replied Narcissa. She then turned to Draco. Now, you go run along and play. I'm sure you can find something to do without getting into too much trouble. Draco looked back and forth between his mother and the two men who had arrived. He then smiled at his mother and went running down the hall. Once he was gone, Narcissa turned to her grandfather. So, what exactly do you need to do here? What are you looking for? We have reason to believe that Lucius has an item he was given for safekeeping by the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, whom others knew as Lord Voldemort, stated Arcturus. Even Narcissa shuddered slightly at the speaking of the name Voldemort in her own home. I have no idea what such an item that could be. I would suspect that something like that might have been kept either in his study, or possibly in one of his special rooms in the cellar. Special rooms? Questioned Arcturus as he raised an eyebrow. Wesley shook his head in order to hide his knowing smile, remembering the chambers where he and Ron were kept while Hermione was being tortured after they have been captured by the Snatchers. Perhaps we should start down there, he suggested. I'll show you to the stairs, but honestly, I have no desire to go down there, admitted Narcissa. And I refuse to be responsible for any trouble you get yourselves into with whatever it is you may come in contact with down there. Wesley nodded and smiled. Of course, we are taking all the risk upon ourselves here. Arcturus and Wesley descended the stone staircase into the cellar, which Arcturus quickly recognized might be better described as a dungeon. The Lord Black turned to Wesley. I take it you've been down here before. My friends and I were captured by the Snatchers, a group of renegade witches and wizards that were working with the Death Eaters to capture Muggle-born and other sorts of blood traders during the next war, with a particular goal of capturing the 3 undesirables who were on the run, said Wesley. Arcturus nodded quietly and then looked around at the various cells and short hallways. He then slid his wand into his hand and did a quick wave. Sensing the presence of dark magic, he pointed his wand at a door that was originally not easily noticeable. Perhaps we will find what we are looking for behind there. A revealing charm cast by Wesley made the door come into view for both of them. Wesley raised an eyebrow before he commented, not that Lucius really worked hard at hiding this room. I'm sure the bastard didn't think he really needed to, as it is clear my granddaughter had no desire whatsoever to investigate anything down here, said Arcturus. Wesley then cast a charm to determine if there were any traps on the door, and found no evidence in any further magic. He shook his head slightly and then cast a spell at the door to open it. The door creaked open slowly at his words, and then Arcturus cast a light spell into the closet. There were several bookshelves with many tomes, some with text in other languages. Wesley's eyes were drawn to a familiar small black book that was on the top shelf by itself. He then summoned the book to him and it was completely blank, just as it had appeared when he found it in the girl's bathroom. Wesley could sense the evil presence of the Horcrux within the book and simply nodded to Arcturus, who withdrew one of the crystal boxes and allowed Wesley to drop the diary into it once the cover was removed. Wesley then sealed the box closed and Arcturus placed it back into the magical satchel at his side. Should we investigate any of these other items? Asked Wesley. Arcturus frowned as he shook his head. No, not today. Let us not get distracted from our main purpose here. One more Horcrux to be destroyed and one more step towards preventing the megalomaniac's return. The two ascended the stairs and met with Narcissa once more prior to leaving. I presume you found what it is that you were searching for, she said coldly. Arcturus nodded simply before adding, there is a hidden closet down there where we were able to find the particular item we needed. However, that closet is filled with many items, dark books and artifacts that would be quite dangerous if your son was to stumble upon them. Hydra did add a special locking spell that would prevent anyone else from opening that room. For their protection, of course. Narcissa looked towards Hydra, and gave the thinnest of smiles. Thank you for that, for protecting Draco this way. Wesley nodded quietly in response. Then he and Arcturus made their way to the flow in order to leave. Just before they stepped through the flames, Narcissa called out to Wesley. I don't hate you, really I don't, but that doesn't mean it's not hard for me at times. Wesley paused and turned back to her, and gave her a small smile, then he threw the flow powder into the flames as he called out Grimald Place and stepped into the fireplace. April 1986. Wesley and Arcturus brought the diary down into the room in the basement where they were prepared to deal with Riddle's soul anchors. Wesley placed the black book onto the table. Arcturus looked at the book and then at one of the fangs. You know, maybe we don't need to stab the book like you did previously, maybe just placing some drops of the basilisk venom onto the diary may be enough, said Arcturus. It might be safer that way as well. Wesley shrugged his shoulders, I suppose it is worth a try. We do have plenty of the venom for now. Wesley put the diary back into one of the crystal containers, but left the lid off of the container. He carefully picked up one of the fangs, and removed the covering that was secured to the non-pointed end of the fang. He tilted the fang and allowed several drops of the venom to pour onto Hidari. He quickly covered the fang back up again, just before a screeching sound emanated from the book. A dark cloud emanated from the diary, but it never took shape like it had done when he had encountered the shade of Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets. A moment later and the room was quiet and the black cloud had dissipated. Wesley let out the breath he was holding as he watched the soul anchor's destruction. Almost anticlimactic, particularly after what happened the last time I had to destroy the diary. Arcturus nodded, but added, however, you did say that the soul anchor in the diary had been absorbing the life force of that other student, so it clearly was much stronger. This version had no chance to gain any sort of power and had been laying dormant in that book for many years. If only they could all be so easy, said Wesley. Arcturus laughed. I have known you long enough to not expect anything to come easy to you. Wesley shrugged in response. I suppose you do have a point. He looked at the diary, which did not appear any different from when they first obtained it at Malfoy Manor. So, that's two down, the locket and now the diary. We still need to obtain the tiara and the ring, and somehow get the cup from the Lestrange vault. The ring, while protected by whatever Riddle put on that shack, is probably going to be the easiest, said Arcturus, as we won't have to deal with getting into Hogwarts. We did figure out how to get in with that secret passage to the Chamber of Secrets near the Forbidden Forest, commented Wesley. Which is how we will need to access the chamber in order to have the goblins harvest the basilisk, but we don't want to use that too often or Dumbledore may become suspicious if there is too much activity near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, said Arcturus. The ring is next then, said Wesley. Saturday, April 26, 1986. Wesley and Arcturus made their way to Little Hangleton, looking for the ancestral home, or shack, that the Gaunt family used to live in prior to their ultimate demise. It actually was not hard for Arcturus to obtain the location from someone at the Department of Records at the Ministry of Magic, as he claimed he was simply being diligent in trying to see if he had any other unknown relatives to his family. Wesley was feeling a little uncomfortable at the sight of the old Riddle homestead with the graveyard below it, not wanting to dwell on the memories of that night he faced Tom Riddle at the end of the Tri-Wizard tournament when he was used as part of the ritual to bring the crazed wizard back into a new body. Wesley was certain that there would be no way that evening would be repeated, as their goal was that Tom Riddle would be long gone before young Harry arrived at Hogwarts this time. Arcturus noted that Wesley had paused in his walking and looked up to where the young man's eyes were focused. We will make sure that this place is nothing but bad memories for anyone and not about to make new bad memories, even for that caretaker who is still probably somewhere nearby. Wesley nodded in response to the encouragement from Arcturus. It shouldn't be too far from here, the shack that is. Just around a slight bend in the road they saw the dilapidated old shack. Before approaching closer than 100 meters they could sense Muggle-repelling wards. The two men then cast several spells to reveal any further wards, of which there were several. Some of these wards could be quite nasty if someone tripped them, stated Arcturus. The Muggle-repelling wards have kept away the non-magicals and there would be no reason for a witch or a wizard to travel here, unless they specifically knew that the object in question was hidden in that shack, commented Wesley. The wards do include warnings, magical signals to be sent if they are tripped, observed Arcturus. Highly sophisticated warding system. If the spirit of Riddle is hiding out somewhere in Albania, then he will not know that we have tripped any of his traps just based on the sheer distance. As opposed to when you said that fool Dumbledore would try to do it, after that monster had already returned. After several minutes they had deactivated all of the magical wards surrounding the property and the shack, other than the Muggle-repelling charm. As the two approached the shack they detected some notice-me-not charms, that had weakened over time, and some charms with rather nasty hexes associated with barrier alarms. Walking up the path towards the house, they had apparently missed one of the wards. A nearby bush erupted into flames, which Wesley quickly doused. Wesley stepped back from the formerly burning bush and activated another trap. There was an audible clang as the ward was activated. Arcturus instinctively cast a shield charm just as a nearby boulder exploded. Wesley looked back and forth between the debris that bounced off of the shield and the Lord Black. Arcturus shrugged in response. I did fight alongside your grandfather against Grindelwald years ago. I haven't lost all of my reflexes and magical skills. Thank Merlin for that, replied Wesley. Now, let us both be a little more careful as we make the rest of the way to the house, if you could even call it that, said Arcturus. There were no further magical traps and they were able to open the door to the shack and stepped inside. Arcturus cast some detection charms and found a number of wards. There are wards that could release some noxious gases as well as another that appears to summon snakes. Although the deactivation of these wards does not seem as simple as many of the other wards we already encountered. Wesley noted and then cast his own detection charms. It will require Parseltongue to bring the wards down. He then spoke in what sounded like a hiss to Arcturus and after a minute of hissing Arcturus could feel the wards collapse. Handy skill you have there, said Arcturus. Wesley nodded. Yes, it can be. Now we just need to find the ring. He cast another detection spell and there was a faint glow from beneath one of the floorboards. Arcturus cast a spell to remove the boards from the floor and they saw a small leather bag on the ground. Definitely radiating dark magic, said Arcturus, just as I would expect for finding another one of those soul anchors. Wesley pulled out one of the crystal containers and placed it on the floor in front of them. Arcturus then cast a spell and levitated the bag from the space under the floor and dropped it into the crystal container. Even lifting it magically, it was clear that the object within the bag is tainted with foul magic. I presume it had a similar feel to the diary and the locket, said Wesley. It did indeed, acknowledged Arcturus. And Albus was foolish enough to allow the compulsion on this item to put it on his hand and curse him. How did he ever defeat Grindelwald or fool everyone to make him head of the Wizengamot? The two started to make their way out of the shack, when Wesley asked Arcturus about the wards they had taken down. Do we need to do anything about the wards we destroyed? Arcturus shook his head and gave Wesley a wry smile. If your plan succeeds then it won't matter and will simply save anyone from serious injury if they ever happen to stumble on this place. And if he does return, what can he do about it? We have already destroyed some of his anchors and we will get the rest of them shortly. I was thinking, stated Wesley. What if he manages to try and come back? That family graveyard below the Riddle Mansion, that is where the ritual was completing. Using a bone from his father's skeleton as one of the components, in addition to my blood. But he stated, bone of the father, unwillingly given. What if we remove the bones of his father from that grave? And replace them? Arcturus raised an eyebrow. Replace them with what? The bones of a squirrel, or a chipmunk? Wesley looked at Arcturus. Now that was a strange suggestion. Maybe just exchange them with someone else's skeleton remains. Arcturus rubbed his face for a moment. Not necessarily a good idea, as Riddle is probably related in some way to everyone hurried here. Now, maybe some muggle bones, unrelated to Riddle, that might be the best protection if he somehow had a chance to try to revive himself again. Wesley nodded. Something to keep in mind, but hopefully we can complete everything and prevent that from happening. That would be the plan, agreed Arcturus. After apparating back to the Black Manor in Leeds, they quickly made their way to the basement. Wesley pulled out the crystal box, and Arcturus then manipulated the small leather case to dump the ring out and into the box. Wesley then took the basilisk fang and, just like with the diary, poured a few drops into the box and onto the ring. As with the diary, there was a slight screech followed by a black cloud emanating from the ring. After a minute the black cloud had dissipated and the two approached the crystal box. The ring still has the compulsion charm as well as the flesh-rotting hex, said Wesley after he cast the diagnostic spell. Arcturus then cast a series of spells into the box, then he cast a diagnostic charm on the ring and sighed heavily. There you go, your family heirloom, which you may need again sometime, along with your cloak and your wand. May 10, 1986. Wesley arrived for the Swiss Dueling Championship, one of the matches leading up to the European Dueling Championship being held later in the year. Arcturus accompanied him to Bern, as he had been to the magical part of the city several times since the end of the war with Grindelwald. The Swiss are less antagonistic towards their Muggle counterparts than the typical British wizards or witches, commented Arcturus as they made their way towards the old magical castle that was the site of the tournament. Even I could see that having a less antagonistic relationship with our non-magical counterparts would be best for magical Britain. Wesley completed his registration for the tournament and simply waited in a seat in the front of the stands. Once again, Phileas Flitwick arrived to work with the judges for the match. He stopped briefly to speak with Wesley. It is good to see you here, young man. I hope you perform well throughout the competition, but based on what I have previously observed, I have no doubt that you shall do quite well. He gave a smile to Wesley and turned to make his way to the judges' table before Wesley could really respond. Wesley and Arcturus were talking among themselves when there was a commotion over at the judges' table. Someone had been pushed forward and the judges' table was overturned. One of the wizards who was registering for the tournament was walking away slowly, holding both hands up in the air, apologizing for some sort of misunderstanding. Wesley and Arcturus could not make out what was being said, however Arcturus' eyes narrowed. That looks like a Selwyn, the one backing away from the table, observed Arcturus. And the other one beside him looks like he is a Jugson. I wasn't aware that anyone from those families participated in the dueling circuit. Wesley nodded silently as he studied the faces of the two men, understanding the implied warning. A short time later and Wesley was called for his first duel, which so happened to be against Jugson. Wesley was not particularly concerned as he was certain that particular family was not known for their dueling prowess. He walked up onto the platform and it was clear that Jugson was sneering at him. Not good at playing poker, I'm sure, thought Wesley as he prepared for the match to begin. As soon as the judge signaled the start of the duel, several cutting curses made their way towards Wesley, which he simply stepped out of the way. Next came a series of slightly different and more dangerous cutting curses, and again Wesley was able to sidestep the curses fairly easily. Jugson growled at the fact that all of his curses had missed the target. Wesley cast a spell that emitted a jet of water towards Jugson. Jugson scoffed at the simple spell. Wesley then sent a freezing charm at the water, but he ended up missing the water as he was again dodging a series of cutting curses. Jugson then sent a series of blasting hexes when Wesley simply deflected as though they were just a nuisance. In his anger at his being unable to land anything on his opponent, Jugson then sent a curse that Wesley had not expected to hear, as his opponent called out, Sectum Sempra. Wesley then quickly and silently created a shield that worked as a magical mirror. The white beam of magical energy hit the shield and rebounded back towards Jugson. Jugson was initially grinning at his apparent success at sending the lacerating curse, until he realized that the curse was reflected back at him and his eyes went wide just before the curse hit him across his chest and he started to bleed profusely. Jugson dropped his wand and fell to the platform, crying out in pain. The judge declared Wesley the winner and the Mediwitch on standby quickly made it onto the platform as they worked at treating the wounds. Selwyn then called out from the crowd, calling for the immediate expulsion of Wesley Black from the tournament for the injuries he caused to his downed opponent. Phileas Flitwick was the first to speak up in response. Your protest is in vain, Mr. Selwyn, as Mr. Black was simply defending himself from the inappropriate spell cast by Mr. Jugson. Protection for one's self during the duel is allowed, particularly when the spell used to attack an opponent in the duel is not within the guidelines. A second judge spoke up after Flitwick, and to make it clear, Mr. Jugson is hereby banned from participating in any future dueling events. Selwyn hid himself in the crowds while Wesley turned and walked off of the platform. He sat down silently in front of where Arcturus was sitting. Arcturus spoke to him quietly, do not overreact, you've done well. Clearly that was an attempt from the former Death Eaters to avenge Lucius for what you did to him. But Selwyn is still here, they are not done. Wesley did not vocalize a response. He noticed Amanda seated on the other side of the platform where he was, as she was awaiting her duel. She gave him a worried look as she had clearly witnessed what happened in his duel, which her returned with a confident smile trying to reassure her. Amanda managed to perform well in her match which occurred about 30 minutes after Wesley's encounter with Jugson who was taken to the nearby magical infirmary to fully treat the injuries he sustained from the spell which had rebounded back on him. Wesley's second opponent was wary at first, as he was feeling intimidated by the spectacle from the end of Wesley's first match. The wizard was overly cautious as he was worried any spell he cast might be reflected back against him. After a minute of casting various spells towards his opponent he then found himself facing a spell chain that started with a simple stunner, then a blowback hex followed by a conjuration of a flock of birds. He quickly dispelled with the birds only to be hit with a rapidly approaching disarming spell. Flitwick nodded in appreciation of the simplicity of Wesley's dueling techniques, and admired the young man's continued success. The third round of the tournament had Wesley facing off against Selwyn. Arcturus shook his head slightly upon hearing who Wesley's opponent would be. I presume that the whole scene at the judges' table was just to hide their manipulation of the supposed random ordering of the matches. The Selwyns are noted for being more adept with a wand than the Jugsons, are many others within the Death Eater ranks, he whispered to Wesley. Wesley did not react to the words of the Lord Black, as he had already surmised that his current opponent, much like his first one, was not random. He slowly walked onto the platform, avoiding any eye contact with his opponent. Selwyn, however, was not hiding his glaring at the black heir whom he was about to face in the duel. The two wizards took their positions on the opposite ends of the platform and awaited for the judge to signal the start of their match. As soon as the judge started the match, Wesley erected a shield silently. Selwyn's overpowered reductor curse merely hit the shield with a loud clang. Wesley did not move or even flinch. Selwyn shook his head in frustration and then cast a spell chain consisting of various bludgeoning, piercing and cutting hexes. Wesley dodged the first two and then deflected the next three spells. Wesley conjured some ropes which he sent towards Selwyn, who simply batted them aside with his wand. Selwyn then noted several balls were heading towards him, again conjured by Wesley, but they all went wide and didn't come close to hitting him. Selwyn laughed at Wesley's bad aim and sent another series of blasting hexes at his opponent. Once again Wesley simple dodged the hexes which only angered Selwyn, who then prepared to send an even stronger spell. As he started his wand motion he felt some pressure on his legs, and looked down to see the ropes that were previously conjured by Wesley were being twisted around his legs, each anchored by the balls that had been sent flying past him. Selwyn tried to step out of the ropes but only managed to trip as he could not separate his legs. As he was falling towards the platform he was not able to see or protect himself from the simple stunning spell that Wesley had sent towards him. Wesley then summoned his opponent's wand and immediately tossed it towards the judge who declared him the winner. Flitwick approached Wesley after the duel was completed and questioned him about throwing the wand to the judge. I believe, sir, that if someone was to investigate what happened earlier, before the tournament began, you may find traces of magic from that wand on the schedule for the tournament. Phileas looked at Wesley in silence, then he turned and spoke with the other judges who then conducted an impromptu investigation. Selwyn was revived and had his wand handed to him after the investigation did show that somehow he had tampered with the schedule of the duels for the tournament. The judges then barred him from any future dueling events throughout Europe. Selwyn sneered at the judges and started to storm out of the building, pausing as he neared Arcturus Black. "You should be ashamed of yourself, sullying the once great name of Black and harming all of the wizarding world with your actions." "On the contrary, young man," replied Arcturus, with a calm in his voice, "it is the actions of you and your fellow followers of a misguided and crazed individual who was not at all what he purported to be. And it is those actions of you and your associates that are endangering the future of the magical world." Selwyn spat at Arcturus' feet as he was then escorted out of the building by the wizards who were present for security. Arcturus shook his head in disgust at the antics of the man as he was led out of the building. The remainder of the dueling tournament was unremarkable in comparison, other than Wesley winning the tournament when he defeated the wizard who barely eliminated Amanda in the other semifinal duel. As the group was leaving the tournament, Amanda turned to Wesley. "I know you're involved with raising Harry Potter, as your cousin is his godfather, and he was just released from Azkaban last year. Do you really just leave that poor young boy with Sirius Black to watch over him while you travel to events like these?" Before Wesley could respond, Arcturus laughed as he answered for him. "By Merlin's beard, no. What do you take us for? Fools. No. Sirius' cousin, one of my granddaughters, Andromeda, she is there at the estate, and she is keeping Sirius in line as well as watching over the young ones." Wesley smiled at Arcturus' response. Then he added, "And if some of the other children come over to play, then their mothers may be there also, including Lady Greengrass, or Andromeda's sister Narcissa. And any of them are more than willing to make sure to help keep Sirius in line." May 14, 1986. Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. Professor Albus Dumbledore was reviewing the lead article in the newspaper which detailed the accomplishments of the young wizard, Hydra Wesley Black, who had just won his Swiss dueling event in Bern, Switzerland. He knew that the school's charms professor, Phileas Flitwick, himself a former dueling champion, had been present for the event as one of the judges. The gargoyle at the bottom of the stairs to his office notified the headmaster that he had a visitor coming up to see him. Albus put down the paper as he welcomed Phileas into his office. "You had some questions for me?" asked Phileas as he sat himself down on a chair after conjuring several pillows for himself so he could actually see the headmaster eye to eye. "Yes, Phileas, and thank you for coming by so promptly," said Albus, who cast a slight glance towards his phoenix who had recently delivered the request for this meeting to the professor. "I hope that you enjoyed your time in Bern." Phileas smiled slightly as he easily anticipated where this conversation was headed. "Yes, it is always exciting to see how the younger witches and wizards are progressing in their dueling skills and tactics." Albus smiled and allowed his eyes to twinkle slightly. "Good, good. I would think it could be quite exciting, not to mention educational, to watch those competitions." Phileas just nodded in reply. Albus continued as he realized that Phileas could be tight-lipped when not asked direct questions. "Yes, well, this young man, this Wesley Black, he has been making quite the name for himself. A newcomer to Britain and Europe, and already he is winning dueling competitions." "Yes, the young man is quite skilled," agreed Phileas. "So, clearly you have observed his dueling matches, and I am sure that you have paid close attention to his skill and techniques," said Albus. Phileas did not react to the statement, something he had learned long ago, that unless the headmaster actually asked a question, then he had no need to simply volunteer any information. The headmaster continued as he again had no verbal response from the charms professor. "Well, to the point then. Do you think this young man could be a good option as our next professor? You are aware that Professor Potemkin has already made it clear that he will not be continuing after this year. He has a recurrent malady that he needs to seek treatment for somewhere in Asia during the next academic year." "I had heard those rumors about Professor Potemkin," said Phileas. "Yes, well, your thoughts on Mr. Black?" prodded Albus. "Would he be a good option?" Phileas nodded slowly. "He may be young, but he is skilled, quite skilled indeed. In fact, I would dare say he is not a duelist, but a fighter. Someone so young to have his skills, well, it's definitely not common. Albus smiled as he steepled his hands together on his desk in front of him, his eyes twinkling slightly more. Phileas tilted his head slightly. If you are looking for someone who can teach students how to fight wizards and witches, well, he has the skills. Not that I have seen whether he has the ability to teach others. I suppose, if he does not have much skill in actual teaching, it may not matter, as no professors for Dada seem to last more than just one academic year. Albus sighed audibly in response to Phileas' statement about the loss of Dada teachers every year. Ever since he refused to offer Tom Riddle a teaching position at Hogwarts, the Dada professor position seemed to have been cursed, as no one in that position has ever lasted more than one academic year since. Albus was sure that Riddle must have placed some sort of curse on the position, but so far he was unable to do anything to remove the curse. Perhaps you can introduce me to the young man so I can then discuss with him the possibility of him coming here to teach, said Albus. May 28, 1986. Diagon Alley. Arcturus led Wesley to an outside table at a cafe along Diagon Alley. Remind me why we are here again, said Wesley quietly. You need to continue to build upon your reputation within the magical community, said Arcturus. You first came to the spotlight with your dealing with Lucius in a most definitive manner. Now you have gained further fame with your winning the Swiss dueling tournament. You need to be seen as approachable, as someone who the people can look up to and trust. It's not like the Black family has a great reputation in that area. Powerful, yes. Intimidating, of course. But approachable. If you are not one of the dark-leaning members of the Sacred 28, then it would be unthinkable to approach a Black publicly. You are doing this for yourself and for the Black family. Shortly after they were seated, a waitress came by and took their order for lunch. She almost squealed when she realized that Wesley Black, the dueling champion, was one of her customers. Wesley shook his head at her reaction. You better get used to it, said Arcturus. While they were awaiting their meal to be brought out to them, several people stopped by and congratulated Wesley on his recent dueling victory. Some just waved as they walked by. A few young witches even tried to talk to him about the tournament. This is getting embarrassing, stated Wesley. You have just never taken to being in the spotlight, said Arcturus. But considering how you were raised, I am not in the least bit surprised. You are a gifted and talented and dangerous wizard. The more people who know that about you, the more you will be able to accomplish. My goals are simple, said Wesley. Destroy the soul anchors, prevent Riddle from returning, ever, and make sure young Harry and Daphne have the chance to get together and have a real life together. The last part, all you can do for them is create the opportunity, said Arcturus. The other issues, while important, and perhaps daunting to most, are nearly complete. Arcturus smiled at his heir as he noticed a particular witch making her way towards where they were seated. Amanda Lester came through some of the people at the crowd and sat herself at the table between Arcturus and Wesley. Good day, young lady, greeted Arcturus. Hey there, Amanda, said Wesley. Amanda smiled at Wesley. The two of you are so often having your special quiet conversations whenever I run into you, usually at the dueling tournaments and qualifying match. Yet you always seem to change the topic of conversation when I show up. But now, you are here, in public, and you can't avoid me. Is there a problem, Amanda? Asked a slightly confused Wesley. Hey, I am not stupid. I am quite aware that your little dining out experience here is to continue to bolster your public image, said Amanda. Then she turned to Arcturus, and it is part of your plan to rehabilitate the public image of the Black family. But I am sure that you two are up to something more. I can tell by the way you talk in hushed tones, even when I am around. Arcturus bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement of her statement. Now, my family came back to England to try and change our family's legacy, continue Amanda. It is clear that Arcturus is trying to change the legacy of the Black family. But what are you up to? How are you involved, other than your public persona that you are actively building on? Wesley looked to Arcturus, who gave him a slight nod of the head. Arcturus then raised some private words before Wesley continued to speak. Arcturus and I are working on preventing the latest Dark Lord from returning. But we don't want others to find out what we are doing, as we can't risk others doing something that would interfere, said Wesley. What? You mean the Dark Lord who terrorized Britain until young Harry somehow defeated him the same night his parents died? Questioned Amanda. But he was destroyed. He can't come back, can he? Wesley had a somber look on his face. You're serious, said Amanda. No, serious as Harry's godfather. I'm Wesley, said Wesley with a grin. Amanda slapped him on the arm. Fine, you're not kidding about this, and why would you? So, my relatives, I know they were involved with you know who, and, as I was saying, I want to change my family's legacy. So, what can I do to help? Funny you should ask, said Wesley with a smirk. We do, however, need to continue this conversation somewhere else, and not out in public. Meet us at 12 Grimald Place, the Black family home in London, in say, about 30 minutes. We will have the wards adjusted to allow you to enter via flow. Amanda tilted her head slightly as she responded, see you then and there. With that she got up and left the table. About 30 minutes later the three were seated around a table in the kitchen at 12 Grimald Place. This place feels abandoned, commented Amanda. Oh, we do no currently live here, but the elves are finally taking proper care of it, said Arcturus. Yes, we have a large estate, recently purchased from Muggles. We will have to have you up there sometime soon, added Wesley. I don't really want to give out too many details, for your safety as well as for ours. Now, to give you a little bit more of the history of what happened all those years ago. There is a rumor that Riddle, the real name of he who must not be named, that he used dark magic to enable him to return. And supposedly one of these items he used to help him be able to return was given to the Lestrange family, and possibly hidden in the family vault. Amanda eased up and leaned back into her chair. It's my father's vault now, therefore I can have access to it. I can retrieve whatever it is you need. If that will help protect little Harry as well as everyone else, then of course I will help. No one needs that menace returning. It's not that simple, said Wesley. You can't just walk in there and pick up the item. Amanda pursed her lips. There is a hell of a lot you're not telling me, as you know too much about seemingly random things. You can trust me. Tell me what is really going on. Arcturus shook his head slightly at her comments, but he remained silent. I do trust you, said Wesley, but what you don't understand is the complexity of all of this. Yes, there are things we know, but I am not at liberty to tell you, or others, what I know or even how I know these things. And no, I am not a Death Eater, I have never been one. But I have had access to a lot of their secrets, things that most of the Death Eaters do not know about. Now, Tom Riddle, the person who claimed to be a Dark Lord and supposedly championed pure bloods, was himself a half-blood, born to a Muggle father and a nearly squib mother. We will skip the unpleasantries about his upbringing and everything he did to make himself as powerful as he was, but there are certain objects that need to be destroyed so he can be finally defeated so that he cannot return. Amanda rolled her eyes. So, okay, whatever. But I can't just go grab this item. I suppose that means it is cursed or something. You could say that, acknowledged Wesley. So exactly how do we deal with this thing, whatever it is? Asked Amanda. We start with the simplest approach, said Wesley. You first meet with the goblins at the bank, explain that you are aware of there being a potentially dark object in the family vault, that you would like it removed and destroyed. And when they ask me what this object is, what do I say? It's a cup. Magical cup, said Wesley. Just a simple magical cup. Wesley, you really do need to get better at telling me the truth and not covering things up, said Amanda. Okay then. It's Hufflepuff's cup, said Wesley. Then he continued slowly. Yes, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, the one of legend. And it is cursed, in multiple ways, so you do not want to touch it. And just what are you planning to do with it if you can't touch it? Asked Amanda. Wesley looked back and forth between Arcturus and Amanda. Arcturus gave a very slight shrug. Wesley ran his hand through his hair for a moment before he finally answered her. We are going to destroy the curses on it, and we have a very specific way that this needs to be done, said Wesley. And only you two can do this, I suppose, said Amanda. Wesley nodded. And I can't help with that. Wesley shook his head no. And you can't or won't tell me just what it is you need to do to the cup, I presume, said Amanda. That too would also be a no. No, we can't, admitted Wesley. Amanda sat there in silence, slowly looking back and forth between Wesley and Arcturus. She took a deep breath and then said brightly, okay, I'm in. When do we do this thing? Wait, you're okay with all of this vague information? Asked Wesley a little surprised. Amanda laughed at him. First of all, you took me into your confidence enough to tell me that, yes, there is something going on, and that it does involve he who must not be named. And it also involves a famous magical item thought lost to antiquity ages ago. Second, by helping you, I am saying a big screw you to the Death Eaters, the former Dark Lord, and most importantly to my relatives, the Lestranges, may they continue to rot in Azkaban. So, yeah, I'm in and have been since you first let on there was some sort of conspiracy against those bastards. Arcturus relaxed and Wesley gave a little chuckle. Great. Welcome to the team, so to speak, said Wesley. So, when do we do this? Asked Amanda. Arcturus shrugged in response to her question. No reason not to do it this afternoon. If we're all available, that is. Sounds great, said Amanda, more cheerful than she had been all afternoon. Wesley raised his hand to stop her from just jumping up and heading towards the flow. Now, just a minute, once we get the item, the cup, it would be best if you were not present with us when we deal with the dark magic it contains. Amanda raised an eyebrow and leaned back. Do you still not trust me? There are some details about what we are doing that it would best if you were not aware, said Wesley. Amanda tilted her head slightly. Would these be details that may be illegal? Arcturus scoffed. No, we're truly working on rehabilitating my family name. No, details that if you know nothing about them, then it leads to plausible deniability if something were to go wrong or if somehow someone learned of what he have done. 1 hour later, the three of them were seated with the Lestrange family's account manager, Gorfist, at Gringotts. The manager had been thoroughly reviewing the documents in front of him for nearly 30 minutes, and finally put down the stack of parchment. A slight smile formed on his face ever so briefly before his usual impassive countenance returned. So, Miss Lester, you and your father are laying claim to the entirety of the Lestrange vaults and contents, he said slowly. Yes, we are, answered Amanda. It is clear, after careful review of the legality of this claim, both from the Ministry of Magic and from Gringotts' account policies and procedures, that you can take possession of any of the items within the vaults, however you cannot prevent others who have a legal claim, if appropriately released from Azkaban, from doing the same, said Gorfist. Amanda let out a slight sigh before responding, understood. Is it your plan to withdraw all of the galleons from the vaults? Questioned Gorfist. No, well, at least not at this time, said Amanda. I have only one request today. There is a particular item that was placed in the Lestrange vault, by a certain member of the Black family who had married into the Lestrange family. You speak of Bellatrix Lestrange, observed Gorfist. Correct, acknowledged Amanda. This item was placed in the vault probably at least 6 or 7 years ago. I presume she did not declare anything about the item. However, I do believe that the item she placed in the vault was done so in violation of agreements within the Gringotts account policies and procedures. Gorfist raised his eyebrows and stifled a snarl. And which policy or procedure would this be? It is a magical artifact, in fact it is a famous one, and to make things worse, the item was cursed prior to her placing it in the vault, said Amanda. Gorfist's eyes narrowed momentarily. And what exactly is this item in question? Amanda took a deep breath before she spoke. Now, before you send your guards down to the vault to obtain this item, be warned, they need to be very careful and not touch the item directly. Gorfist raised his chin slightly as he listened to her closely, and lifted his hands up onto the desktop in front of him, apparently releasing a device to summon said guards he was about to send to the vault. Again, what is this item? And how shall we retrieve it, if not by touching it? Amanda relaxed slightly. The item is the famed magical cup of Helga Hufflepuff, supposedly lost in antiquity. And if it were levitated and placed into a container, such as a crystal box, she paused and waved her hand towards Wesley, who produced one of the crystal boxes they had created. A crystal box, such as the one Wesley has with him, then the item could be safely removed from the vault without it being directly touched by any of the goblins, or by ourselves. Gorfist briefly showed his teeth before responding. If this item is cursed as you say, then what are your intentions with this object? Wesley spoke up. We intend to remove the curse from the object, before it can cause any harm to anyone, goblin, witch or wizard. And your methods are superior to those of ours when it comes to dealing with cursed items. Snapped Gorfist. Wesley raised both of his hands briefly before replying to Gorfist. No offense against the Goblin Nation was intended, Master Gorfist. It is simply that the nature of the curse on this item is not one that most witches or wizards are familiar with, and yet, we, or more specifically, I have a way to deal with it, to permanently remove said curse. Gorfist studied Wesley with his eyes as he rubbed his chin. A cursed item, dark magic, that we cannot or should not touch, and the curse is not known to or understood by most wizards. That is correct, agreed Wesley. Gorfist stared at Wesley intently for over a minute before he started to laugh. You are either very funny for a wizard or very naive. You expect me to believe that someone placed a Horcrux in this bank, without our knowledge, and that you have the means to dispose of said item. Arcturus spoke up next. Yes, it is a Horcrux, our sole anchor. Very wise of you to deduce the nature of the item. However, considering who placed the item in the vault, I would not have put it past her to have used various dark magics and compulsions to force one or more goblins into assisting her with hiding the object here. Gorfist snarled. If that were so, then that would be an offense punishable by claiming the entirety of the vault's contents. Amanda tried to ease the tensions. We came here today, to make you aware of the situation and to deal with the situation. We did not come here to cause trouble. Gorfist ignored her comments and turned back to Wesley. You have the means to deal with a Horcrux. Yes, we do, stated Wesley. And we can get more. Gorfist gasped at his words. As this part of the negotiations? Wesley nodded slowly. Amanda had a confused look on her face as she looked back and forth between Gorfist and Wesley. She looked at Wesley one more time and mouthed, "What the hell is a Horcrux?" Wesley shook off her silent request and then he turned to Gorfist. He then spoke slowly to the goblin. These are our terms. First, you will not take anything away from the Lestrange family vault. In fact, once this particular item is dealt with, all items that are not dark or cursed, including all galleons, sliver and other forms of currency will be transferred to a new vault, the Lester Vault, which no one who still has the name Lestrange will have access to. Second, upon accepting these conditions, we will give you, that is Gringotts, information on where to meet with us so as to be able to rend the carcass of said beast. The valuation of profits from sold items from the carcass will be 20% to Gringotts, the remainder to the Black family. No, make that 10% to the Potter family vault, and the remaining 70% to the Black family vault. However, the exceptions to this would be certain parts that would be made available for specific use by the Black family, and those items would not be part of the divided profits. Amanda was staring open-mouthed at Wesley. What the hell are you talking about? She whispered. Wesley waved her off, not taking his eyes off of Gorfist. Gorfist narrowed his eyes at Wesley. And just how would this truly be profitable for Gringotts? How much could we get for harvesting a small creature? Wesley now laughed out loud. Small creature. Don't be a fool. The creature is quite large. The largest basilisk ever recorded was approximately 20 feet long, according to Goblin records, stated Gorfist. It took 10 men to subdue it, and 6 of them died from the ordeal. So I cannot imagine that you would have one even close to that size. Wesley smirked at Gorfist. 70 feet long from nose to tail. Gorfist's eyes went wide. Amanda screamed. What the hell are you talking about? 25% share for Gringotts, stated Gorfist. Wesley shook his head. Considering the size of the creature, you are doing well to get more than 10%. I will need to draw up a contract, stated Gorfist. No, we will go with the verbal contract, said Wesley. Magic can confirm that we both agreed to it, if you say, Gringotts agrees to the terms as stated by Hydra Wesley Black. Gorfist looked from Wesley to Arcturus and back. And if I were to not keep my end of the bargain, I am sure that Gringotts would do everything in their power to discredit me publicly and within the halls of Gringotts, concluded Wesley. Fine. Gringotts agrees to the terms as stated by Hydra Wesley Black, said Gorfist. Wesley handed him the crystal box. Very well. Then, your associates may take the crystal box, then return with the cup and then we shall discuss a date for rendering the basilisk corpse. Fine, human, snarled Gorfist. You have just created a verbal contract with Gringotts Bank, and you had a better deliver on your end of the deal. Gorfist then summoned several guards, spoke to them in gobbledygook and the guards left quickly. Gorfist then nodded at the three. You shall remain here, I shall return shortly with the director. After Gorfist left the room, Amanda turned to Wesley. Where in Merlin's name did you encounter a 70-foot basilisk? And how are you alive to tell about it? Or not tell about it, as it were? Wesley rubbed his chin and smiled at her. Killing extremely large and deadly magical venomous snakes is not something that is brought up in routine conversation. And again, I cannot tell you any more details at this time. Plausible deniability and all that. 15 minutes later Gorfist walked back into the room, and placed the crystal box on the desk. Inside the box was the aforementioned Hufflepuff cup. Here is the item in question. A moment later, Ragnok, the director of Gringotts Bank, London, stepped into the room. So, you have the item here and these are the humans of which you spoke, stated Ragnok. He then turned to Wesley. I have read about your various exploits that we know of, human. You have entered into a verbal contract with Gringotts, a highly unusual thing to do for a wizard. Now, you claim to have something that can deal with the abomination that was placed before you. Something you obtained from a rather large creature that should not exist. Wesley nodded to Ragnok and then he stood up and reached inside his robes and withdrew a small package. He had another crystal container and from this he removed a carefully wrapped vial. Carefully he opened the vial and slowly poured a small amount into the crystal box and over the cup. There was a loud hiss followed by a scream as a black mist escaped from the cup. The mist swirled around the room over the cup, twisting aimlessly for about 1 minute prior to dissipating. That was thoroughly unpleasant, stated Amanda. Hydra turned to Ragnok and Gorfist. You have now seen that I have been telling you the truth. I expect that the remainder of the contents of the vault will be transferred to the new vault as requested within 4 days. I also am requesting that you supply Amanda Lester, and her father, with a detailed list of the items that have been transferred as well as a detailed list of the items that were removed that were considered dark or cursed. As far as the rendering goes, I will need to be in touch with you when I can have a safe and secure plan for the rendering. And do not worry, I will make it happen. It is, after all, part of the verbal contract we have together. Ragnok stared at Wesley blankly for a minute before stating, how strange. A wizard who trusts goblins and expects trust from the goblins in return. Uncommon indeed but not entirely unheard of, unless of course, we are dealing with the Black family. Ragnok turned to face Arcturus. You have acquired a different sort to associate with, and that is not a common occurrence for you and your family. Before Arcturus could respond, Ragnok spoke once more. Let Gringotts know when we can expect the remainder of the agreement to be fulfilled. And, furthermore, young Mr. Black, someday I would like to hear the tale of how you subdued such a creature. And I shall be most disappointed if the actual size of the beast was exaggerated in even the smallest way on your part. And then, without another word, Ragnok left the room. June 6, 1986. Wesley had spent the day supervising Harry and his young friends playing Quidditch on the modified brooms that wouldn't let them go more than 12 feet in the air or fly too fast. While Draco and Harry initially complained about the limitations on the brooms, they all eventually had fun flying around the back garden at the Black estate. Later that day, Sirius and Andromeda were overseeing a cookout for the children. Sirius was planning to teach them about a muggle treat he had learned about, toasted marshmallows. Wesley trusted that Andromeda would make sure that everyone was safe and had a good time, so he left them for the afternoon. Wesley went to meet up with Cassandra at one of the restaurants along Diagon Alley, and was surprised to see that she was seated with Amanda Lester. As he walked up to their table, the two women stared at him and they both wore conspiratorial smiles. You are so right, said Cassandra. Of course I am right, replied Amanda. Right about what? asked a slightly confused Wesley. Your name, said Cassandra. It's stupid, added Amanda. I told you I didn't like it, said Cassandra. Should have just stuck with just Wesley, said Amanda. Just think of all the wonderful phrases we could use. Wesley, fetch me that pitcher. Wesley, fill these with water. Wesley ran a hand through his hair. I told you, as a Black, I need to have an appropriate family name, and Lord Black picked the name Hydra. And all the good stars and constellations were already chosen, is that it? Asked Cassandra. Amanda turned to Cassandra. It's not like the Blacks ever repeated a name. Oh, wait, they do, all of the time. Wesley shook his head. Arcturus is the only one who calls me by that name. Amanda wagged a finger at him. Oh, no, no, no. All of magical Britain and England know you by that name, courtesy of the Daily Prophet. Well, we can't abbreviate it to Dre, or Drew, said Cassandra speaking to Amanda. But that would sound too much like Draco, as in Malfoy, who is one of young Harry's playmates. Well, I could try and change it completely, suggest Wesley. Change it? To what, exactly? Asked Cassandra. I could use a completely new name, and if I were ever to run into Tom Riddle if he was somehow able to return, I could proclaim to him, hello, my name is Inigo Montoya, you have killed my father, prepare to die, proclaimed Wesley. Who the hell is Inigo Montoya? Asked a very confused Amanda. A very good swordsman, stated Wesley as if everyone should know. Oh, wait, this is still only 1986, so, yeah, that won't work, unless of course that people have actually read the book. What book? Queried Cassandra. Wesley laughed. Don't worry about it. It's not like I actually served for the Dread Pirate Roberts. Who in Merlin's name is the Dread Pirate Roberts? Asked Amanda. Wesley gave a wide grin. That's just it, isn't it? Who exactly is the Dread Pirate Roberts? Cassandra rolled her eyes. He is a bit daft, this Wesley, so we'll just have to let it go at that. The Black Estate. After the group of youngsters had finished their game of modified Quidditch, the group was making their way back to the house. Draco grabbed a hold of Daphne's arm and pulled her to his side. What's with you? Demanded a surprised Daphne. I decided that you will be my girl, announced Draco. Sirius and Andromeda turned to the group of children as their voices were getting louder. The other children in the group just stared at the scene unfolding in front of them. You can't just decide that, snapped Daphne as she pulled her arm away. Yes, I can. My father always told me that I can just take what I want, because I am a Malfoy. And as the Malfoy, I will get to choose who I want to be my girl, who I want to be my friends, said Draco loudly, lifting his chin up in the air. Harry stepped between Draco and Daphne. You can't choose to do that to anyone. People have a choice in things. But I'm a Malfoy, Draco proclaimed loudly. Sirius was walking towards the youngsters, and as he was about to say something, Andromeda quietly told him to let things play out among the kids a little bit before he interfered. Blaise Zambini spoke up next. Your dad was a Malfoy, and look where that got him. Besides, we're just kids, leave her alone. Susan Bones spoke up next. I don't care who you think you are, you don't get to own people or control them, no matter what your dad said or did. Neville spoke up next. Yeah, what Sue said. Besides, like Blaise said, we're all still just kids. We were just playing Quidditch a few minutes ago. We're supposed to be friends here. We don't need to own anyone. Sirius whispered to his cousin, Andy, these are kids, they're only 5 or so. They're acting like adults. Andromeda swatted Sirius' arm and whispered back, these are kids who grew up in the wake of a war that took several sets of their parents. They're not just kids. And grandfather understands that, which is part of why he is giving them all a chance. A chance to be more than what our generations ever hoped to be. Sirius raised an eyebrow, but did not respond as they both turned to watch the continued interaction of the group of young ones. Draco stepped back slightly. Then tears formed on his cheeks. Hannah was the first one to speak up when she noticed that. What's wrong, Draco? You're really my friends? He questioned. I've never really had friends before. I've had other kids I was allowed to play with, and bully before, but no one ever was my friend. Hannah stepped forward and gave Draco a hug. I'm your friend, she added. Draco stiffened and then wiped the tears off his face with his sleeve. He coughed slightly and Hannah stepped back. Draco seemed to be trying to say something more, but his Aunt Andromeda stepped forward and spoke to the group. Hey there everyone, how about we go get a treat? Uncle Sirius here was just about to head off to Fortescue's on Diagon Alley and bring everyone back some ice cream. I was? Questioned Sirius, but then he noted the glare from his cousin which was accompanied by a slight kick to his shin. Oh, yeah, I was. Plenty of chocolate and vanilla for everyone. And strawberry, called out one of the girls. And stuff for making sundaes, called out Harry. Sirius looked at his cousin. And just how is it that I am supposed to get all of this back here? You're a wizard, figure it out, admonished Andromeda. June 10, 1986. Arcturus was seated at the head of the dinner table, with Sirius, Wesley and Harry all seated around. The house elves had just cleared the luncheon they had enjoyed when there was a sudden loud noise as though a gong had been banged. Sirius looked to Wesley and to Arcturus. What the hell was that? Just the wards working properly, said Wesley. And by the sound it made, I do believe that someone's phoenix just learned that they cannot magically appear on our property, added Arcturus with a smile. I thought you said this place was unplottable, said Sirius. It is, said Wesley, but the way phoenixes travel is a different sort of magic. Nevertheless, we did add anti-phoenix wards on the property, just to keep a pestering old man from bothering any of us. In fact, this is not the first time the old fool sent that magical bird to try and find us. I can't imagine that Fox is enjoying this at all. Sirius' eyes went wide. Did you say that the headmaster, that he's pestering us? But he is the leader of the light. Wesley scoffed at the comment. Really? Have you learned nothing? Who was responsible for young Harry having a horrible place to live for the past 4 years? But where else was Harry to go? Asked a confused Sirius. To any of his appropriate godparents, ones chosen by his parents, said Arcturus, with a stern tone. Before Sirius could reply, Arcturus spoke up again. Let me ask you, Sirius, how did you know where to go that Halloween night that Riddle showed up and made Harry an orphan? What? Godric's Hollow. Of course I knew where James and Lily were, he said as though it was the most obvious thing. But, wait, it was under the Fidelius, and I knew the secret, said Sirius. Everyone thought I would be the secret keeper, but we made Peter the secret keeper. Arcturus nodded slightly before he continued. Yes, we all know that. But who did you see at Godric's Hollow that night? Oh, well, Hagrid was there. He said he was sent to fetch Harry, said Sirius. And Hagrid and Dumbledore both knew where the Potter house in Godric's Hollow was, added Wesley. Who revealed the secret to them? If you were the original secret keeper, and that was changed to Peter, then everyone who didn't know the secret would have to be retold the secret. Well, yes, we told our group, or Peter told our group, the Order of the Phoenix, when we changed secret keepers, said Sirius. Then his jaw dropped. Albus Dumbledore knew you were innocent, said Arcturus. He did not speak up to make sure you were not thrown into Azkaban or to make sure that you were even given a trial. He simply let it happen to you. Sirius' eyes went wide. Then he felt like a Confundus charm had been lifted from his mind. So, when we want to limit the headmaster's access to Harry, or anyone in this family, perhaps you will have a better understanding, said Arcturus simply. What if Albus had something important to tell one of us? Asked Sirius as he was thinking about the many ramifications of this discussion. Arcturus shook his head slightly before responding. Then the headmaster of Hogwarts can simply send an owl, which will be diverted to Gringotts, where the message will be checked for any tracking spells or other unpleasantness, just like any other piece of post we may receive, and we will pick it up from Gringotts when we get around to it. And that old bugger will have to deal with it. The next day, Kreacher appeared at the table while they were eating lunch and presented a letter to Wesley. Young Master had a letter waiting for him at the Goblin Bank. Kreacher is delivering the letter for you. Goblins say that it has no charms or spells on it. Thank you for being careful for all of us, said Wesley as he accepted the letter from Kreacher. He unrolled the parchment and he raised an eyebrow. Then he looked over at Arcturus and Sirius. It seems that our dear headmaster would like me to have a visit with him to discuss some sort of important matter regarding Hogwarts. Sirius had a stunned look on his face, but Arcturus rubbed his chin as he considered the news. I presume that the old man is planning to offer you some sort of position at Hogwarts. They do seem to go through defense professors rather quickly. Wesley nodded his head in response. I would guess he spoke with Flitwick, as he has been present at the last couple of dueling tournaments I have entered. I could teach defense against the dark arts, chimed in Sirius. They would be looking for a serious professor. Serious, not someone who is serious about pranking, jibed Wesley. Sirius barked out a laugh. I see what you did there. And, yeah, that was funny. Wesley and Arcturus both rolled their eyes. Just be sure your occlumency shields are prepared for him, said Arcturus. Hey, I could go with you, and sort of show you around the castle, said Sirius. Heck, I even know some passageways that the staff there don't know anything about. If only we could obtain our old map, that would be something very useful for you if you were a professor there. What map is this? Asked Wesley. Oh, just a little project James and I with Remus cooked up, said Sirius with a huge grin. Quite the charms project. It's a magical map that shows where anyone is within the castle. We could have earned a charms mastery with everything we did for that map. Problem was, we didn't want any of the staff to know anything about it. Wesley raised an eyebrow. Remus. Sirius hit himself on the forehead. Moony. Remus Lupin. He was one of the Marauders. I haven't heard from him since I was released, but then I haven't reached out to him either. Wesley and Arcturus looked at each other for a moment before turning back to Sirius, who coughed slightly before continuing. Well, I guess I need to find out if he is okay. Or even if he is still alive. Well, you see, Moony, well, he is a werewolf. We called it his little furry problem. But we didn't care. In fact, the group of us came up with a plan to help him. Arcturus shook his head. We already heard about this with your trial. After all, your former friend was a rat, in more ways than one. Sirius nodded slowly. Yeah, well, and Remus hasn't tried to contact me. Damn, either he's pissed at me for not trusting him years ago, or he hasn't heard that I have been freed, or worse yet, maybe his voice trailed off, not finishing his thought. Wesley tried to recall what he knew of Remus during the time before he was hired as a professor. All he could remember was that he had a hard time keeping jobs, and lived in some miserable shack somewhere. Then he spoke up. Hey, you shouldn't worry about him. He's smart, he's tough. And he has his little problem, as you said. Maybe he is just laying low, avoiding people, and maybe he doesn't bother keeping up with wizarding news. It's not like he has any news to look forward to. Sirius started to smile. Yeah, maybe you're right, that's probably it. Maybe I need to find him, somehow. Wesley shook his head. You're a wizard, Sirius, so why don't you start thinking like one? Just send an owl to him. The owl should find him. It's what they do. Sirius ran both his hands through his hair and stretched slightly as he considered what Wesley had just told him. Yeah, I'll send him an owl. And we can make the message a port key with a way for him to come here, you know, if he wants to come here, that is. Wesley smiled at him. Start with reaching out to him, and see what he says. The next morning, Sirius drafted a letter to his friend, Remus, and Wesley helped him with creating a port key that would be triggered by using a catchphrase. Moony, I am so sorry I have not tried to contact you sooner. It's been an unbelievable several months. If you haven't read anything in the Daily Prophet or heard any news from the wizarding world, let me explain. No, wait. There's too much, let me sum up. My grandfather didn't disown me. Turns out I have some sort of cousin who was raised in Australia, born to an uncle or something that was thought to be a squib. This young man, my cousin, is a dueling champion. Grandfather Arcturus brought him back to England. Then somehow they captured Wormtail, who set me up and betrayed us all, but mostly he betrayed James and Lily and little Harry. Well, I have been released from Azkaban. Never had a trial until right when I was released. And this cousin, Wesley, he is helping to raise Harry. Harry was being raised by Lily's sister. No, that was not a good thing, as I am sure you can imagine. So, well, things are looking better. And it would be great to see you again. If you want to come to my grandfather's new estate, then just hold on to this note and say the password. You know, our best friend's secret name. Padfoot. Wesley enchanted the letter before handing it to Arcturus, who then tied it to the leg of one of his favorite owls. Later that day, Wesley received a message from Gringotts that someone had been trying to get in touch with him, but all of the owls had been unable to find him at the Black Estate. Sirius was watching the young children with his cousins, Narcissa and Andromeda, so Wesley made his way to get the message at Gringotts. Besides, he figured it was a good excuse to meet up with Cassandra for lunch. When Harry arrived at Gringotts, he was greeted by a slightly irritated goblin. "Air Black, please take this letter, and respond to it, so we can stop this ridiculous amount of confused owls from showing up here when they can't find your home," snapped the goblin. "My apologies," replied Wesley. "I will review this letter today, and hopefully your handing it to me would be enough for the owls to know not to bother you again. He is a bit of a persistent bastard, having actually gotten a letter to me yesterday which our elf managed to deliver." The goblin grunted something incomprehensible as he turned and walked off. Wesley took the envelope and proceeded to make his way to meet up with Cassandra for lunch. The two were seated at an outdoor table at a cafe in Diagon Alley when Cassandra asked him about the envelope. Wesley shrugged, then he began to open it. "I presume it is from the headmaster at Hogwarts, the School of Magic here," said Wesley with a bored tone. "He has been really trying hard to get a message to me, but the owls he has sent and even his phoenix have not been able to reach me at the estate." "Well, you do have some impressive wards there, Wesley," commented Cassandra. "What does it say?" Wesley skimmed over the letter and sighed slightly. "Apparently your esteemed headmaster wants to speak with me about coming to teach at Hogwarts." Cassandra restrained herself from making more of a response than a slight squeak. "That's exciting. Does he want you to teach a course on dueling?" Wesley shook his head slightly and then replied simply, "No, he wants to talk to me about the defense against the dark arts position." "Oh, my, that's actually quite amazing," said Cassandra. "And even more exciting." "We shall see," said Wesley. Not sure how exciting teaching young children basic magic would be. "Besides, if I am off to wherever this Hogwarts is, then I won't be here to have lunch with you every day." Cassandra blushed slightly at his comment. "Don't worry about that. Just meet with Professor Dumbledore. Talk to him and find out more about what he wants you to do." Later that evening, while they were having dinner, Arcturus asked Wesley if he had responded to the owl post from Dumbledore. "Yes, I told him that I could speak with him tomorrow," said Wesley. Then he turned to Sirius. "Any word yet from your friend, Lupin?" Sirius sighed heavily. "No, nothing. The owl we sent hasn't returned yet either. I'm starting to worry about the wolf." Wesley tried to give a sympathetic smile. "Hey, while I am meeting with this Dumbledore tomorrow, I can ask him if he has any idea how to get in touch with your old friend. This Lupin, he is probably just staying well hidden from the magical world after everything that happened 5 years ago. Sometimes these sort of things just take some time." The next day Sirius took Wesley to Hogsmeade and then walked him up to the gates. Wesley was quietly amused by this, but he did understand that to everyone other than Arcturus, he would have no way of knowing how to get to Hogwarts on his own, as he supposedly had never been there. They arrived at the gate to the school and were greeted by Minerva McGonagall. She smiled briefly at seeing Sirius. "It has been too long, Mr. Black, since we had the pleasure of your presence here at the school." Sirius barked in laughter at her words. "Too long since I was a pain in your backside, you mean," he said with a big grin. Minerva shook her head at the young man and turned to his companion. "And you, Mr. Black, Hydra is it? Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is a beautiful and intimidating presence," said Wesley. "Oh, and please, Mr. Black was my father, you can call me Wesley. All of my friends do." "Very well, Wesley, I shall bring you to meet with the headmaster." "Sirius, thank you for bringing Wesley here safely." With that she turned and started to walk back to the castle. Wesley kept pace with the woman who had been his head of house. She did not seem to be any different from what he remembered when he arrived as a first-year student. "So, Professor McGonagall, I take it you have been working here for some time," said Wesley, striking up a conversation with his guide. Minerva shook her head slightly. "That will not do. I am not your professor and you are here to be considered to join our faculty. Please, call me Minerva. And yes, I have been working here for some time. Since before that cousin of yours and his band of troublemakers attended here. Troublemakers? Serious? You can't be serious, Wesley added with a laugh. Minerva stopped and rolled her eyes as she looked at the young man next to her. I sincerely hope it is not too late for you, that you have not been corrupted by that hooligan who you helped to free from his wrongful imprisonment. And thank you for helping to right that wrong. I couldn't believe that Sirius would have ever betrayed James and Lily. They were like brothers and were actually very good for each other, despite the trouble they caused and the gray hairs they gave me. Sounds like I need to hear some stories at some point, said Wesley. If you are offered and accept this position, then I am sure you will hear plenty of stories, she said. The two entered the castle and Wesley looked around at everything as they made their way to the headmaster's office. He made sure to act as though he had never seen any of the moving portraits or the various sights along the way. When they arrived at a gargoyle at the bottom of a spiral stone staircase, she quietly said, "Cockroach clusters," with a frown on her face. The gargoyle bowed its head and allowed them to pass up the staircase. At the top of the stairs, the door opened for them just as they arrived. "Ah, welcome Mr. Black, and Minerva. Thank you for bringing Hydra here to see me," announced Albus Dumbledore, who did not bother to stand up from behind his desk. "Would either of you care for a lemo? Drop." Albus slid the bowl of yellow candies towards the edge of his desk. Neither person made any indication that they would partake, so he pulled the bowl a little closer back towards himself. There came a pleasant trilling sound from a large bright bird seated on a perch, and Wesley looked over to see Fox staring at him. "And it appears that Fox, my faithful phoenix friend, welcomes you as well," said Albus. Wesley approached the phoenix, who allowed the newcomer to rub its head slightly before giving a playful nip to Wesley's fingers. "Playful and friendly," commented Wesley. Albus smiled and then gestured to the two chairs across from his desk. "Have a seat, why don't you? And Minerva, as the deputy headmistress for Hogwarts, perhaps you should stay for this little meeting." Wesley waited for Minerva to take a seat and then he sat down, adjusting his chair so he could see both Minerva and Dumbledore. "You are a hard man to contact," said Albus as Wesley sat down. "Security is important as ever, in my opinion. And Lord Black definitely agrees with that sentiment," said Wesley plainly. "Ah, yes, Arcturus was always one to be careful about many things. Which is why I found it so peculiar that so soon after discovering the long-lost son of the House of Black he made you his heir," commented Albus. Wesley could tell that the headmaster was fishing for information and he was prepared to respond with as little information as possible. "Perhaps he has amazing judgment," quipped Wesley. Or perhaps he realized he had few options in front of him, with Sirius unjustly imprisoned, Bellatrix appropriately being held in Azkaban, Andromeda having been exiled from the family. That left his granddaughter Narcissa and her son, Draco. "Hopefully I have proven myself worthy to be named heir Black in the short time which I have been brought back into the family." Albus nodded slightly. "Ah, yes, it would seem that you have. What with protecting Arcturus from that attack from Narcissa's late husband, and then with your achievements on the dueling circuit. You have made quite a name for yourself already throughout England and Europe." Wesley simply nodded. "Well, dueling is something I learned first from my father, and then from various tutors he hired. And then of course, plenty of experience, first in Australia and then here." "Quite an impressive resume for such a young man," added Minerva. "Why thank you, Minerva," Wesley replied with a smile. "Yes, well, your skills are becoming well known," interjected Albus. "In fact, I have had a few conversations with our charms professor, Phileas Flitwick, about your skills. He has seen you at a couple of your dueling matches, I understand. And he was impressed, which I must say, is no faint praise, coming from the former European dueling champion himself." Wesley smiled at the compliment, but did not respond as there was no question being asked. After a moment of quiet, Albus spoke up again. "So, it seems clear that it is established that you are quite skilled. Your defense of Arcturus also shows that you have certain skills that could be useful, if not overly reactive in that particular situation. You see, we are in need of a new professor for teaching the students' defense." "Ah, The infamous post of defense against the dark arts professor, stated Wesley with a slight laugh. It seems you have a new professor for that here every year from what I have heard. Minerva frowned and cast a glare at the headmaster. Albus smiled and allowed his eyes to twinkle brightly. All of that is just a series of unrelated and usually quite unfortunate events. However, I am sure a young man such as yourself would be up for a challenge, not to mention not having many distractions yet that could keep you away from such a post. Wesley ran a hand through his hair. Well, I do believe that I could have plenty of distractions, if I let them be distractions. But to be clear, is the challenge of which you speak, one to be able to keep the position or one to be able to handle all of the students in all of the classes? Albus let out a laugh in response to Wesley's question. Now that is a wonderful answer, my boy, a wonderful answer indeed. Now, simply based on the recommendation from Professor Flitwick alone, I am prepared to offer you the position. Do you have any questions about the position? Wesley tilted his head back and forth momentarily before speaking. So, basically, I would be teaching defense to all of the students from first year through 7th year. Do you want me to do more than teaching them dueling techniques? That is, after all, essentially all you know about my skills. Yes, that is what the class would entail, said Albus, preparing the students to defend themselves, not necessarily to fight, but simply how to protect themselves if they happen to find themselves in a dangerous situation, particularly if being confronted by a witch or a wizard using the dark arts. Wesley nodded slowly. And for further clarification, just how are you defining dark arts? I mean, some spells could be considered dark if used inappropriately or used in certain situations. Even your ministry's designated unforgivable curses could have a potential use somewhere. For instance, using the Imperious Curse to make someone leave a burning building when they are too scared to act, could actually save someone's life. Wesley did not feel the need to expound upon this way of thinking, particularly after he and Arcturus had spoken in order to prepare him for the meeting Dumbledore. You raise some valid points, my boy, replied Dumbledore. Based on what I have heard of your skills, I am confident that you will be able to create an appropriate curriculum for the students. Wesley continued to try and mask any emotional reaction to the headmaster even when it was clear that the headmaster had just simply avoided actually addressing the question that was raised and changed the subject in a rather blatant manner. Well, this is not a simple undertaking, stated Wesley. I would like to think over your offer, presuming there is an actual offer, including roles, responsibilities and remuneration for the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Well, yes, of course, replied Albus with a slight twinkle in his eye again. Minerva will make sure you have the necessary information. With those words, the door to the headmaster's office slowly swung open, indicating to Wesley that his interview was over. He stood up and was accompanied by Professor McGonagall as they made their way towards the door. Wesley stopped at the door and turned back to speak with the headmaster. One more thing, my cousin, Sirius Black, has been trying to get in contact with one of his friends from school, said Wesley. A certain Remus Lupin, who apparently was good friends with Sirius and Harry's father, James. He sent an owl to him a couple of days ago, and we have not heard anything back, and the owl has yet to return. Albus raised an eyebrow at the comment. Oh, well, Mr. Lupin I believe has been living in the Muggle world for some time. Perhaps I can use Fawkes here to help track down Remus for you. On behalf of Sirius, I thank you, sir, replied Wesley. Then he and the deputy headmistress made their way out the door and down the spiral staircase as they began their walk to the entrance hall. When they arrived at the large entrance doors, Minerva spoke up about the offer for the position. Of course you would be paid to be a professor here, she said. The starting pay is 1,000 galleons per month, plus you get living quarters and an office here at the school. If you do take the position, please have a book list for the students prepared prior to the end of July so that the students will have time to purchase the curriculum. Wesley smiled and nodded his head. Of course, Minerva. I expect that I will have an answer for you and the headmaster by Monday. With those words he bid her a good day and turned to make his exit from the school. As he walked towards the gates, he knew he would have a fair amount to discuss with Arcturus over the next couple of days. June 12, 1986. That afternoon Wesley arrived back at the Black Estate and sat down with Arcturus to review the interview, if that is what one would call it, with Albus Dumbledore. You do realize that Riddle most likely cursed the position, commented Arcturus. You did mention previously that he had applied for the position, but Dumbledore refused to offer it to him, and ever since then the professors have never lasted more than one school year. Wesley nodded. Yes, I am sure that the position's cursed. And the headmaster either has been unable to remove the curse or for some odd reason has not felt it important enough to remove the curse. Oh, I am sure he does want the curse removed, replied Arcturus with a slight laugh. Hiring out that position every year would be tedious at best, and can only be getting increasingly difficult. That would easily explain that lack of qualified teachers during my time at Hogwarts, other than Remus Lupin, said Wesley. The very same werewolf whom Sirius has not heard back from as of yet, said Arcturus with a slight frown. Wesley, Albus did agree to help us track him down. Of course he did, said Arcturus. He couldn't bloody likely turn down such a simple request from his prospective new professor who has been gaining fame around the magical world, now could he? Do you have any thoughts about this curse? Or do you plan to only just work there for 1 year? Wesley scratched the side of his head before responding. I really would like to remove the curse. With my luck, if I don't remove the curse, something dreadful could happen to me and prevent me from finishing my goals for returning here, or is it returning now? Sirius walked in on their conversation and had a confused look on his face. What do you mean about returning here or now? We're all here, aren't we? Hello, Sirius, said Arcturus stiffly. Aren't you supposed to be watching those younglings? Sirius laughed slightly as he answered, Oh, Sissy and Andromeda sent all of them home after their last game of Quidditch. I think they didn't want me giving them any more ice cream. They'll all probably be bouncing off the walls all evening with how much I gave them. Arcturus shook his head. Wesley sighed before commenting, You do know that you're supposed to be taking care of them and not just act like a big brother to them and spoil them all of the time. I am not their big brother, snapped Sirius, with a tone of resentment at what Wesley implied. After a brief pause he added, I may be their favorite uncle, much to the chagrin of their parents. Wesley rubbed his forehead. You are supposed to be learning to be responsible for once in your life. Sirius ran a hand through his long hair, but where is the fun in that? Arcturus shook his head. I would have thought that you, of all people, would have learned the importance of being serious after your time in Azkaban. You were supposed to be the one responsible for Harry. You messed that up by running after the traitor the night James and Lily were killed. Don't mess up your second chance at this. Arcturus' tone was stern enough that even Sirius didn't dare to make a pun about his name with the words his grandfather spoke. Sirius swallowed hard. Okay, I get the point, grandfather. But what was this about being here or now? Wesley took a deep breath before he responded. We are just trying to sort everything out. There have been many changes in the Black family recently, which includes my being reunited with my lost family and your being released from unlawful imprisonment. Sirius nodded in acceptance but still felt as though something was being left out. Any news about Remus? Wesley's eyes opened wide, glad for the change in subject. Actually, Albus Dumbledore stated he would try to get a message to Lupin via his Phoenix. So hopefully we will have an answer soon. Sirius smiled at the news. Well, then, I should probably go check on young Harry then, and leave you to all the seriousness of sorting out the Black family and all that. Sirius left Arcturus' office and Arcturus let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Wesley pointedly. I suppose at some point you may have to tell him the truth about who you really are. Perhaps, said Wesley, but not before we get more of this sorted out and behind us. We have the remaining soul anchors to deal with, and the curse on the position of defense against the dark arts. You said that Riddle placed the curse on the position when Dumbledore denied him the teaching position years ago, said Arcturus. And the headmaster was not able to remove the curse, or he simply never really tried. Wesley raised an eyebrow at that comment. While it might be possible he didn't try, I think he actually did, and the curse must have been made using Parseltongue, so he wouldn't have much hope of removing it. So, in all of your spare time this coming year as a professor at Hogwarts, maybe you could find a way to remove the curse, said Arcturus with a grin. At least obtaining Ravenclaw's diadem should be relatively easy, in comparison, said Wesley. Nocturne Alley, McNair's pub. In a dimly lit back room, Walden McNair welcomed several people as they came one at a time through a secure flow connection. Everyone who entered the room had a dark hood casting shadows over their faces. 6 men sat down around a table, faces still obscured by their hoods and the dim lighting. The man seated at the head of the table began to speak in a quiet but deep voice. "You all know why we are gathered," he began. "Something needs to be done about this upstart. First he killed Lucius, and somehow he has taken over the Black family. He needs to be dealt with, he needs to be taught a lesson. A lesson that can and will serve as a warning to others who might try to act like him." "So, we're reforming the Death Eaters to attack him?" asked a man on the left. "There is no point in reviving that group, at least not at this time," said the man at the head of the table. Lucius sure was not acting like the Dark Lord was going to return, and if anyone would have known what was happening, it would have been Lucius. "No, we will resurrect the Knights of Walpurgis. Yes, there is a difference, at least in the perception of the sheep of this world. But you know what he did at the tournaments, he is the best dueler in Europe now," complained a man on the right of the table. "You fool, that was a one-on-one scenario, with rules that everyone had to follow," snapped the leader. "We make an example of this supposed black, thus usurper of that once honored name. Get a group of you, take him down, in public. Show everyone that he can and will be defeated." "So, we just attack him and leave him?" asked a third man. "What if we kill him?" asked a fourth man. "So much the better," said the leader. "That would be a much stronger and clearer message." There were murmurs of agreement from everyone seated at the table. "Now," continued the leader, "our host for tonight will contact you all, and make sure you know when this will take place, and where. Now, we should all return to our respective homes. And no discussion about this outside of this room." The Black Estate. The mood was pleasant as the new family was finishing breakfast. Wesley looked across the table at his younger self. "Did you have fun yesterday?" Harry's eyes lit up as he looked at his uncle, who had spoken to him. "Oh, yeah, it was a great day," said Harry excitedly. "Uncle Padfoot got us all to play Quidditch, even if the brooms didn't let us fly very fast. And then he got us ice cream. And then Draco was rude, and then he cried, and then everyone was friends again." Wesley raised an eyebrow. "Wait a minute, what made Draco get upset?" Harry frowned at first. "Well, it all started when he tried to claim that Daphne was to be his. This got Daphne upset, and so I pulled her away from him. Then Draco said something about being able to take who and what he wants, but the other kids told him he couldn't. So then he got upset and started to cry. And then Neville told him not to cry because we are all friends and we need to be nice to each other. And everyone agreed with Neville. And then we had the ice cream and everyone was fine." Harry looked to Wesley and then to Arcturus. "Can I go and play now? Neville and Daphne are coming over soon, and we want to fly our brooms out back." Arcturus smiled at the young boy. "Absolutely, go have fun, and do not cause any trouble for Sirius." Harry nodded excitedly and jumped off and ran out of the room. "I suppose I need to go keep an eye on them," said Sirius as he got up from the table and walked after his godson. Wesley and Arcturus watched the two leave the room, then turned towards each other. "Wow, that was not something I really thought about," said Wesley. Arcturus raised an eyebrow as he replied, "And what exactly is it that you had not thought about?" Wesley rubbed the back of his neck slightly before answering. "Everything about bringing Harry up in a different situation, with actual friends, who can use magic. And then adding Draco Malfoy of all people to the group. This will definitely change the dynamic among students when they all start at Hogwarts. Particularly if there is absolutely no risk for Riddle to return," said Arcturus as he nodded. "Definitely this will change things from what you experienced. Things will definitely be interesting to watch as these young ones grow up," agreed Wesley. Before Wesley could say anything further, a gong sounded, indicating that someone or something had tried to break through the wards. A moment later, there was a slight flash as a disheveled man holding a piece of parchment in his hand appeared and nearly lost his balance and stumbled forward. "Bloody hell!" he called out. Arcturus simply raised an eyebrow at the man who had suddenly appeared. Wesley forced back a smile as he recognized the man who had been his third-year Dada professor. Remus Lupin, I presume, said Wesley. Remus looked at the young man in front of him. Do I know you? You do look familiar. Hydra, or more commonly if you're not my grandfather, Wesley Black, long lost distant cousin to your friend Sirius, said Wesley. Sirius will be glad to see you again. He sent his owl to you several days ago. Arcturus had quietly called for a house elf to tell Sirius to return to the office. Sirius came running into the room a moment later. Moony, you made it. It's about damn time. Then Sirius embraced his friend in a hug. Remus tried to shake off the hug, which took a few moments. Easy, Padfoot, let me breathe. Sirius let go and took a step back. Okay, he said, and you sure smell like you can use a bath. Well, I'm finally here, and you're not in Azkaban, said Remus. I only just heard from Dumbledore that you were released from Azkaban and that Peter, Wormtail, that he was really the secret keeper. After Fawkes found me, your owl showed up, and I got your letter, and the port key. If you used the port key, then why did someone or something bounce off of the wards? Asked Wesley. Oh, yeah, said Remus, rubbing his side. Fawkes tried to bring me here, and that failed. Painfully, I might add. Then I read the letter you sent me once again, and activated the port key. Somehow I don't think Fawkes is happy about what happened. Wesley shook his head. I would think not. That blasted phoenix is not allowed here and keeps trying again and again to get past the wards. Remus had a confused look on his face. Why block the headmaster's phoenix? Just what is going on here? Sirius shook his head slightly. As I said in the letter, I would explain, but there is so much. Let me sum up. We made Peter the secret keeper, figuring every one of the Death Eaters would think it was me. But the traitor was Wormtail all along, and Wesley here, and Arcturus, well, they found him, hiding as an animagus, and they brought him to justice. I finally received the trial I never had in the first place. Then Wesley and Arcturus, they retrieved Harry from his relatives, from Lily's relatives. Remus' jaw dropped. Those magic-hating muggles. But James and Lily were clear they should never have anything to do with Harry. And why won't you let Albus Dumbledore come here? Sirius muttered a few words as he tried to answer Remus, but Wesley stepped forward. I know that this may be hard for you to hear, but there is evidence that Headmaster Dumbledore knew Sirius was innocent, that he did nothing to get a fair trial for Sirius, and just allowed him to sit in Azkaban, said Wesley. He held a hand up to stop Remus from protesting and responding, and then he continued. We were able to have James and Lily's will read, which the headmaster had sealed inappropriately. That helped with Sirius getting exonerated, getting his trial even, and gaining legal custody of young Harry. But Dumbledore has been helping me, supporting me, as I've been in the Muggle world for these past years, trying to keep my affliction hidden from those around me, said Remus, who collapsed onto a chair as he listened to what they were told. And have you been getting that financial support from Dumbledore recently? Asked Wesley. Well, no, not recently, admitted Remus, who had a puzzled look on his face. When did the money stop coming? Asked Wesley. About 6 months ago, stated Remus. Wesley closed his eyes briefly before speaking again. That would be about the time that Dumbledore's illegal access to the Potter family vault was cut off. Remus' jaw dropped once again. Wesley sat down in a chair opposite from Remus. Now you are beginning to understand some of the reasons why those of us here do not trust the headmaster. He is the head of a school, not the head of child welfare or an appointed guardian for Harry, nor an authorized agent to represent the Potter family and have access to the Potter family vault and holdings. Well, now what do I do? Asked a confused and upset Remus. Sirius spoke up again. You can stay here with us, with young Harry. He was all alone, and being kept in a cupboard under the stairs with Lily's sister's family. Here he has this whole estate, he has people who love him, we even have a play group for him with other magical kids. Remus' eyes lit up momentarily. But what about my little problem? I will be a risk to Harry and his friends and anyone else. Nonsense, snapped Sirius. We can arrange for you to have Wolfsbane potion, and if necessary, we can prepare a place in one of the basement rooms that will be secure. Remus wiped away some tears that were forming under his eyes. But I can't easily work, I can't pay you for all of this. Arcturus spoke up. You are a friend of the House of Black. You are a friend of House Potter. There is nothing to work for, nothing to be paid for. The Blacks and the Potters, we take care of our own. Monday, June 16, 1986. Wesley was planning to meet up with Cassandra for lunch and he was on his way to Diagon Alley, to meet her at a cafe that they had frequented. His attention was drawn to a commotion coming from one of the potion shops as he made his way down the street. A window shattered and there was evidence of spells being fired within the shop, and a stray blasting hex shot out of a broken window, hitting the roof of a nearby building causing the roof to partially explode. People in the street started to scream. Wesley quickly had his wand in his hand as he ran towards the potions shop. Several men with dark masks came out of the shop, and Wesley dropped the first one with a stunning spell. 3 more men came out of the potions shop casting spells as they did so. Wesley crouched behind a wall and noted that 2 of the men had their faces covered by dark masks. The third man had no mask on, but Wesley immediately recognized him as Scabby Orr, one of the infamous Snatchers who was involved with capturing Hermione, Ron and himself. Scabby Orr then called out, "Come on, Black, no need to hide from us. We'll make this quick and easy on you." At that same time several other men stepped out from behind the building, all with their faces covered with dark masks. Wesley swallowed hard. Well, they are not using Death Eater masks, he said to himself. 6 on 1. This should be interesting. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.